Hello everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now, sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter, Chapter 2699, More Tricks, Terrifying Control, One Step Away. 2. When he thought about this, he looked at the other family heads. As expected, they had the same expression as him. He wanted to laugh, but at the same time, he remained vigilant. With these 3 divine flames in his hand, Wang Teng will become popular in the eyes of the core families. Pan thought to himself, no matter what the result is, I must let Sang Yi interact more with Wang Teng. Sang Ji looked at the 3 Wang Tengs on the stone platform and clenched his fists. He made his decision. It wasn't that he couldn't resist the temptation, but Wang Teng had too many divine flames. If he could pull this talent into the Sang family, it would be worth it even if Wang Teng's secondary career talent wasn't as good as the other geniuses. 3 divine flames. How powerful was his foundation? No core family would be able to resist this temptation. Interesting. This is really interesting. Arela, the family head of the Roderick family, stared at Wang Teng intently. The seductive smile on her red lips disappeared. Anyone familiar with her would know that she was extremely interested in someone when they saw this scene. In the past, all the people that could pique her interest were at the same level as her. Yet, this Grand Master level talent was able to make her give such an expression. This was the first time. Fortunately, the family heads of the core families were attracted by Wang Teng, so they didn't see her expression. If not, they would be mesmerized by her beauty. This. The family head of the Ti family, Ti Long, widened his eyes in disbelief. Wang Teng had 3 divine flames. He couldn't imagine what kind of monster his family had provoked. At the same time, a strong desire and greed rose from the bottom of his heart. If he could get the divine flames, once this flame of greed rose, it wouldn't disappear. It burned his heart furiously, as if it was doused with oil. In the great Qian Empire seat, Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others looked at the young figure on the stone platform and smiled. Especially when they saw the reactions of the various factions, they felt thrilled. Many people criticized Wang Teng just now and said that he wasn't good enough. Now, when he acted, everyone was astounded. The people from the Nemas Empire and the Chidara Free Federation looked as if they saw a ghost. It was funny just thinking about it. They believed that this was just the start. Next, it was time for Wang Teng to start his performance. They understood Wang Teng too well. In the past, when he was making pills and forging weapons, he didn't need much time. So what if the time was short? As long as he came back now, there was still time. This was just the start. They weren't the only ones. Grand Duke Pingtian from the imperial family was surprised too. Wang Teng had 3 divine flames. He was indeed extraordinary. The eternal level martial warrior from the Parkers family slowly opened his eyes. Even though he was confident in his status, he couldn't ignore the presence of the 3 divine flames. There was a burning passion in his eyes, too. 3 divine flames. This was a huge temptation to the Parkers family. The furious Flaming Universe Lord and the others attacked Wang Teng because of the divine flames at this moment. Furious Flaming Universe Lord and Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord exchanged glances with one another. Greed appeared in their eyes, too. They looked at Wang Teng, who was standing on the stone platform, and wished they could rob him immediately. But they knew that Wang Teng was no longer the celestial realm martial warrior who just came to the great Qian Empire. The other party no longer had no power or presence. He wasn't someone they could control easily. For a moment, The two universe stage martial warriors from the Parker's family felt frustrated and helpless. Astonished, many people glared at Wang Teng furiously, especially the secondary profession talents around him. The impact of the divine flame was too great. Many people were flabbergasted. The hard work of many talents was all for naught. This was more infuriating than killing them. Damn it! Many people glared at Wang Teng, but they couldn't do anything to him. They could only turn their heads and look away from his three divine flames. They continued making pills, forging, cooking. Wang Teng noticed the gazes around him and was stunned for a moment. Then he felt a little awkward. You can't blame me. He just wanted to increase his efficiency, so he used three divine flames at once. He didn't expect the commotion to be so huge that it affected so many people. This was a huge sin. Wang Teng coughed awkwardly. He hurriedly lowered his head and ignored the situation around him. As he collected his thoughts, his expression turned serious. He looked at the furnace in front of him. The next instant, spiritual herbs appeared around him and danced around him. Wang Teng squinted. The majestic spiritual power in his body surged out, and he activated the 18 tasks multitasking skill. Instantly, the spiritual herbs were thrown into the furnace. The green flames swept over and turned into dozens of balls. They enveloped the spiritual herbs and started refining them. The audience were stunned when they saw this scene. Then there was a commotion. Chapter 2700, More Tricks, Terrifying Control. 1 step away. 3. Oh my God, there must be at least 50 spiritual herbs. Is Wang Teng crazy? This is crazy. He's refining dozens of spiritual herbs at once. Even if he has divine flames, he can't afford to do it like this. How can he refine all these spiritual herbs alone? No matter how strong his spiritual power is, he can't refine all these spiritual herbs at once. That's right. It would be better if the spiritual herbs were of a lower level. However, those spiritual herbs are of a high level. The difficulty of refining them is more than 10 times that of normal spiritual herbs. He isn't afraid of making mistakes. I saw a few thousand years old spiritual herbs among the spiritual herbs. It will be a pity if we lose them. Wang Teng is so reckless. The family heads of the core alchemist families were shocked too. They frowned slightly as they looked at Wang Teng, who was refining the spiritual herbs. Honestly, even saint-level alchemists like them didn't dare to refine more than 10 high-rank spiritual herbs at once. Wang Teng's method was a little crazy, but he didn't play by the book either. Everyone was staring at Wang Teng. Many people felt that Wang Teng was throwing caution to the wind. He knew that there wasn't enough time, so he acted recklessly. But due to the effects of the divine flames, Wang Teng completed his first refinement quickly. Everyone's expression froze. Success. Wang Teng managed to refine all the spiritual herbs. He didn't fail. Everyone found it unbelievable. Their jaws dropped slightly. However, at this moment, the powder and liquid formed from the spiritual herbs were floating in the furnace. Wang Teng waved his hand and pulled them out. He kept them in jade bottles and placed them at the side. They were exceptionally conspicuous. Then he controlled the spiritual herbs and threw them into the furnace. He continued refining them. The entire process was smooth without any pauses. Everyone exchanged glances with one another. It felt unreal. He really did it? Lapan and the other family heads were flabbergasted. They didn't expect Wang Teng to be able to refine more than 10 spiritual herbs at once. What kind of control was this? It was unimaginable. His control is strong, Dan Guang exclaimed. He was astounded. That's right. His control is too strong. This is the first time I've seen someone like him. The family head of the Mo family, Mo Chengzhou, nodded. That means that he might have enough time. The family head of the Li family, Li Zhengqing, suddenly said. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they understood. That was true based on Wang Teng's efficiency. He would be able to save half of his time. He might be able to catch up with the others. The family heads turned serious. It looked like this person's secondary career talent was still up for discussion. It wouldn't be what they thought it would be. On the high platform, the three great elders were astounded too. Their gazes landed on Wang Teng. Great Elder Dan Chen, have you seen a Grand Master alchemist who can do this? Great Elder Byers pondered for a moment and asked curiously, I've never seen one. Great Elder Dan Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. This is the first time I've seen such an abnormality in my life. It looks like there's more to watch. Great Elder Tambeli smiled. They kept quiet and continued watching the match excitedly. Bang. The spiritual herb in front of Gabriel exploded again. He wanted to focus on his refining, but he couldn't help but look in Wang Teng's direction. That was why he made a mistake again after seeing what happened. How can he be so fast? Gabriel's expression turned ugly. He was astounded and furious at first. He thought that Wang Teng was nothing to be afraid of and wouldn't be a threat to him. Now it looked like he was thinking too simply. With his frightening control and efficiency, he must be a formidable opponent. Calm down. Gabriel was a genius too. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes to calm down. Then he continued making pills. He didn't have much time left. He didn't make many spiritual herbs, but he failed twice. If he failed again, he wouldn't be able to make any more pills. Dan Yuan, Li Yin, Li Jin, and the others were shocked when they saw Wang Teng's performance. They started to view him with more importance. No one understood better than them how important control was to an alchemist. An alchemist with such frightening control shouldn't be underestimated. The audience noticed the strange scene and gradually shifted their gazes over. The people who were disappointed in Wang Teng started to have hope again. There were only 6 days left, so it was very late. They thought that Wang Teng didn't have enough time. What's more, Wang Teng participated in many secondary profession competitions. No one believed that he could complete it. But after seeing Wang Teng's performance, they suddenly felt that if Wang Teng could continue like this, he might be able to catch up with the other talents. Just like what Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others thought, this was just the start. The same scene was happening in the Poison Path competition area. One of Wang Teng's clones took out a bunch of poison spiritual herbs and started making poison. The refining speed wasn't much slower than the main body in alchemy. In the medical competition area, Wang Teng's clone didn't move. It was about solving poisons, so he could only wait. Chapter 2701, More Tricks. Terrifying Control, One Step Away. 4. In the smithery competition area, Wang Teng's clone took out pieces of extremely rare metal ores and controlled the soul of Thousand Beasts' flame to refine them simultaneously. Everyone opened their mouths when they saw this scene. In the end, no words came out. Wang Teng had already proved his frightening control and refining efficiency in the alchemy competition. It looked like this clone was going to do the same thing. The people who were mocking Wang Teng didn't dare to open their mouths anymore. They were afraid of getting slapped in the face. Everyone stared at Wang Teng as he refined the ingredients quickly. Don't you think that watching Wang Teng controlling the flames to refine the ingredients is a form of enjoyment too? It's indeed a form of enjoyment. It's as pleasing to the eye as art. This fire control skill is amazing. My mom asked me why I'm kneeling to watch the match. I'm really kneeling. Everyone was flabbergasted by Wang Teng's fire control and quenching skills. It was unbelievable that he was able to use the quenching skill to such an extent. Amidst everyone's discussion, the first round of forging was completed. Wang Teng took out another batch of ores and metals and continued forging. But this was just the start at the same time. Wang Teng took out more than 10 smithing hammers. He controlled his spiritual power and smashed them on the tempered ores and metals. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of hammers hitting metal was heard. It echoed in the air. More than 10 hammers were swung at the same time. They flew up and down and hammered the metal ores. It was a stimulating scene. Damn it. You can forge like this? I've broadened my horizons today. This operation is suffocating. Can Wang Teng be more normal? My world is collapsing. Everyone stared at Wang Teng with wide eyes. They didn't even blink when they saw his actions. They were afraid of missing any details. They even forgot to breathe. All of them held their breaths as if they were afraid of disturbing Wang Teng. However, they had forgotten that even the people in the plaza were a huge distance away from Wang Teng, much less the people watching the competition in the virtual universe. They were thousands of miles away, so they couldn't affect Wang Teng at all. Shocking. It was too shocking. Even the members of the core blacksmith families found it hard to accept. They had never seen anyone forging like this in their lives. Honestly, they had never seen it before. Fuck, I have to admit defeat when I see this fellow forging. The burly family head of the Niu family, Niu Jiangeng, cursed. His eyes were as wide as an ox's. Where did this pervert come from? A muscular hunk from the core family, the Tai family, touched his bald head and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, this fellow is interesting." On the other side, a short, middle-aged man with thick braids burst out laughing. This person was also from a core smithery family, the family head of the Wildhammer family. His name was Wildhammer Lei, and he was a famous saint-level presence in the smithery industry. He's able to control 12 smithing hammers at once. Wang Teng is indeed powerful. I wonder how many smithing hammers he can control at once? A man with huge horns on his head said with shimmering eyes. He was the family head of the Dukun family, Dukun Yales. He was also a saint-level blacksmith. Also, the Dukun family had the bloodline of the giant horn race. They possessed extremely powerful metal talent. Thus, the blacksmiths from the Dukun family were all outstanding blacksmiths. Of course, the talents from the other core blacksmith families shouldn't be underestimated either. None of them were simple. The other family heads were curious when they heard Yale's words in the Force Chef competition area. Wang Teng's clone took out a pile of ingredients. Some were vegetarian dishes that only needed to be cleaned. Others were alive. He took out many sharp flying daggers and started handling the Star Beast ingredients under the control of his spiritual power. There was no lack of high-tier, Imperial-level Star Beasts among them. However, under Wang Teng's flying daggers, they turned into ingredients and were placed on the table in an orderly manner. The tempo here was the fastest. Based on Wang Teng's control ability, Force Chef was the easiest. However, the others were stunned once again. I didn't know that you can handle ingredients like this. I'm enlightened. Divine Spirit Masters are so convenient and fast. Come on, there are Divine Spirit Masters in this competition, but who can be as fast as Wang Teng? In summary, it's not the ability that's powerful. It's Wang Teng. Divine Spirit Masters are powerful too. Wang Teng just used them to a frightening level. Many people were talking about it happily. It was like the sudden appearance of an unconventional child in a group of obedient children. It always made it easier for people to take notice of him. The family head of the Yu family, Yu Jing, was surprised when he saw this scene. Grandmaster Wang Teng was indeed extraordinary. Putting aside the other secondary professions, his Force Chef mastery was definitely at the peak of the Grand Master level. Chapter 2702. More tricks. Terrifying control, one step away. 5. The insider knows the ropes. Wang Teng had only displayed some knife skills, but this was enough to prove that his Force Chef mastery was extraordinary. What's more, he had already heard about Wang Teng's achievements from Yu Shangshang and Yu San. He earned tens of millions of points in one night. This wasn't something that could be explained by a simple stall. Without a high level of Force Chef mastery, he wouldn't be able to do it. I wonder if Shang Xiang is his match, Yu Jing wondered to himself. That's right, he placed all his hopes on Yu Shangxiang. Yu Shangxiang was the most talented Force Chef in this generation. On a stone platform not far away from Wang Teng, a small figure was working in an orderly manner. Her dainty body shuttled back and forth on the stone platform. All kinds of tools attracted many people's attention. I didn't expect this young lady's Force Chef mastery to be so high. I think that's Yu Shangxiang from the Yu family. She's so young, but her Force Chef mastery is already so high. She will be amazing in the future. The other talents from the Yu family can't be compared to her. T.I. Long sat on his seat and stared intently at the situation on the screen. T.E. Jing and T.Du hadn't left the spiritual beast planet. They were still searching for various ingredients. It made people's heart ache. T. Long glanced at Wang Teng occasionally with a cold smile. What's the use of snatching all the ingredients? Do you know their real use? He didn't know what Wang Teng wanted to make. He just thought that Wang Teng wanted to use these ingredients to make force dishes. After all, these ingredients were specially prepared by T. Jing and T. Du. They weren't ordinary ingredients. The other three force chef families were the Hu, Tian, and Sam families. Among the three families, the talents from the Sam family and the Hu family had left the spiritual beast planet successfully and were starting to cook force dishes. The talents from the Tian family were the ones Wang Teng met earlier. After they were saved by Wang Teng, they took some time to recuperate and quickly collected the last ingredient, the emerald spiritual ox. Then they left the spiritual beast planet. The group of people appeared in the plaza. They scanned the crowd and saw Wang Teng. They couldn't help but feel grateful. However, they knew that this wasn't the time to thank him. They landed on the stone platform and started cooking. In the poison path competition area, Wang Teng smiled uncontrollably as he made poison and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Poison skill, 1200. Poison skill, 12,000. Poison skill, 1500. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into all kinds of poison knowledge. His poison master level rose quickly. Goo Poison's secret skill, 3600. Suddenly, an attribute bubble caught Wang Teng's attention. Goo Poison's secret skill? Wang Teng was stunned. Then he looked at a young man not far away in surprise. This person should be a talent from the Lan family, too. From the looks of it, his mastery of the Goo Poison's secret skill was on par with Lan Yu's. A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. He looked at the attributes board. Goo Poison's secret skill, 1100 to 1000th rank. His Goo Poison's secret skill rose from the first rank to the second rank. It was much more powerful than before. I didn't expect this gain, Wang Teng sniggered in his heart. He paid more attention to the young man. This was a huge fat sheep. He had always been interested in the Lan family's Goo Poison secret skill, so he couldn't let go of such a good opportunity. He just didn't know if Lan Yu was back. A fat sheep wouldn't heal as quickly as two fat sheep. Wang Teng glanced around him, but didn't see Lan Yu. He was a little disappointed. Time passed slowly. As more and more attribute bubbles were picked up, Wang Teng's Poison Master attribute rose too. Poison Master 3000, 30,000, Grandmaster. It's not easy. My Poison Master level has finally reached the perfected Grandmaster level. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He was elated. After farming for so long, his Poison Master attribute had finally reached the perfected Grandmaster level. His efforts paid off. Indeed, hard work had its rewards that way. Wang Teng would have more confidence in the poison he was going to make. On the other side, Wang Teng's clone was picking up attribute bubbles too. At the same time, his medical attributes were rising rapidly. Dr. 30,000, 30,000, Grandmaster. After his poison attribute reached the perfected stage, Wang Teng's medical attribute also reached the perfected Grandmaster level. When he was on the 3 planets, he had already picked up many attribute bubbles. Now all the secondary profession talents were gathered here, and there were even more attribute bubbles. Thus, Wang Teng didn't waste much time. He raised his poison and medical attributes to the perfected stage. All his 7 secondary profession attributes had reached the perfected Grandmaster level. He was only a step away from the Saint level. Next was the journey to becoming a saint, Chapter 2703, Yao Wang Sect, Yao Wang Cauldron, Self-created, 1 Saint level, Saint level. How do I reach the Saint level? Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. There was a frightening glow in them, as if a sun was about to explode. His foundation was already at its peak. All his secondary professions had reached the perfected Grandmaster level. His spiritual power had reached the heaven realm, too. It was on par with the universe level. There seemed to be a weak barrier in front of him. Once it was broken, he would be able to advance to the saint level. At this moment, Wang Teng was extremely confident. He just needed an opportunity for a breakthrough. The saint level was within sight. Many thoughts flashed through Wang Teng's mind. He had a strong urge to vent his desire. He wanted to step into the saint level here. He wanted this exchange event to be the stepping stone for his rise. He wanted all the secondary profession talents to witness his rise. There are no attribute bubbles to pick up this time. I need to reach the saint level myself. Everything is ready now. All that's left is the crucial moment. Based on the records, you just need to combine all your enlightenment and make a divine level pill or forge a divine level weapon so that you will attract the divine realm calamity. After overcoming the calamity, you will officially step into the saint level. I will try it today. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. All kinds of enlightenment flashed through his mind. Alchemy, medicine, poison, smithery, mining, force chef. He had mastered all the secondary professions. Even if they appeared in his mind at the same time, it didn't affect him. They didn't interfere with each other. Everything was clear. This feeling is amazing. If the situation allowed him to, Wang Teng would have stood up and laughed. No one knew that he managed to raise all 7 secondary professions to the perfected Grandmaster level. This was unbelievable. Sigh. Wang Teng let out a long sigh. This feeling was indescribable. It was as if the huge rock weighing down his heart was lifted a little. Even if it was just a little, a normal person wouldn't be able to experience this relaxed feeling. In that case, let's start with poison. Wang Teng's poison path clone stood up abruptly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the air. A few poison spiritual herbs appeared in his hand. With his other hand, flames appeared on his palm. This was a small portion of the emerald glazed flame. Even if it was a high-rank poison spiritual herb, it was enough to refine it. The normal spiritual herbs had been completely refined at Wang Teng's frightening speed. Sky wolf poison vine, deadwood orchid, ghost thread grass. These poison spiritual herbs were all 10,000 years old spiritual herbs. They were extremely rare and of excellent quality. Also, they were the main ingredients that Wang Teng would be using soon. The potency of the poison element was frightening. A normal Cosmos stage martial warrior would be poisoned to death if he touched this poison. The ingredients he refined were just supplementary ingredients. Gasp! That's a 10,000 years old spiritual herb. Look at the faint glow on the surface of the spiritual herb. This is the symbol of a 10,000 years old spiritual herb. They really look like 10,000 years old spiritual herbs. 7, 10,000 years old spiritual herbs in total. What is Wang Teng planning to make? What poison is he making? Why does he need so many 10,000 years old poison spiritual herbs? Many spectators gasped uncontrollably. Some were dumbfounded. Wang Teng took out 7 10,000-year-old poison spiritual herbs at once. No one expected this. Look at the other secondary profession talents. It was already a luxury for them to use one 10,000 years old spiritual herb, yet Wang Teng used 7 at once. There was no harm if there was no comparison. The damage was obvious. The talent from the Land family who lost attributes to Wang Teng also noticed the situation on Wang Teng's side. He turned and his expression changed slightly. This was a talent who received much attention in the Lan family. His name was Lan Shang. His performance on the Herb Garden planet was outstanding, and many people had high hopes for him. He looked at the 7 10,000 years old poison spiritual herbs in Wang Teng's hand. His pupils constricted in disbelief. 7 10,000 years old poison spiritual herbs? What is he doing? Lan Shang frowned slightly. He couldn't guess Wang Teng's actions at all. Can he handle it? On a stone platform to Wang Teng's left, a gloomy-looking young man looked over and frowned. What does Wang Teng want to do? I didn't expect him to be a poison master too. Is this the reason why the family head canceled the mission? In front of him, there was a cauldron the size of an adult's head. It was entirely dark green in color. Compared to the furnace, the cauldron seemed a little small. However, at this moment, the furnace was giving off wisps of dark green smoke. They twirled around the furnace, making it hard to look down on it. He was the talent of the Ma family, Ma Yan. He didn't meet Wang Teng on the herb garden planet, so he didn't execute his previous mission. However, after he came back, the family head told him that he had canceled the assassination of Wang Teng. He still remembered the anxiousness in the family head's voice when he sent him the voice transmission. He had never heard it from the family head. What on earth happened that caused the family head's attitude towards Wang Teng to change so drastically? No matter what, his fear towards Wang Teng had reached an unprecedented height. He was even more puzzled when he saw the other party taking out 7 10,000 years old poison spiritual herbs. Was Wang Teng going to use the 7 10,000 years old poison spiritual herbs to make poison? Chapter 2704, Yao Wang Sect, Yao Wang Cauldron, self-created. 2. If that was the case, what grade would his poison be? Ma Yan's expression turned grave. He turned and looked at the poison he was making. His gaze flickered. Wang Teng ignored everyone. Under his control, the emerald glazed flame enveloped the 10,000 years old poison spiritual herbs. A hissing sound was heard. Poison spiritual herbs weren't easy to refine, especially high-quality spiritual herbs like these. The poison in them was frightening. A normal flame might get contaminated by the poison and affect the person making it. However, for Wang Teng, none of this was a concern. With his immortal-level poison talent and the demon lotus poison body that transformed into the abyssal devil lotus, it wasn't difficult for him to grasp these poison spiritual herbs. The poison released by these 10,000 years old poison spiritual herbs wasn't a threat to him. Also, with Wang Teng's control, the poison power released by the poison spiritual herbs were completely sealed within the flames. They couldn't spread out at all. Many experienced poison masters noticed the crux of the issue at one glance. They were astounded. Wang Teng's poison talent seems very strong. Even the poison of the 10,000 years old poison spiritual herb couldn't affect him. The family head of the Lan family, Lan Ji, commented, "He has a divine flame. Even the poison of a 10,000 years old poison spiritual herb will have a hard time breaking the seal of the divine flame. This is a huge advantage that others can't compare with Ma Lu." The family head of the Ma family said in surprise. "That's right. A divine flame has an insurmountable advantage in this aspect." Lan Ji nodded. "Even so, you won't be able to do it without a certain level of control." The family head of the Miao family, Miao Peng, suddenly opened his mouth and said. The family head leaned against the seat lazily. She was wearing a black shawl, and her voluptuous figure was covered by the black shawl. Her fair skin could be seen faintly. Yet this lady with such a delicate body had a cold and beautiful face. It was a stark contrast. Lan Ji and the others turned to look at the family head of the Miao family. They were astounded. Many formidable martial warriors would flock to her because of her saint-level poison master status, her seductive face, and her delicate body that made people want to caress her gently. But this wasn't a simple person. If the family head of the Roderick family, Arella, was a beautiful red rose, the family head of the Miao family was a dark purple poisonous rose covered with sharp thorns. Anyone who touched her would die. That's not all. Didn't you notice? He caught the 7 10,000 years old poison spiritual herbs with his bare hands at the start. A voice came from the side. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with long green hair. He was Osmond, the family head of the Rhymes family, one of the 5 core poison families. Huh? The other family heads were stunned. Then they remembered something and their gazes changed slightly. "He has a special poison talent," Miao Peng said firmly. "That's right," Osmond nodded. His tone was firm, too. "And that poison talent must be extremely powerful. Wang Teng is really—" Lan Ji stopped midway. He didn't know how to describe Wang Teng anymore. The family heads were silent, too. Their understanding of Wang Teng was refreshed again and again. They felt complicated. Time passed slowly. Wang Teng looked at the 7 10,000 years old poison spiritual herbs in his hand calmly. Approximately 3 hours later, the 7 10,000 years old poison spiritual herbs in front of him were finally completely refined. Then he focused his gaze and wrapped the 10,000 years old poison spiritual herbs with flames. They floated at the side. At this moment, he suddenly felt envious of the other poison talents. All of them had their own furnaces, and the furnaces' levels were not low. Not only could they be used to make poisonous items, but they could also store all kinds of poison spiritual herbs. It was very convenient. Alchemists had alchemy furnaces, while pill and poison masters would have a furnace specially for making medicines. They had similarities, but they also had their own characteristics. They were all different. In the past, Wang Teng used pill furnaces to make all kinds of medicine. However, his black meteorite furnace couldn't be used today. He couldn't make pills here and poisons there at the same time, right? With this thought in mind, Wang Teng glanced around instinctively and suddenly noticed something in a corner. He was surprised. Huh? A few special attribute bubbles floated beside a young poison master. This person looked ordinary. There was nothing special about him. He was inconspicuous among the handsome men and beautiful ladies. If Wang Teng didn't see the attribute bubbles beside him, he might not have noticed his presence. Pick them up. Wang Teng immediately controlled his spiritual kinesis and swept it over. However, it was only as thick as a thin line. It wasn't enough to affect the others. Otherwise, the competition mechanism wouldn't allow it. These stone platforms might seem ordinary, but there were runes that could isolate other people's spiritual power. Wang Teng's spiritual kinesis couldn't do anything. It could only be used as a medium to pick up attribute bubbles. It was just enough to pass through the gaps between the runes. Yao Wang Cauldron 1000, Yao Wang Cauldron 1200, Chapter 2705, Yao Wang Sect, Yao Wang Cauldron, self-created. 3. Yao Wang Cauldron 1500. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into enlightenment. At the same time, countless dots of light started congregating in his mind and turned into a special cauldron. The medicinal cauldron was made of force, but it looked real. It gave off an ancient and thick aura. There were strange patterns carved on the surface of the cauldron, as well as countless spiritual herbs. Wang Teng glanced at them and saw thousands of spiritual herbs he recognized. This was just a small portion. He hadn't even seen most of the spiritual herbs. In an instant, he regained his senses. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yao Wang Cauldron. How arrogant. However, from the spiritual herbs carved on its surface, this cauldron is indeed extraordinary. Wang Teng took a deep breath to suppress the astonishment in his heart. He accepted the memories from the enlightenment just now. Soon, an enlightenment appeared in his mind. Similar to the Le family's lightning furnace, the Yao Wang Cauldron was a special battle technique that could form furnaces. It could even be considered a trick, however. It was different from the lightning furnace. The Yao Wang Cauldron used wood force, metal force, and fire force, and congregated these three forces. Most of its uses were for making medicines. Besides being able to be used for battle, the lightning furnace was also used for refining. Also, the Yao Wang Cauldron had an extraordinary background. It was said that a long time ago there was a faction in the universe formed by pharmacists, poison masters, and even alchemists called the Yao Wang sect. It was once an overlord of the universe, and its influence spanned all the territorial domains. But for some reason, this huge sect got destroyed and disappeared without a trace. Even the Yao Wang sect's legacy was cut off. No one received it. For a long time after that, there was a huge trend. Looking for the Yao Wang sect's legacy? After all, this was a faction formed by poison masters, doctors, and alchemists. The legacy inside must be extremely precious. It was enough for a secondary professional to rise. No one could resist this temptation. Unfortunately, after a long time, no one found the Yao Wang sect's legacy. They only found some scattered scriptures and battle techniques. It seemed that the most important legacy had disappeared in the universe after the Yao Wang sect was destroyed. As time went by, many people gave up searching for it. Wang Teng was surprised. He didn't expect to see the Yao Wang sect's legacy under such circumstances. It was obvious that the Yao Wang Cauldron was one of the core legacies of the Yao Wang sect. Yao Wang Cauldron, 3001st rank. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board and immediately knew that the lightning furnace couldn't be compared to the Yao-Wang cauldron. The lightning furnace was only a universe-level battle technique, while the Yao-Wang cauldron was segregated into 9 ranks. It was the same as many other talents Wang Teng had seen. As long as you raised its level, you could increase its power and usefulness. Its potential was undoubtedly greater than the lightning furnace. Also, from the legacy, he knew that the Yao-Wang cauldron only needed to rise to the 4th rank to be on par with universe-level battle techniques. It was extraordinary. Also, the Yao-Wang cauldron could be forged into a physical object too. The effect of the physical object was much better than force congregation. After all, he needed to split his attention to control the Yao-Wang cauldron that was built with force. It was said that the Yao-Wang sect had a real Yao-Wang cauldron. It had a long history and was forged from extremely precious ores and metals. It was soaked in countless spiritual herbs and had a special effect. It couldn't be compared to a normal Yao-Wang cauldron. The Yao-Wang cauldron was the ultimate treasure of the Yao-Wang sect. Unfortunately, it disappeared along with the destruction of the Yao-Wang sect. I wonder what's the identity of this young man? Wang Teng took a deep breath and regained his senses. He glanced at the young man secretly and wondered to himself. Maybe he was a lucky person who accidentally received the Yao-Wang sect's legacy. Wang Teng wondered how many legacies he had received. If he could get the complete Yao-Wang sect's legacy, that would be amazing. This was the configuration of a protagonist. Wang Teng silently labeled the young man as a huge fat sheep. After some time, the young man dropped a few more attribute bubbles. Wang Teng picked them up hurriedly. His Yao-Wang cauldron attribute rose quickly. His mastery of it was getting closer and closer to the other party. The young man was using the Yao-Wang cauldron, so attribute bubbles kept popping up. Wang Teng got all the benefits. Yao-Wang cauldron. 4,500, 30,000, 3rd rank. 3rd rank? Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board again. It was difficult to reach the 4th rank, but he was satisfied. 3rd rank was enough for him. What's more, he had a divine flame. The combination of these two was comparable to the effects of a 4th rank Yao-Wang cauldron. All these happened within a few breaths. At this moment, he didn't think too much. His gaze flickered and his attention returned to the poison in front of him. The force in his body surged out and congregated into a rough-looking furnace based on the way the Yao-Wang cauldron was congregated. This scene attracted the attention of the young man who received the Yao-Wang sect's legacy. He frowned and seemed a little puzzled. However, when he scanned the cauldron and didn't find anything special, he stopped looking at it. It was possible for a skill like the Yao-Wang cauldron to appear in this competition. Chapter 2706, Yao-Wang Sect, Yao-Wang Cauldron, Self-Created, 4. He knew Wang Teng too. This person was different. He had all kinds of skills, so he might have a skill similar to the Yao-Wang cauldron. He wouldn't think that it was the Yao-Wang cauldron just because he saw a skill similar to it. Unfortunately, he was wrong. It was exactly the Yao-Wang cauldron. Wang Teng sniggered in his heart when he noticed that the other party just glanced at him and stopped paying attention to him. He possessed the lightning furnace and the Yao-Wang cauldron, so he was more familiar with these skills than a normal person. Changing its appearance was a piece of cake, so no one would notice anything amiss. The real Yao-Wang cauldron was flashy and everybody could recognize it at a glance. He wouldn't show it in front of others like this. What's more, the young man did the same thing as him. They both changed the appearance of the Yao-Wang cauldron so no one could see it. If not, based on the unique appearance of the Yao-Wang cauldron, everyone would recognize it once it was taken out. As the Yao-Wang cauldron was formed, Wang Teng immediately placed the 7 poison spiritual herbs into it to nourish them. Then, he took out another special spiritual herb, daylily soul-destroying herb. This was the last poison spiritual herb he needed. He quickly took out a blade of grass and put away the daylily soul-destroying herb. Many people didn't even saw the daylily soul-destroying herb clearly. What spiritual herb is that? Why did Wang Teng only take a blade of grass? Many people were puzzled on the high platform. Why do I find that spiritual herb a little familiar? Great Elder Dan Chen frowned. He was surprised. The spiritual herb only appeared in Wang Teng's hand for a split second. He didn't see it clearly. He's so stingy. Why did he only use one blade of grass? He used all the 10,000 years old poisoned spiritual herbs. One more won't make a difference. Great Elder Tambeli was caught between laughter and tears. You're wrong. Great Elder Dan Chen stared at the blade of grass in Wang Teng's hand and sighed slightly. The leaf in his hand isn't simple. Oh? What did you see? Great Elder Byers asked curiously. That should be a poisoned spiritual herb called daylily, soul-destroying herb, Great Elder Dan Chen immediately explained. The two great elders were stunned when they heard this. They were dumbstruck. It's able to exhaust a person's origin of soul and kill him in his sleep. This poisoned spiritual herb is really terrifying. Great Elder Tambeli exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect him to be able to get this spiritual herb. It looks like someone put in much effort to create the herb garden planet. Great Elder Dan Chen shook his head and lamented. Even we don't know all the secrets of the three planets. Great Elder Tambeli sniggered. It means that the poison made by that young man is extraordinary. Great Elder Byers said. Great Elder Dan Chen didn't say anything, but there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Wang Teng stared at the daylily soul-destroying herb's leaf in his hand. His gaze flickered slightly, and the emerald glazed flame enveloped it instantly. Splurt. A soft sound was heard. The leaf of the daylily soul-destroying herb started burning under the emerald glazed flame. Gradually, it turned into a drop of gray liquid. It was crystal clear as it floated in the flame. Sigh. Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief. He was still very careful when he was refining the daylily soul-destroying herb. He would feel his heart aching if he lost a single blade of grass from this precious spiritual herb. Fortunately, no accidents happened along the way. Everything went smoothly. Wang Teng sat down cross-legged. The Yao Wang cauldron flew over and floated in front of him. The next moment, his gaze turned sharp. Wisps of spiritual kinesis swept out and entered the Yao Wang cauldron. The spiritual herbs he placed inside started merging with one another under the control of his spiritual power. Of course, the merging wasn't random. He merged them one by one based on the ratio and order he calculated. Every spiritual herb had the effect of reinforcing and restraining one another. If they were merged randomly, the spiritual herbs would be destroyed. Hence, the steps of merging must be extremely careful, especially for high-rank spiritual herbs. He must be extremely careful without the slightest neglect. This step lasted for a long time. Wang Teng spent half a day on it. Many people stared at Wang Teng nervously. They were afraid that he would make a mistake. I wonder what poison he's going to make. That's right. In the past, he refined a few thousand types of normal poison spiritual herbs. Then there were the 10,000-year-old poison spiritual herbs and the leaf of some unknown spiritual herb. It doesn't look simple. I'm curious. I thought that Wang Teng wouldn't have enough time, but he caught up with others. Many people haven't even finished refining their spiritual herbs, and he has already started merging them. That's right. Comparisons are odious. Who said that Wang Teng didn't have enough time? Come out and get beaten up. So what if he's fast? We don't know if he can make a powerful poison in the end. Stubborn. Wang Teng's progress was really fast. He had surpassed many poison talents. At this moment, many people felt that they had been slapped in the face. At the start, they felt that Wang Teng wouldn't have enough time, but now he caught up with the majority of the people. This was a huge slap in their faces. Chapter 2707, Yao Wang Sect, Yao Wang Cauldron, Self-Created, 5 Bang. At this moment, a dull thud was heard from Wang Teng's Yao Wang cauldron. A burnt smell floated out slowly. Is there a problem with the last step? Wang Teng frowned. He waved his hand and dispersed the strange smell in the Yao Wang cauldron. The medicinal dregs turned into ashes under the high heat of the emerald glazed flame, and dissipated. Fortunately, I took out most of the spiritual herbs and haven't used the 10,000 years old spiritual herb. If not, it would be a huge loss. He gave a bitter smile. Creating a poison wasn't easy. He had already calculated countless plans in his mind and thought that nothing would go wrong. But when it came to actual practice, mistakes were inevitable. Without a doubt, Wang Teng was planning to create his own poison. He had many poison prescriptions, but none of them had reached the saint level. Hence, he decided to create his own poison. At first, if he didn't have the sunlight slugs collection, he wouldn't have this thought. If he wanted to create his own poison, he needed to go through many trials and errors. Without a vast amount of spiritual herbs, he wouldn't be able to create a poison. However, the sunlight slug provided him with this condition. If he didn't refine the spiritual herbs, he would have to return them to the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. On the other hand, if they were used during the competition, they would be used. The participants wouldn't need to pay any points. Thinking about it, he might as well use them. After all, experience was his. Why not use spiritual herbs to exchange for experience? As for picking spiritual herbs, he passed the task to Round Ball. With the help of an intelligent life form, picking spiritual herbs was much easier. Wang Teng didn't need to spend much time on it. He wasn't cheating in this aspect. After all, the competition didn't forbid people from asking someone else to help pick spiritual herbs, right? This wasn't part of the rules. No one would have thought that some participants would encounter the problem of having too many spiritual herbs to choose from. Wang Teng pondered for some time before taking out a few spiritual herbs. He refined them and started merging them again. This time he changed the dose of a spiritual herb. As expected, the merging was completed successfully, but not long after. Bang! Another dull thud was heard. A ball of black smoke slowly floated out of the Yao Wang cauldron. Wang Teng reflected on his actions and continued, bang, 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 bang. For the rest of the day, the dull thuds of explosions were heard continuously. Some lasted for a long time, while others only lasted for a few seconds. Everyone was puzzled by this special situation. What's wrong with Wang Teng? It's dangerous to merge spiritual herbs, but they shouldn't explode so easily, right? That's right. He's a Grand Master Poison Master. He shouldn't make mistakes so easily. It's strange, he doesn't look like he's making poison. He looks like he's exploring and experimenting. Exploring and experimenting? Oh my God, that seems to be the case. This fellow isn't following the script. Is he trying his luck during the competition? Is he trying to create his own poison? Most likely. This is crazy. I really want to pry his head open and see what he's thinking. There isn't much time left in the competition, yet he wants to create his own poison. Isn't this increasing the difficulty for himself? At first, the nightmare difficulty was only a little higher than the normal difficulty. In the end, he brought it to hell. Difficulty. Is he crazy? Some poison secondary professionals finally guessed Wang Teng's actions. They cursed uncontrollably. Who would have thought that someone would create his own poison during the exchange event? Even if someone wanted to use their self-created poison, they would create it beforehand and use it during the competition. No one would be crazy enough to create it during the competition. This wasn't something a genius could do, only a maniac would do this on the high platform. Great Elder Dan Chen bared his teeth uncontrollably. He was stunned by Wang Teng's astonishing actions too. He created his own poison during the competition. Wang Teng dared to think about it and do it. Is he really creating his own poison? Great Elder, Tambeli asked. I think so. It looks like he's trying... Wait, I know. He wants to use all the spiritual herbs he got from the herb garden planet, this brat. Great Elder Dan Chen suddenly wanted to curse. He finally realized that Wang Teng wanted to use all the spiritual herbs. This fellow was scheming. Great Elder Tambeli and Great Elder Byers glanced at each other. If Great Elder Dan Chen didn't expose the key, they wouldn't have thought that Wang Teng had this intention. There were indeed many thoughts in his mind. This little fox. Great Elder Dan Chen was caught between laughter and tears. He laughed and scolded him. Ha ha ha! This time you will lose a large number of spiritual herbs. Great Elder Tambeli suddenly gloated. Go away. Why are you still gloating? Those are the spiritual herbs we lost in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. Great Elder Dan Chen said angrily. It's useless, even if we guess his motive. We have no reason to stop him. Great Elder Byers said. Sigh. Great Elder Dan Chen sighed helplessly. He gritted his teeth and said, This fellow is a wastrel. When he saw Wang Teng using the spiritual herbs without any restraint, he had the urge to hit him. Great Elder Tambeli and Great Elder Byers laughed uncontrollably. There was rarely anyone who could make Great Elder Dan Chen feel so helpless. What's more, he was just a Grand Master. Wang Teng didn't know that his actions had already caused a divine-level martial warrior to have the urge to beat him up, yet he was still wasting his spiritual herbs. The spiritual herbs seemed to be free in his hands. They turned into ashes within a few seconds. Time passed quickly as he explored and experimented. In a blink of an eye, there were only 3 days left. Boom! At this moment, a low explosion occurred in the sky. Dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed, and thunder roared. Bolts of lightning struck down on a certain stone platform. On the stone platform, a furnace rose gradually. Someone from the alchemy path had succeeded in his alchemy. Chapter 2708, Geniuses Advance Together, Detoxification 1, in the alchemy competition area on a stone platform. A furnace rose gradually and floated in mid-air. An alchemist waved his hand and the lid opened. Boom! A pillar of light shot into the sky. A crystal clear and round pill flew into the sky amidst the pillar of light. At the same time, a strong fragrance wafted out. Boom! The lightning in the sky turned exceptionally restless. Bolts of lightning struck down on the pill in the pillar of light. 1, 2, 3. The number of bolts of lightning increased under their attacks. The pillar of light started to wobble. When the 7th calamity lightning arrived, the pillar of light was about to collapse. The alchemists below waved their hands, and the furnace shot into the sky, welcoming the lightning. Using furnaces to resist the calamity lightning was the most common method for alchemists. Hence, many alchemists hoped to have a high-quality furnace. Firstly, it could help with alchemy and increase the success rate. Secondly, it could withstand the calamity lightning. Clang, clang, the calamity lightning slammed into the furnace. Metallic clangs were heard continuously and echoed in the sky. The alchemist below was nervous and pained. Cracks had already appeared on the surface of his furnace. Fortunately, after the 7th bolt of lightning, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed gradually. Grand Master 7th level pill, exclamations were heard in the plaza. The first successful pill was at the Grandmaster 7th level. This was impressive. Who's that alchemist? I didn't expect him to be the first to make a Grandmaster 7th level pill. That's the talent of our Lango territorial domain, Cleave, a talent from the Lango territorial domain. This time the Lango territorial domain is quite famous. Discussions were heard everywhere. Everyone knew the identity of the first alchemist to make the pill and were envious. He was the first to make a pill successfully, and it was at the Grandmaster 7th level. Hence, his ranking in this exchange event wasn't low. Cleave stood on the stone platform in high spirits. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips as he looked at the other secondary profession talents who were still making pills. He seemed to be the hero of the world. Not everyone could make a Grandmaster 7th level pill. Boom. At this moment, another explosion occurred in the sky. Dark clouds gathered and lightning struck down. Another alchemist succeeded. However, this time, it was just a Grandmaster 6th level pill. Cleave felt even more delighted when he saw this scene. In the following period of time, there were lightning calamities everywhere. It wasn't just on the alchemist's side. There were lightning calamities in blacksmiths, poison masters, and other arenas, attracting many people's attention, but soon everyone realized that the lightning calamities that just appeared were mostly 7th level and below. There was no calamity lightning above 7th level. This meant that the medicines and weapons made by the secondary profession talents were all at the 7th level and below. Even if the secondary professional talents from all over the universe were present, there weren't many Grand Master level secondary professionals. After all, there was an age limit. Anyone who could become a Grand Master level secondary professional before 300 years old must have the highest talent among all races. Thus, those who were able to make 7th level pills or Grand Master 7th level weapons were considered talents. Wang Teng didn't care about what was happening outside. When he saw the secondary professionals making Grand Master 7th level pills or weapons, he retracted his gaze and focused on his own things. On the alchemy side, Wang Teng had finished refining his spiritual herbs and was in the merging stage. His situation attracted many people's attention. Oh my God! More than 3,000 spiritual herbs. Am I seeing things? I think I'm seeing things. Don't be dazzled. Those are more than 3,000 spiritual herbs. What pill is Wang Teng planning to make? Could it be a Grand Master 9th level pill? Grand Master 9th level pill? You're too naive. I've never seen any Grand Master 9th level pill that requires so many spiritual herbs. That must be a Grand Master Supreme Rank pill. I don't think so. A Grand Master Supreme Rank pill. Is Wang Teng's alchemy mastery so high? That's right. Normal Grand Master alchemists won't be able to make this Supreme Rank pill. It means that Wang Teng's alchemy mastery has reached the peak of the Grand Master level. Gasp, is Wang Teng so amazing? Wait, even a Grand Master Supreme Rank pill wouldn't need so many spiritual herbs, right? That's hard to say. Grand Master Supreme Rank pills are too special. The spiritual herbs they use are far beyond our imagination. I've only seen one pill that requires more than 2,700 spiritual herbs. It's extremely difficult to make. That's 2,700. This is more than 3,000. The difference may only be a few hundred spiritual herbs, but a few hundred spiritual herbs are enough to make a low-rank Grand Master level pill. They're obviously not at the same level. Everyone discussed fervently. However, no one thought of the saint level. They just thought that Wang Teng wanted to make a Grand Master Supreme Rank pill. Chapter 2709, Geniuses. Advanced together, detoxification. 2. However, this had already caused many people to gasp in shock. A Grand Master Supreme Rank pill was enough to become a top-tier presence in this exchange event. It had the potential to become the champion. Many alchemists at the peak of the Grand Master level didn't dare to say that they could make a Grand Master Supreme Rank pill. Could Wang Teng do it? Most people were doubtful. They didn't believe that Wang Teng could make a Grand Master Supreme Rank pill. More than 3,000 spiritual herbs. Le Pan frowned. She was puzzled. What was Wang Teng's alchemy mastery? Even a saint-level martial warrior like him found it unbelievable that the guy was refining so many spiritual herbs. Could it be that his alchemy mastery has reached the peak of the Grand Master level? Le Pan wondered to himself with a grim expression. If that was true, Wang Teng would undoubtedly become one of Lei Yan's greatest opponents. Wang Teng is full of surprises. Dan Guang's gaze flickered. He glanced at Wang Teng before turning to look at Dan Yuan. Fortunately, Dan Yuan's alchemy mastery allowed him to be extremely confident. He wouldn't lose to anyone. Dan Yuan would definitely be one of the contenders for the first place in this alchemy competition. At the same time, the three family heads of the Mo family, the Li family, and the Ruskin family turned serious too. They looked at Wang Teng with different thoughts. No one knew what they were thinking. On the high platform, great elder Dan Chen's gaze flickered. He was surprised. His anticipation towards Wang Teng got stronger and stronger. On the other side, in the blacksmith competition area, Wang Teng had finished refining his materials. He had even started 1,000 refinement. 1,000 refinement. This was a higher realm than 100 refinement. Only Grand Master blacksmiths could hammer a metal material 1,000 times. 1,000 refinement wasn't as simple as 1,000 times of hammering. It was a process of removing the impurities in the metal through continuous hammering. After being purified by Wang Teng's divine flame, more than 95% of the impurities in the metal had been removed. However, there were still many impurities that couldn't be removed using this method. He could only use a special method to hammer it continuously to increase the density of the metal. At the same time, he could remove all the impurities inside. Of course, during the 1000 refinement process, flames were extremely important. The quenching of the flames and the hammering of the blacksmiths combined to remove the impurities. The number of impurities would affect the quality of the final product. Thus, this process tested the blacksmith's mastery and skills. Only through this smithery could the various materials undergo a transformation and get rid of their original state. They would have an effect that the raw materials didn't have. Also, his smithery wasn't over. It was still in progress. Clanging sounds were heard continuously. It sounded exceptionally special among all the other noises. Wang Teng used more than 10 smithing hammers at the same time, and the rhythm was the same. The sound drowned out that of other people forging. In the smithery competition area, that sound was unique. It was exceptionally loud and earth-shattering. 18 hammers, Great Elder Tambeli looked at Wang Teng in surprise. He was astounded. I didn't expect him to be able to control 18 hammers at once. Many spectators were flabbergasted when they saw the 18 hammers flying up and down. They were already astounded when they saw Wang Teng controlling 12 smithing hammers at once. Now, these 18 smithing hammers were even more unbelievable. What's more, Wang Teng was controlling the 18 hammers to complete 1000 refinement. This wasn't an ordinary forging process. 1000 refinement on one ingredient required much effort, much less 18 different ingredients. Every ingredient had different characteristics. Hence, during the forging process, there would be many differences in details. At the same time, it was unavoidable to focus on one ingredient and neglect another ingredient. If any mistakes occurred, the ingredient would be useless. This would definitely affect the final quality of the product. In the Force Chef competition area, Wang Teng's clone had finished processing all the ingredients. He placed them in the pot and started cooking. A fragrance wafted out from the pot. However, Wang Teng sealed it on his stone platform, so no one could smell it. He wanted to cook the Force dishes in the god's Sai. The fragrance would definitely cause a huge commotion. However, this wasn't the time to reveal the answer. Also, the Force dishes weren't completed. This was just the first step. It's almost time. Wang Teng's clone sat cross-legged at the side and opened his eyes gradually. There was a sharp glint in his eyes as he took out the final ingredient, ice jade whining fish. The previous ingredients were used to make the soup. After waiting for such a long time, they were almost done. Now it was time to prepare the last ingredients. To the ice jade whining fish, the most important thing was the freshness of the ingredients. They must be taken from the living ice jade whining fish at the last moment to ensure the most original and fresh flavor. Bang. The next moment, the ice jade whining fish appeared in front of Wang Teng. Wang Teng kept it in his devour space and it didn't get devoured. Instead, it maintained its best vitality. Thus, when it was taken out, it started struggling frantically, trying to break free from Wang Teng's control. Chapter 2710. Geniuses advance together. Detoxification 3. Sob, a shrill scream came out of his mouth. Ti Jing and Ti Du, who were not far away, turned their heads when they heard this sound. Their faces were filled with anger. They had already returned from the spiritual beast planet. However, Wang Teng had snatched their ingredients, so they could only gather the ingredients again. The other ingredients were easier to find, but the main ingredient was extremely hard to find. It was the ice jade whining fish. They prepared so many methods at the start, but they couldn't catch it. In the end, they didn't have any preparations, so they couldn't catch it again. In the end, they could only find a substitute ingredient. It was a fish, too, but it was much weaker than the ice jade whining fish. That was why they were so angry when they saw Wang Teng taking out the ice jade whining fish. Of course, a part of the reason was the pain on their faces and heads. Gasp. The two of them gasped uncontrollably when they thought about this. It affected the wounds on their faces, so painful. Wang Teng seemed to have noticed their gazes. He turned his head and smiled at them. They dropped attribute bubbles again. Pick them up. God's sigh 1500. God's sigh 18300. In an instant, the God's sigh attribute bubbles surged into Wang Teng's mind again. His grasp of the God's sigh rose exponentially. God's sigh incomplete, 1500's 3000 well versed. It has reached the well versed stage. Wang Teng was elated. At first, he thought that it would be good enough if he could raise his attributes a little bit. He didn't expect it to rise from the foundation to the well versed stage directly. This was a surprise. These two Ti brothers were two good fat sheep. It wasn't in vain that he kept these two brothers. As expected, they contributed again. Actually, he didn't expect these two brothers to still persevere in making forced dishes in the God's sigh after losing the ice jade whining fish. Their perseverance allowed him to pick up more God's sigh attribute bubbles. If not, he might not have been able to advance to the well-versed stage. Now that his mastery of the God's sigh had reached the well-versed stage, he had more confidence in making forced dishes. T.I. Jing and T.Du thought that Wang Teng was mocking them when they saw him smiling at them. They wanted to curse, but they knew that the current situation didn't allow them to. They glared at Wang Teng and snorted. Then they turned their heads and stopped looking at his hateful face. Wang Teng didn't care about them anymore. He didn't have attribute bubbles to pick up, so he didn't want to look at them. These two ugly fellows, however, he still wanted to wait. They seemed to be in the middle of cooking. There might be more attribute bubbles dropped after they were done. He would pick up the attribute bubbles first. He was only one step away. There was no hurry. As for the soup, the longer it took, the better. At first, he just wanted to use the temperature of the divine flame to speed up the cooking of the soup. Now he could wait. He raised his hand and pressed lightly on the body of the struggling ice jade whining fish. The ice jade fish froze and became obedient. It wasn't dead. Wang Teng asked it to be quiet so that he could dissect it later. Sob. The ice jade whining fish looked at Wang Teng with its big eyes. Tears welled up in its eyes, and its ear-piercing cries became gentler. Those who didn't know might think that it was a young lady sobbing. The audience were flabbergasted. They looked at the big black fish in front of Wang Teng with a strange expression. This fish even made such a sound? What kind of fish is that? Why is it making such a strange sound? I think it's called the ice jade whining fish. It's said to be a rare fish. Ice jade whining fish. I know. This is a fish that's almost extinct. I didn't expect the spiritual beast planet to have it. The two brothers from the Ti family are so pitiful. Wang Teng snatched their precious fish. Not really. They couldn't catch this fish at all. You saw what happened just now. That's true. They can only blame themselves for being inferior. Time passed again. Wang Teng's main body and his clones advanced together, steadily closing in on the final result. Unknowingly, another day had passed. On this day, dark clouds would gather in the sky occasionally. Lightning calamity would fall, and the entire plaza was in a tense atmosphere. Everyone knew that they were about to enter the final stage. There were only two possibilities left: success or failure. There wasn't enough time for the secondary profession talents to have another chance. Among the secondary profession talents who succeeded today, the highest product was still at the 7th level Grandmaster level. There were weapons, pills, poisons, and even delicious force dishes in the plaza. In the middle, the space fluctuated slightly. Suddenly, a group of people were escorted out. Most of the people in this group were in ragged clothes. They were wearing shackles, and their expressions were numb. They didn't seem to care about their lives anymore. However, a small portion of them struggled frantically. Unfortunately, they were bound by all kinds of restrictions and couldn't break free. They were at the mercy of others. These are prisoners of death from all races. They committed all kinds of crimes and killed countless people. Now, all the participants who made the poison, please feed them your poison. Chapter 2007-11, Geniuses, Advance Together Detoxification 4. Great Elder Dan Chen's voice suddenly spread out and entered everyone's ears. "These are the testers." Wang Teng glanced at the crowd below and was surprised. He saw that these people were all at the heaven stage and above. There were even a few universe stage martial warriors. It was amazing how the Secondary Career Alliance headquarters used such powerful martial warriors as their test subjects. However, only such powerful martial warriors could resist the poison made by a poison grandmaster and not die immediately. "I'll go first." Suddenly, a figure stood up from the stone platform in the poison path competition area and flew down to the plaza below. A small and exquisite medicinal cauldron floated silently in his hand. Ku Jiao, the talented poison master who made the Grandmaster 6th level poison. It's him. He wants to be the first person to test the poison. Looks like he's very confident in himself. The audience started discussing when they saw the young man flying down the stone platform. At the same time, the prisoners below started to get restless. They looked at the poison master. Some were frightened, while others were as fierce as wild beasts. They roared as if they wanted to scare the other party away. The poison master called Ko Jiao sneered and said, "My poison is at the Grandmaster 6th level. I need at least a 6th level Heaven Realm martial warrior to test it." There were a few martial warriors escorting the prisoners at the side. One of them brought a prisoner out and said, "This person is at the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. He can be used as a test subject." Ko Jiao nodded. He opened the cauldron in his hand and a stream of green powder flew out. It shot towards the prisoner like a bunch of tiny bugs. The prisoner was terrified. He wanted to struggle, but he was suppressed by the martial warriors escorting him. The powder flew into the prisoner's mouth and nose, not giving him any chance to react. "Ugh! Ah!" The prisoner's face turned green and he screamed in pain. The 6th level Heaven Realm martial warrior was rolling on the ground in pain. After some time, his face and skin started to fester. Bubbles started appearing on his skin. It was a horrifying sight. His hands kept struggling as if he wanted to scratch them. Unfortunately, they were held tightly by the chains and he couldn't break free. The ferocious-looking prisoners were appalled when they saw this scene. Poison masters were indeed strange presences. The poisons they made were strange and terrifying. Even Heaven Stage martial warriors couldn't resist them. In an instant, the prisoners panicked. Even the numb prisoners started to have emotions in their eyes. The muscles on their faces started twitching. They were all vicious people, but they were afraid of poison masters. The other poison masters couldn't sit still anymore when they saw Ko Jiao taking the lead. They flew down the stone platform. "This poison is at the 5th rank Grandmaster level. Who wants to test it?" "Ha ha! My poison can reach the Grandmaster's 7th level. Which hero wants to try it?" The poison masters burst out laughing. They looked at the prisoners in front of them, who took a step back uncontrollably. The prisoners looked like a bunch of sheep in the presence of a pack of wolves. Many spectators had strange expressions on their faces. It was a little funny. They couldn't help but pay a silent tribute to the prisoners, however. No one sympathized with them. This was because prisoners who could be used by the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters to test the poison were incurable. Fighting and killing between martial warriors were normal. Some people had a strong desire to kill and had many lives on their hands. However, most of them killed with a purpose or had grudges with each other. That was why they started killing. No one could say anything, however. This wasn't the case for the prisoners. They took advantage of the fact that they had some ability and started robbing and killing others. Some betrayed the light faction and colluded with the dark apparitions. These people deserved to die. After some time, cries of agony were heard in the plaza. They echoed in the air. It was frightening. Even the universe stage martial warriors and eternal level martial warriors below the plaza felt the corners of their eyes twitching. How tragic. It was unbearable. Indeed, these poison masters weren't people you could offend easily, especially high-rank poison masters. Sometimes they were enough to destroy an entire faction individually. "Since the poison masters have acted, doctors, you can act now." Great Elder Dan Chen's voice was heard again. The medical talents in the competition area started moving. Wang Teng's medical clone got up slowly and flew down with the other participants. Honestly, he was extremely interested in these poisons from all the poison talents. This was a good chance for him to study them blatantly. Save me, save me. One of the prisoners raised his head at Wang Teng. There was a look of pleading in his bloodshot eyes. To them, Wang Teng and the other doctors were their saviors. This prisoner was the one who tested Ko Zhao's poison. Wang Teng smiled and walked in front of him confidently. He stood a meter away and activated his real eye to observe him. "Don't be impatient. Let me take a look first. You won't die for now." Wang Teng squatted down in front of the other party calmly and sized him up. Chapter 2712. Geniuses. Advance Together. Detoxification. 5. The Prisoner. He almost cracked. This poison was enough to make him wish he was dead. It wasn't easy for him to find a doctor. Why did this doctor seem so unreliable? The poison masters around him. Everyone. Wasn't this person a little cheeky? Under Wang Teng's gaze, wisps of green mist intertwined around the person's body and spread to his limbs and bones. No wonder his entire body started to fester. Did it spread instantly because there was no force blocking it? Wang Teng was in deep thought. At this moment, he realized that there was an attribute bubble floating above the prisoner's head. It was right above his head. Wang Teng stared at the top of his head with a strange gaze. He picked it up silently. 1,000 spider poison powder, 1,000. As the attribute bubble merged into Wang Teng's mind, an enlightenment appeared. He immediately understood the poison in this prisoner. This was a poison made from the poison collected from 1,000 poison spiders. All the spider poisons were similar, but they each had their unique features. Hence, once there were 1,000 of them, it became extremely complicated. Normal doctors might not be able to find a way to detoxify this poison in a short time. A smile appeared at the edge of Wang Teng's lips. It might be difficult for others, but it was easy for him. 1,000 spider poison powder, universe level, 1,000, 3,000 foundation. This 1,000 spider poison powder is at the same level as the blue loach goo poison. Both of them are at the universe level. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the first poison to have such a harvest. It looked like he was quite lucky. "Hey, you must be Wang Teng, right?" A voice was suddenly heard behind Wang Teng. Wang Teng turned and realized that the person who spoke was the owner of the 1,000 spider poison powder, the talented poison master called Ko Zhao. "Can I help you?" "You're a poison master too? Can you tell the components of my 1,000 spider poison powder?" Ko Zhao crossed his arms in front of his chest and asked in a mocking tone. "It's a poison made from 1,000 types of spider poison. You also added spider poison herb, tumor poison root, and other poison spiritual herbs." Wang Teng raised his eyebrows and gave him an ambiguous smile. "Am I right?" Ko Zhao's expression changed slightly. He stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. This fellow saw through him. How did he do it? "It's a pity that you didn't collect enough spider poison. The spider poisons you picked are different, too. It's not too difficult to solve," Wang Teng said. Ko Zhao's expression turned ugly. He snorted. "You're quite arrogant. Unfortunately, anyone can talk. Whether you can cure the poison is another matter." Wang Teng smiled and ignored him. "Save me." The prisoner felt uncomfortable. He wished he could die on the spot. However, he also heard Wang Teng and Ko Zhao's conversation. Hope lit up in his heart. He looked at Wang Teng and pleaded in a hoarse voice. "Don't worry, don't worry. The 1,000 spider poison powder will take a longer time to take effect. You won't die for the time being. It won't be too late for me to save you after the poison takes effect completely. Otherwise, the poison he worked so hard to make will be wasted," Wang Teng said. "You?" The prisoner stared at Wang Teng in bewilderment. He must be crazy. Save him after the poison took effect? What kind of logic was this? Did he think that the poison wasn't hard to detoxify? He felt that he was extremely unlucky. Why did he meet such a strange doctor? If there was no other way, he could find someone else to cure him. Ko Zhao's face twitched too. He stared at Wang Teng's back view grimly. This brat dared to look down on his poison. Ah! The prisoner kept screaming in pain. At the same time, attribute bubbles appeared above his head again. Pick them up. Wang Teng smiled brightly and picked up the attribute bubbles. 1,000 spider poison powder 2500. Oh my, well versed. Wang Teng was elated. He didn't expect the second attribute bubble to raise his mastery to another level. 1,000 spider poison powder, universe level. 500, 5,000. Well versed, it looks like the more deeply the poison penetrates, the more attribute bubbles will drop. Wang Teng touched his chin and thought to himself, I'll have to wait a while longer. Change, I want to change. The prisoner's eyes almost popped out from their sockets due to the pain. He was panting heavily, but his breathing was shallow. A heaven-stage martial warrior was tormented to this state. This showed how frightening the 1,000 spider poison powder was. A hoarse voice came out of his mouth. He strongly requested his doctor to be replaced. Wang Teng was speechless. You disappoint me. I said that I will save you. Why are you so impatient? I want someone else. A scream came out of the prisoner's mouth. Wang Teng, if you can't cure the poison, leave quickly. Don't be an eyesore to me. Ko Zhao couldn't help but said. Wang Teng glanced at him and sighed. You people are just impatient. It has only been a while. Why are you so impatient? All right, let's detoxify the poison. As he spoke, he took out a few spiritual herbs and refined them on the spot. They merged into a ball of liquid and he waved his hand. The liquid entered the prisoner's mouth and nose. In an instant, the green color on the prisoner's face subsided. Then a white light flashed in his hand and turned into droplets of light. They landed on the prisoner's body, allowing his rotten skin to recover quickly. After some time, the prisoner's body resumed its original appearance. No signs of the festering could be seen. It was as if he had never been poisoned. Done. You're lucky to meet me. I can let you live longer. Wang Teng waved his hand and ignored the person. He glanced at Ko Zhao and raised a finger. First, after he finished speaking, he walked straight to the next candidate. How is that possible? Ko Zhao's expression changed entirely. He strode in front of the prisoner and stared at him in disbelief. Then he raised his head and looked at Wang Teng's back view, who had walked far away. He was flabbergasted. Wang Teng managed to cure the 1,000 spider poison powder. Chapter 2713, Featherlight Territorial Domain, by Xianer, Holy Light Cleansing. 1. You couldn't blame Ko Zhao for being surprised. Not only did Wang Teng detoxify his 1,000 spider poison powder, but he also took a short time. He kept urging Wang Teng, but it was just a psychological tactic. He never thought that Wang Teng would be able to detoxify the poison in such a short time. The 1,000 spider poison powder was at the Grandmaster 6th level. It was extremely complicated and couldn't be solved easily. He wasn't the only one. Even the other doctors didn't come and try to cure this Grandmaster 6th level poison. The reason why they did this was because the medical talents didn't think that this poison could be cured in a short time. Hence, they might as well find other low-rank poisons first. The criteria for the doctor competition was based on the number of the poisons they treated and the quality of the poisons. They wanted to get rid of the low-rank poisons before others. At this moment, all the medical talents were shocked when they saw Wang Teng dissolving the Grandmaster 6th rank poison from Ko Zhao so quickly. They stared at the prisoner grimly. But no matter how they looked at it, there was only one result. The prisoner's poison was cured. A young man couldn't help but walked in front of the prisoner. He grabbed the prisoner's hand and seemed to be inspecting something. What are you doing? The prisoner got a fright. Let me see if your poison is cured, the young man said with a warm smile. After some time, he released his hand. He was astounded. As expected, the poison was cured. It was clean, and there was no residual poison. You're Hua Tianyu, Ko Zhao recognized the young man and exclaimed, Oh, you know me. The warm-looking young man was surprised. I've naturally heard of the talent from the Hua family, Ko Zhao said with a complicated expression. Even this talent from the Hua family was attracted here. Wang Teng wasn't simple. You're flattering me. It's just an empty title. Hua Tianyu smiled and replied, You don't have to look anymore. His poison has been cured. There's no residual poison in his body. Ko Zhao lamented. Yes. Hua Tianyu nodded. He looked at Wang Teng's back view and said, Looks like we have another powerful opponent. After he finished speaking, he disregarded Ko Zhao and walked to the next prisoner. He had already cured a Grand Master 5th rank poison. If not, he wouldn't have the time to inspect the poison. Hua Tianyu and Ko Zhao's conversation was heard by the talented doctors around them. Astonishment appeared in their eyes as they looked at Wang Teng in a different light. Oh my God, is Wang Teng's medical mastery so awesome too? He managed to cure a Grand Master 6th level poison so easily. That's right. To be able to detoxify a Grand Master 6th level poison in such a short time, he must be extremely skilled. Even the talent from the Hua family, Hua Tianyu, thinks that Wang Teng is a formidable opponent. There's no way he's wrong. He's a weirdo. He must be a weirdo. So far, all the secondary professions that Wang Teng has displayed are very powerful. I'm looking forward to Wang Teng again. He's definitely a black horse. I agree. The audience turned to look at Wang Teng. Discussions were heard continuously. However, it was a little troublesome to look at Wang Teng. They had to pay attention to 5 of them at once. In the great Qian Empire's seats ever since, Wang Teng displayed his strength. The smiles on the faces of grandmasters like Hua Yuan never disappeared. As expected, Wang Teng's performance didn't disappoint them. He even gave them many surprises. At first, they didn't think that Wang Teng should register for so many secondary profession competitions. They hoped that he would be able to stand out from the crowd in 1 or 2 competitions, but they didn't expect him to perform so amazingly in all the competitions. They were happy that he could achieve good results in many secondary profession competitions. They couldn't stop Wang Teng from achieving good results in the 7 secondary professions, right? They would kill anyone that stopped him. They wouldn't allow it. In the plaza, Wang Teng heard Hua Tianyu and Ko Zhao's conversation, but he didn't care. He came in front of the second prisoner and looked at him inquisitively. There were already 3 attribute bubbles floating above his head. There was 1 more attribute bubble than the previous prisoner. It looked like he was seriously poisoned. Wang Teng didn't need to look at the prisoner carefully to reach his conclusion. But to test his medical mastery, he still checked the prisoner carefully based on his medical judgment. Yes, he's indeed about to die. Wang Teng touched his chin and nodded. He picked up the 3 attribute bubbles. Bone-rotting poison, 2,000. Bone-rotting poison, 1,800. Bone-rotting poison, 1,600. After absorbing the 3 attribute bubbles, enlightenment appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He had a clear and detailed understanding of this poison. It's similar to what I've seen. This bone-rotting poison is just like its name. It can wrap around the bones and corrode the bones of living creatures until they die. Wang Teng's gaze flickered. Also, the poison in this prisoner's body had reached the Grand Master's 7-level level. It was a level higher than the 1,000-spider poison powder. Chapter 2714, Feather Light. Territorial Domain, by Xianer, Holy Light Cleansing. 2. Bone-rotting poison. Universe level, 2400 sec 5000. Well-versed. This time, his mastery of the bone-rotting poison had jumped from the foundation to the well-versed stage. He didn't need to wait any more. Just like what he had guessed, the prisoner in front of him was deeply poisoned. If he didn't get rid of the poison soon, he would die. Wang Teng didn't hesitate. He thought for a moment and took out a few spiritual herbs. He used them to treat the problem. After refining them, he fed them to the prisoners. Then he would use his light force to turn into droplets of light and rain on the prisoner's body, restoring his corroded bones. The second one. Wang Teng walked to the next prisoner. The other party's poison was still at the Grand Master's 6th level. The ones he chose were all at the Grand Master's 6th level and above. Any poison below the Grand Master's 6th level didn't interest him at all.
What?
Hua Tianyu's gaze changed. He saw Wang Teng solving the second poison so quickly. What's more, It was a Grandmaster 7-level poison that was a level higher than the previous one. His speed had increased too. He started to view Wang Teng with high importance. This person would be his greatest enemy. The other talents from the core medical families turned serious when they looked at Wang Teng. They hastened their speed of detoxification. Where did this pervert come from? A lady muttered uncontrollably. She was the talent of a core family called Nong Qiongyi. She was talented in the medical field and had treated many difficult illnesses in the past. Hence, she was proud of herself. However, she didn't expect to meet such a pervert in this competition. She felt that she wouldn't be able to catch up with his speed of detoxification. However, he might not be able to win just because he detoxified the poison quickly. Nong Qiongyi snorted. There was a hint of competitiveness in her eyes. No matter what, she was a genius in the medical field. Her mastery wouldn't lose to anyone. Wang Teng didn't know that he had only cured the second poison, and it already gave these talents a huge pressure. All of them were working hard to surpass him. He walked towards the third prisoner and started detoxifying them one by one. While they were detoxifying the poison, more and more poison talents finished making the poison. They flew down the stone platform to test the poison on the prisoners. The speed at which the poison testers increased exceeded everyone's speed of detoxification. Cries of agony were heard continuously in the plaza. It sounded exceptionally horrifying. Boom! A loud explosion echoed in the sky. Many people looked up in surprise. 8 bolts of lightning. Grandmaster 8th level poison, it appeared. This was the first time a Grandmaster 8th level poison appeared. Everyone was astounded. Grandmaster 8th level poison. Li Zi, it's the poison talent from the Bada territorial domain. I didn't expect him to be able to make a Grandmaster 8th level poison. Impressive. The poison masters of the Bada territorial domain have always been strong. They have been famous for a few years. It looks like they won't be weak this time. As the calamity lightning dissipated, a young man flew down from the stone platform and fixed his gaze on a prisoner at the peak of the heaven stage. The next moment he opened the cauldron in his hand and a golden pill flew out. Everyone was stunned. There was surprise in their eyes. Golden pill, was this really poison? It looked like a normal pill. The first person who saw it would never associate it with poison. Li Zi smiled. He opened the mouth of the peak heaven lord and flicked his finger. The golden pill was stuffed into the prisoner's mouth. A Grandmaster 8th level poison was more terrifying than a 7th level poison. Even an 8th level heaven realm martial warrior might not be able to resist it. That was why he chose a peak heaven stage martial warrior. You could tell how confident he was. The prisoner who was fed poison screamed in agony. He seemed to be experiencing excruciating pain. His face turned golden at a visible speed. Within a few seconds, the prisoner who tested the poison fainted on the spot and lost his consciousness. Even so, his body kept twitching and his limbs were twisted. It was terrifying. What poison is this? It's so terrifying. Grandmaster 8th level poison is indeed frightening. I wonder who can detoxify this poison. Wang Teng, or Hua Tianyu, and Nong Qiongyi. A sharp glint flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. He walked over. Hua Tianyu and the others were attracted by the voice. They walked in front of the prisoner. They exchanged glances with one another and saw a hint of hostility in each other's eyes. Then they looked at Wang Teng in unplanned unison. Why are you looking at me? Wang Teng was puzzled. Ha ha. Brother Wang Teng's medical mastery is amazing. We don't dare to underestimate you. Hua Tianyu sniggered. You're flattering me. This is just a small fight. You are the real medical talents. Wang Teng chuckled too, who didn't know how to flatter others. Let's not waste any time. Let's see who can solve this Grandmaster 8th level poison first. A handsome young man with long black hair suddenly said. This is, Wang Teng asked curiously. Zai family, Zai Ding, the young man introduced himself. So you're a talent from the Zai family. Nice to meet you, Wang Teng said. Chapter 2715, Featherlight Territorial Domain, by Sianer, Holy light cleansing, 3. I'm Gilead from the Tangjin family. A handsome young man with long brown hair introduced himself, Osvi from the Kenny family. Another cold-looking young man with long blue hair said calmly. Wang Teng nodded at them. These must be the talents from the 5 core medical families. He didn't expect them to gather here because of an 8th-level Grandmaster-level poison. Then they stopped talking and looked at the poisoned prisoner. They executed their medical skills to inspect him. Wang Teng checked the condition of the prisoner while picking up the attribute bubbles dropped by the prisoner. 7 breaths of gold 1600. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into an enlightenment. There were various names and ratios of poison spiritual herbs. The most important poison spiritual herb was the stamen of the golden flower. This flower contained a special poison. The poison of the spiritual herb alone was lethal. After being made by a poison master and merging various poison spiritual herbs, it was able to release the full potential of this complex poison. Within 7 breaths, one would be completely poisoned. That was why it was called the 7 breaths of gold. 7 breaths of gold. A strange glint flashed past Wang Teng's eyes. He was enlightened. He knew that the golden flower was an extremely rare poison spiritual herb. He didn't expect someone to be able to make it into a unique poison. Ah. The moment Wang Teng finished picking up the attribute bubble, 2 more attribute bubbles appeared on the prisoner's body. He picked them up without any hesitation. 7 breaths of gold 1500. 7 breaths of gold 1200. 7 breaths of gold universe level 1300 5000. Well versed, is this another universe stage poison? Wang Teng smiled. The universe level meant that this poison could kill a universe stage martial warrior. The Grandmaster 8th level was the classification according to the secondary profession. At the same time, this meant that the upper limit of this poison wasn't just the Grandmaster 8th level, it could reach a higher level. However, the alchemist called Li Zhe couldn't make it to a higher level. Wang Teng shook his head. He was a little disappointed. If it was a Grandmaster 9th level poison skill, he might be able to get more attribute bubbles. Why are you shaking your head? Li Zhe stood some distance away and looked at the medical talents. He wanted to see if they could treat the 7 breaths of gold, or rather, he wanted to see who would be the first to treat it. However, at this moment, he realized that Wang Teng was shaking his head. What did this mean? Was he looking down on the 7 breaths of gold? Oh, nothing. Wang Teng glanced at him and didn't explain. Do you think my 7 breaths of gold isn't good enough for you? Li Zhe scoffed. Don't be nervous. There's no such thing. Wang Teng smiled. This 7 breaths gold is quite powerful. I like it. Li Zhe was stunned when he heard his words. There was nothing wrong with the first half of the sentence. But what was with the second half? What was the use of liking his 7 breaths of gold? Did this guy have some weird fetish? Thinking about this, Li Zhe decided to ignore Wang Teng. There must be something wrong with this person's brain. He should see if the other talents could treat the poison in the 7 breaths of gold. Wang Teng ignored him and frowned. He realized a problem. He didn't have a cure for the 7 breaths of gold poison. After all, these poison masters made all kinds of poisons. One person couldn't cure all of them. Not every pharmacist could find the antidote spiritual herb for every poison, but it didn't matter. This wasn't a problem. Wang Teng glanced at Hua Tianyu and the others. He wasn't in a hurry to act. Instead, he wanted to see how they would treat the poison. He was quite interested in the skills of these medical talents. Boom, boom, however, at this moment another explosion was heard in the sky. It wasn't just one. 2 dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky. Bolts of lightning struck down. Someone had succeeded in making the poison, and there were 2 of them at once. They were all at the Grandmaster 8th level. 2 Grandmaster 8th levels. Hua Tianyu and the others' expressions changed slightly. It looked like the poison path competition was about to reach its final stage. The appearance of the 2nd and 3rd Grandmaster 8th level poisons meant that the Grandmaster 9th level poison wouldn't be far away. Continue. I'll go over and take a look. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He walked towards the prisoner who was fed the Grandmaster 8th level poison. Hua Tianyu and the others were stunned. They didn't know what Wang Teng wanted to do. Was he planning to give up the 7 breaths of gold poison? Li Zi was astounded too. Then a hint of disdain flashed past his eyes. It turned out that this guy couldn't do anything to his 7 breaths of gold after all this time. He gave up so early. He couldn't be compared to the other medical talents. Wang Teng didn't know what the other party was thinking. He walked in front of the prisoner and blinked. Ha 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 ha! Wang Teng was stunned. He looked at the prisoner speechlessly. What was going on? Was he a joke? When he walked in front of the other party, this fellow suddenly laughed for no reason like a psycho. Chapter 2016, Featherlight Territorial Domain. By Shianer, Holy Light Cleansing. 4 ha ha ha. Fuck, he's still laughing. No, it's the effect of poison. Wang Teng suddenly squinted and noticed something amiss. The prisoner's smile was a little strange. It didn't seem like a normal smile at all. Looking at him, one could see that there was no smile in his eyes. The muscles on his face were stiff, too. He couldn't control himself at all. These poisons are quite interesting. Wang Teng suddenly got interested. What? However, at this moment there was a commotion. Impressive. Where did this talent come from? How did she manage to cure the Grandmaster 8th level poison? I think she's a beauty. However, she's wearing a veil, so I can't see her face. Although I can only see her eyes, she's definitely a beauty. I think she's a talent from the Featherlight Territorial Domain. His name is Bai Shianer. The Featherlight Territorial Domain? One of the top 3 territorial domains among the 136 territorial domains? Yes, it's the Featherlight Territorial Domain. Gasp, no wonder. It's said that the Featherlight Territorial Domain has the most number of light element martial warriors. What's more, there's the feather human race. No wonder this medical talent is able to grasp such a powerful light force treatment. The light force treatment is just the foundation. Her medical mastery is extremely high, so she's able to release the full potential of the light force treatment. That's right, that's right. Wang Teng was stunned. He turned and looked in the direction where everyone was staring at. He saw an astonishing scene. He saw a young lady bathing in a rain of light. Her black hair was fluttering slightly. She looked otherworldly. There was a veil covering her face, and only a pair of pure and flawless black eyes could be seen. In that instant, Wang Teng's heart seemed to have been struck. This young lady was like a goddess who walked out of the light. She was holy and pure. No one dared to blaspheme her. Wang Teng took a deep breath. His eyes shimmered, and he regained his composure. It wasn't that he couldn't walk when he saw beauties. It was just that this young lady's aura was a little special. Anyone who saw her would probably be stunned. This was true even for ladies. You couldn't blame Wang Teng, also with his willpower. He recovered quickly and wouldn't be affected anymore. Then he looked at Hua Tianyu, Oswei Zai Ding, and the others. They were still in a daze. Even a beauty like Nong Qiongyi was stunned by the young lady. Bai Shianer, Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He looked at the young lady and activated his real eye, but the next moment he was stunned. He couldn't see through the young lady. There seemed to be a thin layer of gauze covering her entire body, making it impossible to see through her. This young lady's background isn't simple. Wang Teng looked at the young lady intently, but didn't probe further. Bai Shianer felt Wang Teng's gaze and looked at him, their gazes intertwined in the air. Wang Teng was stunned again. He frowned uncontrollably and sized up the young lady. He said curiously, I must have sensed wrong. When he looked at the other party again, the feeling had disappeared. It was as if it had never existed. There are attribute bubbles. Wang Teng's attention was attracted by the attribute bubbles beside the young lady. He stopped thinking about it and released his spiritual kinesis to collect the attribute bubbles. Heaven Realm Spirit 3000, Light Constellation Force 3500. Light Constellation Force 280, Holy Light Cleansing 3000, Holy Light Cleansing 3600, Holy Light Cleansing 3200, Holy Light Cleansing. Wang Teng was pleasantly surprised. Before he could think further, a special enlightenment appeared in his mind. A figure of light congregated in his mind. There were force circuits and acupuncture points in the figure's body. As these circuits and acupuncture points lit up, the figure of light waved his hand and a rain of light sprinkled down. A dark apparition appeared in front of the figure. Under the cleansing of the light rain, the dark apparition screamed and screamed as if it met its nemesis. It dissipated instantly and got purified. 2 rays of white light flashed past Wang Teng's pitch-black eyes. They were like 2 stars flashing past. He had completely digested this piece of enlightenment. Gasp. Then he couldn't help but gasp. The holy light cleansing was terrifying. The dark apparition that appeared in his mind was at least a heaven realm martial warrior, yet it got purified directly. Was this something a normal method could do? Wang Teng had never seen it before. Holy light cleansing, universe level 380 5000, well versed. Wang Teng couldn't help but look at the attributes board. This holy light cleansing skill had reached the universe level. It was at least 3 or 4 levels higher than the bestow of the goddess. No wonder it was so powerful. Wang Teng was elated when he saw the information. Also, after absorbing the attribute bubbles, his mastery of this skill reached the well-versed stage. He was able to use it skillfully. It was obvious that this skill came at the right time. His bestow of the goddess couldn't catch up with his stage. He could only use it to deal with dark force occasionally. However, it was unrealistic to use it to deal with the poisons that were close to the peak of the Grand Master level. Chapter 2717. Featherlight Territorial Domain, by Shianer, Holy Light Cleansing, 5. However, with the Holy Light Cleansing, the situation was different. He could use it to treat all kinds of poisons. Not bad, not bad. Wang Teng was in a good mood. This young lady was a fat sheep, too. He threw the strange feelings to the back of his mind. It had nothing to do with him. He didn't care. The attribute bubbles were the most important. Besides the holy light cleansing, Wang Teng also received many heaven realm spirit attributes and light constellation force. In an instant, Wang Teng's spirit attribute rose tremendously. At the same time, his light constellation force rose too. Light constellation force 11-1500, 4000, 4th level cosmos realm. It's a pity that I can't break through yet. Wang Teng shook his head. His light constellation force rose when he met the sunlight slug, but it was only at the 4th level of the cosmos realm. He was still far away from achieving a breakthrough, but it didn't matter. He should be able to get more attributes from this young lady. Wang Teng touched his chin. He looked at the young lady with a burning gaze. Hey, you shouldn't look at beauties so blatantly. Hurry up and take your gaze away. Your eyes are about to fall out. Neng Qianji said helplessly. Cough. Wang Teng turned around speechlessly. He glanced at the beautiful talent from the Neng family and coughed awkwardly. You misunderstood me. I'm not that kind of person. Do you think we'll believe you? Neng Qianyi scoffed. Brother Wang Teng, everyone likes beauties, but we are in public. We should restrain ourselves. Hua Tianyu winked at Wang Teng and whispered, Wang Teng, oh no, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. He was too lazy to explain. He rolled his eyes at them and disregarded them. He continued looking at the prisoner, who was still laughing non-stop. He looked quite pitiful, too. It was a torture to laugh all the time. When he picked up the young lady's attribute bubbles dropped from the prisoner's body, too. It looked like the poison in his body had spread. 3 laughters powder 2600. 3 laughters powder 2003 laughters. There were 3 attribute bubbles in total. They merged into Wang Teng's mind and turned into enlightenment. It was the poison the prisoner was suffering from. 3 laughter powder. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He immediately detoxified the poison in the prisoner's body without any hesitation. He saw the young lady walking towards the second prisoner who got poisoned by the Grand Master 8th level poison. If he didn't hurry, she would finish detoxifying the poison. This young lady was a more troublesome opponent than the talents from the 5 core families. The next moment, Wang Teng took out the spiritual herb and quickly refined it. He fed it to the prisoner. The prisoner's laughter stopped abruptly. He laid weakly on the ground and gave Wang Teng a grateful look. Wang Teng ignored him and went back to the prisoner, who consumed the 7 breaths of gold. Hua Tianyu and the others tried a few methods, but they couldn't cure the poison. Li Zhe was delighted. He stood at the side and watched the show. When he saw Wang Teng walking back again, he frowned uncontrollably. Just when he was about to open his mouth and speak, he saw a scene that astounded him. His mouth dropped slightly. Wang Teng waved his hand and a rain of light fell on the prisoner. The golden color on his body started to disappear. "What is this?" Hua Tianyu and the others widened their eyes in shock when they saw this scene. "Done. Continue." Wang Teng turned and left Hua Tianyu and others. The talents only regained their senses when Wang Teng walked in front of another prisoner who was testing the poison. They exchanged glances with one another and fell into silence. Why do I feel that his light force treatment is similar to Bai Shanner's? Nong Qianyi hesitated before asking. "I think so too." Hua Tianyu nodded. Ziding, Oswei, and Jiali didn't say anything. However, from their expressions, one could tell that they had the same thought as Hua Tianyu and the others. When Wang Teng used the holy light cleansing, Bai Shanner looked at Wang Teng in surprise too. Maybe we're wrong. The forms of light force treatment are vastly different. It might not be the same treatment. Nong Qianyi analyzed. You make sense. Hua Tianyu gave a bitter smile. However, he's a greater and greater threat to us, since he's able to execute such an exquisite light force treatment. We're already lagging far behind. The moment he finished speaking, Ziding and the others turned around and strode towards the other prisoners who were testing the poison. They didn't waste any time. "Fuck, don't you have any morals?" Hua Tianyu glared at them and walked towards the other prisoners. They couldn't waste any more time. Otherwise, Wang Teng and Bai Shanner would have split up all the prisoners. In the following period of time, a race against time for treatment started in the plaza. Hua Tianyu and the others were the talents of the core medical families. With all their efforts, no matter how powerful Wang Teng and Bai Shanner were, they were still able to snatch many prisoners. At the same time, thunder roared continuously in the sky. The talented poison masters made their poison successfully without stopping. The competition for poison and medicine entered the most intense stage at the same time. Chapter 2718, 5 Poison Talents. Grand Master 9th Level. 5 poisons, 1. The secondary profession competitions were in full swing. 7 huge screens appeared in the sky. The rankings of the secondary profession talents appeared on them. Alchemy, forging, runes, medicine, poison, mining, force, chef. The 7 screens corresponded to the rankings of the 7 secondary professions. There were already rankings for the alchemy, forging, medical, and poison secondary professions. The rankings were still being updated. Only the runes, mining, and force chef secondary professions remained empty. They would only be ranked at the end. The names appeared on the screen of medicine. The first name was Bai Shanner. The second was Wang Teng. The third was Hua Tianyu, followed by Nong Qianyi, Ziding, Oswei, and Jialide. Although they didn't want to admit it, the talents from the core families had a huge advantage. Their talents far surpassed the others. However, Bai Shanner and Wang Teng were still astounding. They weren't part of the core family, but they were ranked first and second. This had never happened before. In the past competitions, the talents from the core families had always been far ahead. The spectators from the various factions in the universe were extremely excited. Wang Teng and Bai Shanner weren't a talent from the core families. This meant that the talents from the other factions could suppress the talents from the core families too. It was invigorating for the audience. The monopoly of the core families could be broken. Anything was possible. This time, there wasn't just one, There were 2 of them. However, this situation rarely happened. It might only happen once or twice in a dozen exchanges. But every time it appeared, it meant the rise of extremely talented secondary profession talents. That was why everyone was even more excited. This was a once-in-a-lifetime situation. I wonder who's stronger, Bai Xianer or Wang Teng. It should be Bai Xianer, after all, she's far ahead. It's all right, she's only ahead with the 2 prisoners who used the Grandmaster 8th level poisons. 2 is already impressive. What's more, it's the Grandmaster 8th level poison. Normal doctors won't be able to cure it. Let's see if Wang Teng can catch up with her. He's not slow either. These 2 people are really monsters. Their speed is much faster than the talents from the core families. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the other Grandmasters were excited too. They were elated when they saw Wang Teng rising to number 2 in the medical field and having the chance to fight for the first place. He had a chance of fighting for the championship. Wang Teng was giving them more and more surprises, but to the Parkers family, this wasn't a happy thing. Wasn't Wang Teng good at alchemist and smithery? Why did he jump to no 2 in the medical field? This didn't make sense. The Furious Flaming Universe, Lord the Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord, and the others looked disgusted. They hated the rise of Wang Teng. This young man's medical talent is so strong, Great Elder Tambeli exclaimed in surprise. He's a light element martial warrior, just like that little girl. His medical talent won't be weak. Great Elder Dan Chen stroked his beard and said, "What's Bai Xianer's identity? She seems quite talented." Great Elder Tambeli asked curiously. "She came from the Featherlight territorial domain. I think she's from that place." Great Elder Byers interrupted them. That place? Great Elder Tambeli was stunned. Then he was astounded. Bai Xianer has such an identity. I didn't expect the people from that place to come out. Great Elder Byers said. It's hard for them to find a successor, so they have been in seclusion for a long time. Now that one has appeared, Bai Xianer must have some kind of light talent. Great Elder Dan Chen pondered and said, "Special light talent? It means that it won't be easy for Wang Teng to defeat her." Great Elder Byers said. Great Elder Dan Chen nodded and looked at Wang Teng's figure on the plaza. Boom. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky started churning violently. The sky turned darker, as if it was about to bore down on them. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene, this commotion. "Is this the appearance of a Grandmaster 9th level poison?" someone exclaimed. Everyone's gaze turned to the sky. At the same time, they scanned the stone platforms in the Poison Path competition area, searching for the one that attracted the calamity lightning. Boom. Very soon, the dark clouds in the sky congregated and plummeted down. It's Shi Tianfeng from the Shi family. At the same time, everyone saw the figure on the stone platform and immediately recognized him. This was the talent from the core poison family, the Shi family. Boom. As the bolts of lightning struck down, the cauldron above Shi Tianfeng's head started shaking violently. It was about to crack. The calamity lightning of a Grandmaster 9th level poison was at least 10 times more terrifying than the calamity lightning of a Grandmaster 8th level poison. Every higher level was a threshold. When the 9th calamity lightning struck, Shi Tianfeng's expression was extremely grim. He suddenly waved his hand and shouted. A ray of light shot into the sky. It was a defensive weapon. Chapter 2719, 5 Poison Talents. Grandmaster 9th level 5 poisons. 2. After throwing the weapon out, he released all the forces in his body without any hesitation and instilled them into the defense weapon to resist the last bolt of lightning. Boom. At this moment, more explosions were heard. Then bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. This formation wasn't weaker than Shi Tianfeng's. Oh my God, are they all Grandmaster 9th level poisons? I think so. Those are the talents from the 5 core families. Miao Tuo, Lan Shang, Ma Yan, Reese, and Shi Tianfeng. All the talents from the 5 core families are here. Did these talents agree on the time? Why did they succeed together? They must be getting impatient because they saw Shi Tianfeng succeed. From the looks of it, their poisons are all at the Grandmaster 9th level. I wonder who's the best. That's right, they're all at the Grandmaster 9th level. It's hard to judge who's the strongest. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds. Terrifying bolts of lightning struck down, attracting everyone's attention. Even the blacksmiths and alchemists who were competing elsewhere were attracted by the situation here. Compared to poison, smithery, and alchemy were undoubtedly more difficult. Hence, even though lightning calamities occasionally appeared in the smithery competition area and the alchemy competition area, it wasn't as frightening as the poison competition area. The poison path competition was coming to an end before the other secondary professions. Everyone stared at the poison path competition area curiously. Many gazes landed on Wang Teng. Now everyone knew that Wang Teng had participated in the 7 secondary profession competitions. After all, his clones were too conspicuous. It was impossible not to see him. All the talents at the scene paid more attention to him since he was able to make such an unexpected move. These talents were all extremely proud, yet one person wanted to suppress them at the same time. This was inexcusable. Boom. Lightning calamities roared in the sky. This was a majestic scene. Even the secondary professionals wouldn't be able to see such a huge calamity lightning. This frightening scene would only appear during this exchange event at the headquarters of the Secondary Career Alliance. The talents from the core families executed their skills to resist the calamity lightning in the sky. Wang Teng sat cross-legged on the stone platform and looked at the calamity lightning in the sky. The corners of his lips lifted up uncontrollably. Amazing. So many lightning calamities. These were all attribute bubbles. Look, look. They dropped attribute bubbles again. Wang Teng released his spiritual power secretly and threw it at the attribute bubbles that kept dropping from the sky. His spiritual power shuttled back and forth in the sky like an agile, gluttonous snake. Any attribute bubbles it touched would disappear instantly. Heaven, Earth, Calamity, Lightning, 100. Heaven, Earth, Calamity, Lightning, 120. Heaven, Earth, Calamity, Lightning, 15. The attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body and turned into wisps of Heaven, Earth, Calamity, Lightning. They merged into his small universe, far away from the divine flames. There was a dazzling ball of lightning that released sparks of lightning occasionally. Even the divine flames didn't dare to get close to it. This was the Heaven, Earth, Calamity, Lightning. As the wisps of Heaven, Earth, Calamity, Lightning merged into it, the Calamity Lightning got stronger and stronger. Heaven, Earth, Calamity, Lightning, 18,500, 20,000, second rank. It looks like I'll be able to advance from the second rank soon. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was elated. He had already absorbed the attribute bubbles dropped by the lightning calamities. The addition of the attribute bubbles that just dropped allowed his Heaven, Earth, Calamity, Lightning to rise to this stage. It was only a step away from the third rank. This was already a little slow after all. There were many lightning calamities just now. But he didn't have a choice. After he reached the second rank, only the lightning calamities caused by the Grandmaster 7th rank and above items would drop attribute bubbles. The items below wouldn't be of much help to him. Otherwise, his Heaven, Earth, Calamity, Lightning would have reached the third rank and possessed terrifying power. Fortunately, there were still many talents who hadn't caused the calamity lightning during the secondary profession competition. They were the real boss. When they attracted the calamity lightning, Wang Teng believed that his Heaven, Earth, Calamity, Lightning would advance to the third rank successfully. After some time, Shi Tianfeng and the others finally survived the calamity lightning. Since they were confident that they could make a Grand Master 9th level poison, they were prepared to withstand the calamity lightning. There wouldn't be any mistakes. After all, the foundation of a core family wasn't a joke. Shi Tianfeng, Lan Sheng, Ma Yan, and the others exchanged glances with one another. Sparks flew in their eyes. They were all Grand Master 9th level poisons. It all depended on whose poison was the best. On a stone platform not far away, a young man's face turned black. He retracted his gaze unwillingly and stared at Wang Teng with hatred. If this bastard didn't disturb him, he would be able to make a Grandmaster 9th level poison. But now a deep sigh resounded in the young man's heart. Boom. The next instant he waved his hand violently, and the medicinal cauldron in front of him soared into the sky to welcome the calamity lightning. Chapter 2720. 5 Poison Talents. Grandmaster 9th level. 5 poisons. 3. This was another talent from the Lan family, Lan Yu. Wang Teng snatched all the spiritual herbs he had painstakingly found. In the end, there wasn't enough time, so he could only gather some. The poison he made didn't meet his expectation. In the end, 8 bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. This meant that Lan Yu's poison had only reached the Grandmaster 8th level. What a pity. Lan Yu could have made a higher grade poison. That's right. Well, he met Wang Teng. It's nothing. Why did he have to go back and seek death? Did he have nothing better to do? Who can he blame? You're right. He doesn't deserve any sympathy. There's a saying that if you don't seek death, you won't die. I hope that everyone will remember it. Wang Teng is the nemesis of talents. The nemesis of talents, it's too early to talk about this. Wang Teng might not be able to win against all the talents. Anyway, how's Wang Teng's poison? Many people felt pity for Lan Yu. He was at the peak of the Grandmaster level, but he could only make a Grandmaster 8th level poison. What a pity. But when they remembered his previous actions, many people's attitude changed. They looked down on him and felt that he wasn't worth pitying. Also, their attention was attracted by Wang Teng. Poor Lan Yu. He was a top talent and had the potential to be on par with Lan Shang. Yet, he ended up in this state. Lan Shang looked at Lan Yu. His gaze flickered slightly. He wasn't familiar with this talent from the same clan because they had never interacted before. It wasn't until the start of the exchange event that Lan Shang gradually had a slight understanding of Lan Yu. However, this understanding wasn't good to him. Lan Yu was a little stupid. When he met a dark apparition, even if he was pretending he should act righteous and not be a deserter. As for what Lan Yu did after that, it was even more unbearable. In summary, the man was downright stupid. If it was him, he wouldn't give Wang Teng a chance to attack him. Sai, the family head of the Lan family, Lan Ji sighed and shook his head. A hint of disappointment flashed past his eyes. He had high hopes for Lan Yu, but he didn't expect this result. Grandmaster 8th level was not bad, but it was still a distance away from the 9th level. Lan Yu was at the Grandmaster 9th level, but he couldn't reach the last step because of external forces. What a pity. Shi Tianfeng, Miao Tuo, Reese, Ma Yan, and the others looked at Lan Yu with contempt. Lan Yu's expression turned ugly. His hatred towards Wang Teng grew stronger, and he wished he could tear Wang Teng into pieces. Why are you looking at me? Wang Teng glanced at him and felt that he was a little pitiful. He encouraged him. It's not bad to make a Grandmaster 8th level poison. Work hard in the future. You can do better. Everyone, fuck. The veins on Lan Yu's forehead popped out. He wanted to curse, but the situation didn't allow him to. He could only glare at Wang Teng and grit his teeth. Shi Tianfeng, Miao Tuo, and the others had strange expressions on their faces. Was Wang Teng always so cheeky? They felt that they should try their best not to provoke this fellow in the future. Not to mention his abnormal martial arts ability, his mouth was enough to make them suffer. Ma Yan looked at Wang Teng intently as if he wanted to see through him. He really wanted to know what made the family head so afraid of this person. Wang Teng, take care of yourself. You haven't made your poison, Lan Shang said calmly. There's no hurry. I'll wait for some time. You can test the poison now. There's another me who will take care of you. Wang Teng waved his hand nonchalantly. He sat there lazily with the Yao Wang cauldron floating in front of him. The green flame floated below the cauldron, giving off a faint scorching heat. Lan Shang. Shi Tianfeng. What do you mean by there's another me taking care of you? Why does this sound so strange? The talents from the core families of the secondary profession glanced at Wang Teng and then at the other Wang Teng below. Their expressions turned strange. Two identical faces appeared in front of them. They couldn't help but feel unreal. It was like an illusion. Cough. The poison talent from the Rhymes family, Reese, gave an interested smile. She said, "We will take our leave." "Go ahead," Wang Teng said. They didn't waste any time and flew directly to the plaza below. "Hello. Nice to meet you." The medical Wang Teng was already waiting for them. He immediately came forward and greeted them with a smile. These were all Grandmaster 9th level poisons. Once he detoxified them, he would win. He wasn't the only one. Bai Xianer, Hua Tianyu, and the others gathered over too. Shi Tianfeng and the others stared at Wang Teng speechlessly. This fellow was right. One of his other clones came to greet them. Fuck. Do you think clones or something? How can you play like this? Hurry up and take out your poisons. I can't wait any longer. Wang Teng's clone said, "Brother Wang Teng, you seem very confident." Shi Tianfeng gave him a meaningful look. Chapter 25721. 5 Poison Talents. Grandmaster 9th level. 5 poisons. 4. It's all right. It's all right. I'm just interested in poisons. I have no intention of looking down on you. Wang Teng replied, "Brother Wang Teng is the number 2 in the medical field. He has a chance of becoming the champion." Reese was wearing a secondary profession attire. She had a beautiful face and mesmerizing eyes. Her aura was similar to the family head of the Miao family, but she was still a little young. It couldn't be helped. One's aura would accumulate over time as one grew older and more experienced. This talent from the Rhymes family was obviously still relatively young. Wang Teng had a strong resistance towards beauties like her. After all, he had seen too many of them and was used to it. Unless she could reach Bai Shanner's level, it wasn't enough to make him lose his composure. Wang Teng glanced at the lady calmly and smiled. He kept quiet. Shi Tianfeng and the others stopped wasting time and asked, "Are there any universe-level prisoners?" "These are all universe-level martial warriors." The martial warrior escorting the prisoners immediately led the 5 first-rank universe-level prisoners over. It was hard to imagine that a universe-stage martial warrior should become a prisoner. Wang Teng's gaze landed on the 5 universe-stage martial warriors. His eyes flickered slightly. He was a little curious. What crime did they commit to become prisoners? Shi Tianfeng and the others looked at the 5 universe-stage martial warriors sternly. They didn't dare to be careless. The 5 universe-level martial warriors were restricted by their strength, so they couldn't threaten anyone anymore. However, the powerful aura they gave off was real. The tiger locked in the cage was still a tiger. Normal people wouldn't be able to resist this aura. Fortunately, Shi Tianfeng and the others weren't just Heaven Realm martial warriors. They had magnificent spiritual power too, so they weren't intimidated by the aura of the universe-level prisoners. This poison is called the drunken celestial fragrance. Once you get poisoned, you will never wake up again like you're drunk. Please test the poison. Shi Tianfeng looked at one of the universe-level prisoners and opened his cauldron. A faint fragrance wafted out. It will be a relief if I can die from alcohol. The universe-stage martial warrior's eyes lit up and he smiled brightly. He took a deep breath without any hesitation and inhaled the fragrance. Then he closed his eyes. Bang. A dull thud was heard. The universe-level martial warrior fell straight to the ground. A tinge of red appeared on his face as if he was drunk. Snores were heard from his nose. Everyone exchanged glances with one another. They were astounded this universe-stage martial warrior seemed to be drunk. Compared to the other poisons, the drunken celestial fragrance didn't seem painful. Instead, it was benevolent enough to allow someone to die in a drunken state. However, many universe-stage martial warriors suddenly felt a chill down their spines. This poison was too strange. If they weren't prepared, they would get poisoned and die silently as if they were drunk. Such a frightening poison was enough to make one's heart palpitate. This poison is similar to the daylily soul-destroying herb. Wang Teng was surprised. My poison is called the yin-yang life-extinguishing pill. After consuming it, you will be unable to control your desire. You will wish that you can have intercourse with the opposite sex, or maybe the same sex on the spot. If not, your skin will break, and you will die from bleeding from your eyes, nose, and mouth. Does anyone want to die? Reese walked out and opened her medicine cauldron. A red and blue pill slowly flew out. She chuckled. She, Tianfeng, and the others stared at the talented poison master from the Rhymes family strangely. Then they took a few steps back and distanced themselves from her. This lady was ruthless. She was able to make such a pervert poison. Wang Teng, Hua Tianyu, and the others felt the same way. They avoided this beauty as if she was a poisonous scorpion. This was horrifying. This lady was terrifying. The remaining 4 universe-level prisoners' expressions turned ugly. They exchanged glances with one another and took a step back. Fuck, who wants to test this poison? They didn't want to perform a live sex. Also, what do you mean by having homosexual intercourse? They glanced around them instinctively. The green color on their faces turned even greener. All the prisoners were men. There wasn't a single lady. Fuck. Oh, right. Even if you have intercourse, my poison won't be cured automatically. It will force you to mate until the vitality in your body disappears and you turn into a dried corpse. You will die a terrible death. Reese added, gasp. Everyone gasped. They stared at the talented and beautiful poison master in bewilderment. She, Tianfeng, and the others took a few more steps back. Even talented poison masters like them couldn't handle it. Wang Teng, Hua Tianyu, and Zai Ding retreated to widen the distance between themselves and Reese. This lady was too scary. Was this what they meant by a beautiful with an evil heart? Bai Xianer was wearing a veil. She looked at Reese calmly with her pitch-black eyes. The 4 universe stage martial warriors retreated furiously. Their faces were black. This was a humiliation. They wouldn't accept this humiliation. Be obedient. A soft shout was heard. It was the martial warrior escorting the prisoners. He was a universe stage martial warrior too. He released his aura and suppressed the 4 universe-level prisoners. Chapter 2722, 5, Poison Talents. Grandmaster 9th level 5 Poisons, 5, you're torturing prisoners. Objection. A universe-level prisoner shouted. Objection overruled. The universe stage martial warrior escorting the prisoner replied calmly. Then he looked at Reese. The corners of his lips twitched uncontrollably. Give it to him. No! The universe-level prisoner's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he struggled frantically. This poison was inhuman. He didn't want it, Reese chuckled. She didn't give him any chance to struggle. Just when he opened his mouth and shouted no, she flicked the yin-yang life-extinguishing pill into his mouth. The universe-level prisoner's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He grabbed his throat in an attempt to stop the poison. To universe stage martial warriors, even if their strength was restricted, they could still control their bodies. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. The instant the yin-yang life-extinguishing pill entered his mouth, it dissipated and merged into his body. If his energy wasn't sealed, he could resist the spread of the poison. However, without the energy in his body, a universe stage martial warrior would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Roar! As the efficacy of the yin-yang life-extinguishing pill spread throughout his body, the universe-level prisoner let out a furious roar. His face turned red, and flames seemed to be spurting out of his eyes. He stared intently at Reese and Bai Xianer. His gaze was filled with beastly desire, and the breath in his nose seemed to have turned solid. Ha ha ha! This is so fun. Reese covered her mouth and gave a peal of laughter. Her seductive gaze made the universe-level prisoner unable to control himself. He grabbed his clothes frantically and tore them into pieces. Then, he wanted to rush towards Reese. The universe stage martial warrior who was escorting the prisoners couldn't bear to look at him. However, he still had to suppress him and make him lie on the ground, unable to move. Considering the ladies present, he shook his head and took out a piece of clothing. He covered the prisoner with it. Everyone shook their heads. This prisoner was miserable. He was burning in the fire of desire, but he couldn't move. Any man could understand this feeling. Nothing was more torturous than this. As expected, there was nothing worse than testing poison for these talented poison masters. There must be a hole in the ground, Wang Teng muttered. Everyone, even the instigator, Reese, looked at Wang Teng strangely. She had to admire this fellow's creativity. Brother Wang Teng, you're a talent. Hua Tianyu gave Wang Teng a thumbs up. Ha 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 ha, Wang Teng laughed awkwardly. It's my turn. Lan Shang took a deep breath and opened his cauldron. A black mist floated out, and he said calmly, "This poison is called the 1,000 Insects Heart Devourer Worm. There are 10,000 goo worms in this patch of black mist that I carefully cultivated. After consuming this poison, all the goo worms will enter your heart and eat it slowly until you die." The 3 universe-level prisoners heaved a sigh of relief. They felt fortunate that they didn't consume the yin-yang life-extinguishing pill. However, when they turned around, they saw the 1,000 Insects Heart Devourer Worm. Their hearts skipped a beat, and their faces turned ashen. Tears almost fell down their eyes. How relentless. These poison talents weren't human. All the poisons were so abnormal. How were they supposed to live? They knew from the start that the poisons that appeared during the exchange wouldn't be simple poisons. Also, since the poisons would be used by universe stage martial warriors like them, their grade wouldn't be low. However, the prisoners didn't expect them to be so powerful. Lan Shang didn't waste any time. With a wave of his hand, the black mist flew towards a universe-level prisoner and seeped through his nose and eyes. The universe-level prisoner opened his mouth wide and let out a low and painful roar. This poison is called the 100-Flower Snake Removal Cream. After consuming it, your entire body will look like a python shedding its skin. Your flesh will peel layer by layer until only your bones are left. Then you will die. Miao Tuo opened the furnace and said, "A ball of green poison cream flew out." The ball of poison cream flew towards a universe-level prisoner. Similarly, it didn't give him any chance to resist. It melted on his body and seeped into his flesh. Ah, cries of agony were heard. Layers of gray scales that looked like snake scales grew on the universe-level prisoner's skin. He seemed to be in excruciating pain. He couldn't help but grab his body. Within a split second, the scales were peeled off. Fresh blood dripped down, making it impossible to look at them directly. My poison is called the Soul of Corpse Pill. You won't die after consuming it, but you will lose your mind and become a zombie. You will bite and eat anyone you see, including the people closest to you. Ma Yan opened his cauldron and said sinisterly, the last universe-level martial warrior had given up resisting. However, he was still frightened when he heard Wang Teng's introduction. His pupils constricted. Ma Yan didn't waste any time. He flicked his finger and the poison flew into the prisoner's mouth. Ah! The universe-level martial warrior's eyes turned blood red. Red light flashed in his eyes, but soon his pupils turned green again. He roared like a wild beast, and his teeth turned into sharp fangs. Saliva dripped out of his mouth, then he scanned his surroundings and roared continuously. Everyone looked like food to him. Hence, the poisons of the 5 poison talents were presented to everyone. Everyone turned silent. Tisk, these poisons are scary. Wang Teng looked at the 5 poison talents and exclaimed in his heart. Chapter 27-23, Grand Master, Supreme Level, Dark Horse. Remember my name, Yao Chen. 1. The talents from the 5 poison core families. 5 inhumane poisons. Even Wang Teng, who was a Grand Master in both poison and medicine, was astounded. Hua Tianyu, Ozwei, Jialide, Nong Qianji, and Zai Ding turned serious. Wang Teng turned and glanced at Bai Xianer. She was frowning too. These 5 9th-rank Grandmaster-level poisons were troublesome to deal with. The poisons made by the 5 poison talents are really scary, especially the yin-yang life-extinguishing pill. It's killing me. Among the 5 poisons, the yin-yang life-extinguishing pill is definitely the most poisonous. I wonder how Reese came up with this abnormal poison. Normal people will never think of it. Who will dare to marry Reese in the future? Shh, softer. Do you want to die? I'm sorry. It's my fault. I didn't say anything. I'll leave first. Coward, I will definitely marry a beauty like Reese if I have the chance. Hero, Reese saw you. Silence. Everyone discussed fervently, especially about the yin-yang life-extinguishing pill. They were astounded, curious, and a little excited. Speaking about it, Lan Shang's 1,000 insects heart-devourer insect is terrifying, too. This must be the Lan family's goo poison skill. I heard that not many people can cure it. The Lan family's poison skill is indeed abnormal. Most doctors can't do anything about it. Ma Yan's soul of corpse pill is inhuman, too. Anyone who gets poisoned will wish they were dead. The threat of the soul of corpse pill is too great. It's a catastrophe for a universe-stage martial warrior. It might be enough to destroy a life planet. That's right. Don't release this poison easily. It will be a time bomb. You're thinking too much. This poison must be made using extremely rare spiritual herbs. Also, only if it reaches the Grandmaster 9th level will it be effective against universe-stage martial warriors. Normal people won't be able to make it. The soul of corpse pill is Ma Yan's unique poison. Normal people won't know how to make it. You make sense. Let's not talk about the soul of corpse pill. The 100-flower snake removal cream looks scary too. It's able to make people grow scales continuously. The most important thing is you will peel it off uncontrollably. It's drenched in blood, how scary. In comparison, Shi Tianfeng's drunken celestial fragrance is benevolent. At the same time, everyone's attention was on the other 4 poisons. After all, it was hard to find them outside. Some martial warriors even wondered if they could buy the poisons from the talented poison masters after the exchange ended. After all, those were poisons that even universe-stage martial warriors couldn't resist. They were also curious if the talented doctors like Wang Teng, Bai Xianer, and Hua Tianyu could cure the 5 strange Grandmaster 9th level poisons. As for Lan Yu, he was thrown to the back of their minds. A Grandmaster 8th rank level poison was powerful, but it was nothing compared to 5 Grandmaster 9th rank level poisons. These 5 poisons were all special poisons. No one had ever made them before. This was the first time they appeared during the exchange event. Once this poison was released, it would definitely gain the love and admiration of many martial warriors. It was strange, but it didn't stop them from liking it. The stranger and scarier it was, the more people liked it. After all, as martial warriors, all of them had enemies. What if the poisons came in handy? Such a high-quality poison was a must-have item for every family. To the audience, this was just a show, however. To talented doctors like Hua Tianyu, Nong Xiongyi, and Zai Ding, it was a headache. This was the first time they encountered such a strange poison. They glanced at Shi Tianfeng, Lan Shang, Ma Yan, and the others. On the other hand, Shi Tianfeng and the others gave them a proud smile. Doctors and poison masters had always been enemies. They were even arch-enemies, Brother Tianyu. Do you have a way to cure this poison? Shi Tianfeng sniggered. Hua Tianyu snorted. He dropped the warm smile on his face and said calmly, I will only know if I can solve it after I've tried. Don't disturb me. Good, good, good. You can solve it. We will watch from the side. We will not speak. Shi Tianfeng smiled. Hua Tianyu and the others kept quiet. They turned serious and started to observe the 5 poisoned universe-level prisoners carefully, although they already knew the names and effects of these 5 poisons. These weren't enough to find the antidote. They needed to do a deeper analysis. The talented doctors shuttled back and forth between the 5 universe-level prisoners, inspecting their bodies and analyzing the poisons. Even Bai Xianer wasn't in a hurry to act. From the seriousness in her eyes, one could tell that she wasn't having an easy time. If there was anyone who had the easiest time, it was Wang Teng. He was waiting for the attribute bubbles to appear. Before that, he could analyze these 5 poisons. With his current mastery in medicine, poison, and alchemy, he had an advantage over others. Chapter 2724, Grand Master, Supreme Level, Dark Horse. Remember my name, Yao Chen. 2. The knowledge of these 3 secondary professions intersected to a certain extent. However, their focuses were different. At this moment, spiritual herbs appeared in Wang Teng's mind. He compared them with the symptoms of the 5 poisons. Gradually, a clear understanding appeared in his mind. A few spiritual herbs flew out from the thousands of spiritual herbs and combined together. The drunken celestial fragrance is probably made using the drunken fairy vessel as the main ingredient and various poison spiritual herbs as the support. The drunken fairy vessel isn't poisonous and will only cause people to enter a drunken state for a short time. However, if it's combined with other poison spiritual herbs, it will become lethal. The ingredients for the yin-yang life-extinguishing pill came from the poison of a few star beasts. The yin-yang merging flower was the main ingredient. 1,000 insects, heart-devourer worm. Wang Teng analyzed all the poisons and found a way to detoxify them in his mind. Huh? It's out. At this moment, his eyes lit up. He was invigorated. Now was the time. Pick them up. He released his spiritual kinesis and swept the attribute bubbles dropped by the universe-level prisoners back. Drunken celestial fragrance, 2,500. Drunken celestial fragrance, 1,800. Yin-yang life-extinguishing pill, 2,000. 1,000 insects heart devour a worm, 1,500. 1,000 insects heart devour a worm, 1,500. 1,000 insects heart devour a worm, 2,100. 100 flower snake removal cream, 2,300. Soul of corpse pill, 2,600. Soul of corpse pill, 2,400. The universe-level prisoners took the poison not too long ago, so the attribute bubbles dropped at the same time. Wang Teng didn't have to wait any longer. He absorbed the attribute bubbles of the 5 poisons, allowing him to grasp the method of making and deciphering them instantly. Drunken celestial fragrance, universe level, 1,300, 5,000, well-versed. Yin-yang life-extinguishing pill, universe level, 1,200, 5,000, well-versed. 1,000 insects, heart devourer worm, universe level, 600, 5,000, well-versed, 100. Flower snake removal cream, universe level, 1,600, 5,000, well-versed. The soul of corpse pill, universe level, 2,000, 5,000, well-versed. Wang Teng glanced at the attributes board and stopped looking at it. He had grasped all 5 poisons and they were all well-versed. It was enough for him to decipher them. It was similar to the solution he thought of just now. It provided him with some evidence. However, it wasn't easy to detoxify the poison. These poisons were made from extremely rare spiritual herbs, so the antidote needed wasn't an ordinary item. In other words, he didn't have the antidote. Wang Teng looked at Hua Tianyu and the others. They were frowning too. They were sitting cross-legged on the ground and had already started making their antidotes. He wondered if their antidotes would be effective. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, a familiar scorching heat came from the side. Wang Teng was stunned. Holy flame. He looked at Bai Xianer in surprise. A holy and pure white flame was burning in her hand. It was none other than the holy flame. She has the holy flame too. Wang Teng squinted. The strange feeling appeared in his heart again, and it suddenly became stronger. Bai Xianer didn't seem to notice Wang Teng's gaze. She was focused on the white flame in front of her. There were a few spiritual herbs being refined in the flame. Wang Teng glanced at her before retracting his gaze. He picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around her. Holy flame, 1,500. Holy flame, 1,000. Holy flame, 1,200. I miss it. I managed to pick up more holy flame attribute bubbles. Wang Teng smiled in his heart. Under the nourishment of the light constellation force, his holy flame had slowly grown stronger. It was no longer the small flame when he had just received it. However, he was able to upgrade the holy flame by picking up attribute bubbles. Naturally, he wouldn't reject this chance. As the attribute bubbles merged into his body, they turned into wisps of holy white flames and merged into his inner cosmos. Then they merged with his holy flame and became bigger. Bai Xianer has the holy flame too. Oh my God, there are 2 talents who grasped the holy flame this year. This is amazing. Wang Teng and Bai Xianer are both medical talents. I wonder what sparks will be formed if they collide. Is this collision serious? Bai Xianer is our goddess. No one can blaspheme her. Prepare to die. Wang Teng didn't know that he got teased because of the holy flame. After picking up the attribute bubbles, he didn't hurry to detoxify the poisons. Instead, he hesitated for a moment and suddenly raised his hand. He looked in the direction of Great Elder Dan Chen and the others and asked, "I have a question." His sudden voice stunned everyone. No one had ever asked a question during the exchange event. What was he planning to do? A huge question mark appeared in everyone's mind. They looked at Wang Teng and then at Great Elder Dan Chen and the others. Shi, Tianfeng, Reese, and the others looked at Wang Teng in surprise. They frowned slightly. They didn't understand what he wanted to do either. On the other side, Hua, Tianyu, and the others, who were refining spiritual herbs, looked at Wang Teng curiously. "Speak!" Great Elder Dan Chen was stunned too. He opened his mouth calmly. Chapter 2725, Grandmaster Supreme Level Dark Horse. Remember my name, Yao Chen 3. Can I use poison skills to complete both the medical and poison competitions? Wang Teng asked. Everybody was stunned. Using poison to complete both the medical and poison competitions. Many people were stunned. They didn't know what he meant. How was poison able to complete the medical competition? Hua Tianyu, Nong Qiongyi, and the others blinked. Suddenly their expressions changed as if they thought of something. Fight poison with poison. Was Wang Teng planning to use poison to fight poison? However, this method wasn't simple. First, his poison must be of a higher grade than Shi Tianfeng, Reese, and the others. That was the only way to suppress and even assimilate their poison. If not, everything would be useless. Shi Tianfeng, Reese, and the others thought of this too. Their expressions changed, and they immediately raised their heads to look at Wang Teng's poison clone. Was this fellow so confident? Their poison had already reached the 9th rank Grandmaster level. Did he think that his poison was of a higher rank than theirs? Since it's you can do it. Great Elder Dan Chen hesitated for a moment before speaking. That's good. Wang Teng smiled and cupped his fists at Great Elder Dan Chen and the others. This will save me much trouble. The other methods will be more troublesome. Everyone, what did he mean by this would save him much trouble? Was this fellow planning to do this because he felt that this method would save him a lot of time? What's more, he said that he had other methods, seriously. The poison talents and the medical talents stared at Wang Teng curiously. They couldn't accept it. Wang Teng ignored them. His medical clone immediately looked at the poison clone. He was almost done. The poison and medical competitions would end soon. Wang Teng, are you planning to fight poison with poison? Shi Tianfeng couldn't help but ask. That's right. Wang Teng glanced at them and replied calmly. You're too confident. Do you really think that your poison can suppress all our poisons? Lan Shang frowned and scoffed. This is a fantasy. You will know later, Wang Teng replied calmly. Then he turned and placed his hands behind his back, disregarding them. Hua Tianyu and the others exchanged glances with one another and felt a sense of urgency. They hastened their refining speed. Whether Wang Teng's method would work or not, they had to complete it before him. If not, there would be too many variables. Bai Xianer glanced at Wang Teng too. The white flame in her hand burned brighter. These medical talents were racing against time. Shi Tianfeng and the others stared at Wang Teng intently, wanting to see something from his face. However, besides a calm expression, he didn't show anything else. They felt helpless. Anyway, can anyone tell me what Wang Teng wants to do? He probably wants to fight poison with poison and use the poison he has made to suppress or assimilate the poisons made by the 5 poison talents. What? Fight poison with poison. This method is a little strange. Will it really work? Who knows? How can outsiders like us guess the skills of a poison master? I'm getting excited. I wonder what poison Wang Teng can make. Is it a Grandmaster level poison? It must be better than 9th rank Grandmaster since he's so confident. He's confident now. If he fails in the end, he'll be a joke. The audience below the plaza were in an uproar. There was a huge commotion. In the poison core family's seat. Interesting. The family head of the Miao family, Miao Peng, was sitting lazily in her seat. She squinted slightly as she stared at Wang Teng with interest. Fight poison with poison. It looks like Wang Teng is very confident. Ma Lu was surprised. And his poison is self-created? He wasn't the only one. The other family heads were bewildered too. At the same time, they were curious about Wang Teng. Wang Teng had been experimenting and trying to create his own poison. Did he succeed? Time passed slowly under everyone's anticipation. Approximately an hour later, a loud explosion was heard in the sky. Dark clouds gathered over. It was as dense as the lightning calamities Shi Tianfeng and the others attracted it. Even felt a little more suffocating. Oh, is it Wang Teng? No, it doesn't look like Wang Teng. I think this calamity lightning was attracted by the young man in the corner. Who is he? He can attract such a terrifying calamity lightning. He shouldn't be a nobody, right? I've never seen this person before. He didn't have any presence during the competition. I wonder who he is. Why does this calamity lightning feel more terrifying than the calamity lightning caused by the 9th rank Grandmaster level poison? Is he a black horse? Oh my God, the poison competition is coming to an end, but there's still a dark horse. This is surprising. I thought that the dark horse was Wang Teng. I didn't expect it to be someone else. The audience were astounded. They didn't expect this to happen. They stared at the sky in astonishment. The expressions of Shi Tianfeng, Lan Shang, Ma Yan, and the others changed slightly. They looked at the young man. Wang Teng's poison hadn't arrived, but another dark horse had. Chapter 270-26, Grandmaster Supreme Level, Dark Horse. Remember my name, Yao Chen, 4. The poison talents suddenly felt speechless. From the looks of it, this person's calamity lightning was even more terrifying than theirs, but it was too early to say this. There were indeed some differences in the power of the lightning calamities at the same level. If they were both at the 9th rank Grandmaster level, it wouldn't be a problem. There was no need to be anxious. Is he here? Wang Teng's poison clone slowly opened his eyes and looked at the young man. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. This was the young man who received the Yao Wang sect's legacy. He was anticipating what kind of poison this person would make. Boom. Just when everyone was having their own thoughts, the calamity lightning reached its peak and finally struck down. The first, the second, the third lightning calamities struck the Yao Wang cauldron with a terrifying might, causing it to tremble violently. Many people felt anxious for the young man. The cauldron didn't look sturdy. Could it withstand the strikes? After all, he wasn't a talent from a core family. They were afraid that his foundation wasn't strong enough, and he wouldn't be able to withstand the terrifying calamity lightning. Only Wang Teng knew that this was the Yao Wang cauldron. This young man wasn't simple. The power of this calamity lightning. The family heads of the core families turned serious. They had a bad feeling. Their eyesight couldn't be compared to Shi Tianfeng and the others. They could see something from this slight difference. This young man's poison must have reached the supreme stage as the bolts of lightning struck down Shi Tianfeng, Lan Shang, and the others turned more and more serious. When the 9th bolt of lightning landed, they were already clenching their fists tightly. However, this wasn't the final result. The 10th. After the 9th bolt of lightning, the dark clouds in the sky didn't disperse. The 10th bolt of lightning struck down. What? Shi Tianfeng and the others squinted. Their expressions changed entirely. The 10th calamity lightning was undoubtedly more powerful than the previous 9. Under its bombardment, cracks started to appear on the surface of the Yao Wang cauldron. Congregate? The young man's expression changed slightly. He let out a loud roar and released all the force in his body. He tried his best to maintain the Yao Wang cauldron. Time passed slowly. Everyone held their breaths and stared intently at the sky. 10 bolts of lightning. This was the birth of a Grand Master's supreme-level poison. This was the first time a Grand Master's supreme-level poison had appeared. It was also the only time in the secondary profession competition. How could they not be excited under everyone's gaze the terrifying 10th calamity? Lightning finally dissipated gradually. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed too. Ha ha ha! The ordinary-looking young man's face was extremely pale. However, at this moment he burst out laughing. His laughter echoed in the air. Everyone looked at the ordinary-looking young man and felt that he was a little outstanding. No one felt that his laughter was noisy or inappropriate. Instead, they felt that it was reasonable. This talent was worthy of their respect. Grand Master, supreme-level poison. He was the only talent who managed to make a Grand Master supreme-level poison. He was undoubtedly the limelight of this match. Grand Master supreme level? Wang Teng nodded. You're indeed capable. Shi Tianfeng and the others didn't look good. There was still a hint of disbelief on their faces. They thought that the final competition would be between the 5 of them. They didn't even care about Wang Teng, but from the looks of it now they had lost. A talent who made a Grand Master supreme-level poison defeated all of them. They didn't even have a chance to turn the tides. They looked at the young man who was laughing and felt complicated. After some time, the young man finally stopped laughing. He glanced around him, especially at the talents from the core families. He glanced around him and said proudly, "Remember my name, Yao Chen." Chapter 2727, Corpse Transformation, Water. Sainthood, Ultimate Purple Lightning. 1. Yao Chen. The young man's voice spread out and caused an uproar. At this moment, with the appearance of the Grand Master's supreme-level poison, this name would be remembered by everyone. Shi Tianfeng, Miao Tuo, Ma Yan, Lan Shang, and Reese's expressions turned uglier. They were supposed to be the limelight in this competition, but their brilliance was completely overshadowed. Yao Chen's gaze paused on them for a moment. They felt that the sentence was directed at them. Was he boasting to them? This fellow has thick eyebrows and big eyes. He looks honest, but he's quite ostentatious. Wang Teng looked at the young man called Yao Chen and smiled. He found this interesting. Wang Teng, this fellow has some of your essence. Roundball's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Wang Teng was speechless. Am I that kind of person? What do you think? Roundball sniggered. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. He was too lazy to care about it. Anyway, what poison are you making? That fellow made a Grand Master supreme-level poison. If you can't make it, you will lose, Roundball asked. Don't worry, I've made Grand Master supreme rank pills before. How can this poison stump me? Wang Teng replied calmly. Don't forget that you made the supreme rank pill with the help of an eternal-level martial warrior. You didn't complete it alone, Roundball said helplessly. If you want to make a supreme rank pill, you need to refine eternal matter. Just wait and see, Wang Teng smiled calmly. He didn't seem to care about refining the eternal matter. Roundball was puzzled when it saw Wang Teng's expression. Wang Teng happily picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the Calamity Lightning. It felt amazing to collect attribute bubbles from the Calamity Lightning. Yao Chen slowly regained his composure. He suddenly turned to look at Wang Teng and said, "You're the only one left. There's no hurry. You can test the poison first." Wang Teng's Heaven-Earth Calamity Lightning rose again. He was in a good mood. Yao Chen frowned uncontrollably. This was the only person he couldn't see through. He had already noticed Wang Teng during the competition. After all, based on Wang Teng's high-profile style, it was hard not to notice him. Based on Wang Teng's performance, he felt that this person might become his greatest opponent. On the other hand, the talents from the core families wouldn't be a threat. But from the looks of it, Wang Teng's poison wouldn't be finished so quickly. This made him even more puzzled. He couldn't help but look at Wang Teng's Yao Wang cauldron a few times. He wondered what kind of poison was inside. The other party had tried for a long time. He couldn't have just made an ordinary poison, right? Yao Chen's mind worked furiously. He retracted his gaze and held the Yao Wang cauldron in his hand as he flew down. Everyone's gaze followed his figure. They were all curious. What would Yao Chen's Grandmaster Supreme-level poison be? Amidst everyone's anticipation, Yao Chen opened his mouth and asked, "Are there any third-stage universe-level prisoners?" "Yes." The martial warrior escorting the prisoners immediately brought someone out. "My poison is called Corpse Transformation Water. Its effect is very simple. The user's body will slowly turn into pus little by little from his feet to his head. It will turn into pus inch by inch. It's enough to make people wish they were dead." Yao Chen opened the cauldron in his hand. A drop of yellow liquid flew out. He said calmly, "Please test the poison." The third-stage universe-level prisoner had a fierce expression. Even though he was a prisoner, his gaze didn't waver. He stared coldly at Yao Chen. Just one look was enough to give off a terrifying aura. However, when he heard Yao Chen's words, his expression turned ugly. He knew that this was a Grand Master Supreme-level poison, but he didn't expect it to be so cruel. One could imagine how poisonous it was to turn a universe-stage martial warrior's body into pussiao. Chen waved his hand, and the drop of yellow poison entered the third-stage universe-level martial warrior's mouth. It turned into a poisonous force and spread throughout his body. After some time a cry of agony was heard. The third-stage universe-level martial warrior fell to the ground. Yellow pus seeped out from his shoes. A sour and burnt stench spread out instantly. No matter how tough this person was, he couldn't help but scream in pain when he touched the corpse transformation water. What a frightening poison. Even a universe-stage martial warrior can't withstand it for 3 seconds before he starts to corrode. If I get poisoned, I won't be able to protect my body. I suddenly realize that this is a good thing to destroy corpses and all evidence. Destroy the evidence? Why are you using this precious poison to destroy the evidence? Can you be more wasteful? At first, the audience were discussing happily. However, as they watched the universe-stage martial warrior wailing in pain and screaming in agony before his body slowly turned into pus, their heads turned numb and they felt a chill down their spine. They turned silent. This was horrifying. They wondered if this poison could be cured. Chapter 27-28, Corpse Transformation Water, Sainthood, Ultimate Purple Lightning 2 in the core family seats. The corpse transformation water is quite scary. The family head of the Shi family, Shi Mao, exclaimed. His gaze flickered slightly. The Shi family was a poison core family too. They had a similar poison, but they couldn't deal with universe-stage martial warriors. The corpse transformation water was a huge distance away, so he felt emotional. I didn't expect another dark horse to appear besides Wang Teng. Miao Peng sized up Yao Chen with interest. She smiled and continued. However, compared to Wang Teng, Yao Chen's appearance is a little ordinary. Lan Ji, Ma Lu, and the other family heads were speechless. Was this lady's focus on the wrong thing? Who is he? Why didn't we notice him in the past? The family head of the Rhymes family, Osmond, frowned and asked, based on the information. He came from the Yuntai territorial domain. It's far away, and he doesn't have any special identity. He's just an ordinary secondary professional. Lan Ji said, How can an ordinary secondary professional have such talent and ability? Ma Lu asked calmly. He didn't believe him. That's hard to say. He might be the disciple of a reclusive secondary professional. Lan Ji glanced at him. They had seen many similar situations. Some talents with secondary professions might seem to have no background, but there was a high chance that they had a powerful secondary professional teacher supporting them. No one spoke anymore. However, their gazes flickered slightly, and their thoughts started to run wild. If Yao Chen didn't belong to any faction, he would meet their requirements. Core families like them loved such talents. At the same time, Bai Shanner, Hua Tianyu, and the others were shocked when they saw the effects of the corpse transformation water. Based on its speed, the universe-level martial warrior would turn into pus before they could act. Wang Teng walked over with interest and observed the universe-level prisoner carefully. Save me." The universe-level prisoner's voice turned hoarse from the pain. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Wang Teng as if he was grabbing a life-saving straw. The prisoner had seen Wang Teng in action before, so he knew that Wang Teng's medical talent was good. Hence, when he saw Wang Teng, hope ignited in his heart. Wang Teng. "Can you cure my corpse transformation water?" A hint of arrogance flashed past Yao Chen's eyes as he asked, "Of course." Wang Teng smiled and replied, "Really?" Yao Chen pouted. He didn't deny it. "In that case, you better hurry. If not, he will die. There's enough time." Wang Teng glanced at him and suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. He muttered to himself, "It's about time." Yao Chen frowned. Boom. The moment Wang Teng finished speaking, an extremely dull sound swept over from the horizon. Then dark clouds gathered. Wang Teng's poison clone stood up abruptly. The Yao Wang cauldron in front of him rose gradually into the air, and a strange fluctuation spread out. The dark clouds congregated above Wang Teng's poison clone's head. They got thicker and blacker, as if they were about to bore down on him from the sky. The sky was black and dense, and a thick aura of heaven and earth spread out silently. During this process, no lightning appeared. Only dull thuds were heard. Yao Chen's expression changed slightly. He looked at the dark clouds that suddenly appeared above him, and his emotions fluctuated. Shi Tianfeng, Lan Shang, Ma Yan, Reese, Miao Tuo, and the other poison talents looked over and frowned. They didn't look good, this aura. They could tell that this calamity lightning was extraordinary. Its faint heavenly might seemed to be on par with Yao Chen's calamity lightning. Was this another Grand Master Supreme level poison? They exchanged glances with one another and saw a hint of grimness and unwillingness in each other's eyes on the high platform. Dan Chen and the other two great elders looked at the sky grimly. After some time, their expressions changed. They sensed something and were astounded. No, wait. Almost at the same time, the three great elders stood up from their seats and stared intently at the dark clouds in the sky. The family heads of the core family stood up abruptly and stared at the dark clouds in the sky in astonishment. What is going on? This scene attracted the attention of all the spectators. They were flabbergasted. They didn't know why the family heads had such a huge reaction. It would be all right if there were only one or two family heads, but at this moment, all the family heads had the same reaction. There were even the elders and the three great elders on the platform. Their reaction was surprisingly unanimous. They looked up at the sky as if they saw something unbelievable. What happened? No matter how ignorant they were, they noticed the abnormality and looked at the sky in confusion. In the great Qian Empire's seat. This Grand Master Hua Yuan and the others widened their eyes in shock. They didn't know what to say. As Grand Master secondary professionals, they had some understanding of this realm, even though they hadn't stepped into it. The scene in front of them was similar to the description of this realm. That's impossible. Grand Master Alfred stuttered. Chapter 2729, Corpse Transformation Water, Sainthood, Ultimate Purple Lightning 3, but no one could answer him. Everyone stared at the sky without blinking. Boom. Dark clouds were still gathering. A low and strange sound echoed in the sky. This was a shocking scene. The dark clouds only enveloped the sky above Wang Teng's poison clone, so the area wasn't big. However, the dark clouds around him kept gathering as if there was no end to them. They were all compressed into the small area, yet no lightning force appeared. Only low thunder was heard. If this was their previous calamity lightning, there would be bolts of lightning shooting out from behind the dark clouds. They intertwined with one another and were ready to strike, but now there was no lightning force in the dark clouds. This was abnormal. This calamity lightning, Yao Chen and the others finally noticed something amiss. They were flabbergasted. Why was it different? This thought appeared in their minds uncontrollably. It wasn't that they didn't understand. They just didn't want to believe the small possibility. This was unbelievable. The brewing process lasted for another 20 to 30 breaths. Everyone's breathing quickened, and they couldn't control themselves anymore. This was the first calamity lightning that had been brewing for such a long time. Also, they understood one thing. The longer it took, the more terrifying the calamity lightning would be. The calamity lightning had already exceeded their previous calamity lightning. No matter how much they didn't believe it, they could guess what it meant. "It's here!" Wang Teng's poison clone raised his head and looked at the sky. Suddenly, his expression changed. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. In an instant, purple rays of light blossomed within the dark clouds that were brewing to their maximum potential. They shot out in all directions like a purple sun, purple. Yao Chen's expression changed entirely. She was flabbergasted as she stared at the sky in disbelief. Boom! At this moment, a bolt of purple lightning struck down from the purple light without any warning. It formed a purple lightning dragon and roared in the sky. Everyone was stunned by the strange purple lightning. Their minds went blank, and their vision was filled with purple light. They lost their ability to think. Good one. A peal of laughter came from below, startling everyone. Then everyone saw a ray of purple light shooting into the sky. It flew up against the purple lightning and slammed into the powerful purple lightning. Boom! The next instant, a loud explosion occurred. The beam of purple light collided with the bolt of purple lightning. Crack! Purple bolts of lightning exploded and turned into countless sparks. They filled up the air and formed a huge lightning net. Ultimate purple lightning. There was a sudden exclamation. This is the saint-level calamity ultimate purple lightning. Sage. Wang Teng wants to become a saint. Crazy, crazy, is this really an exchange event? Why is there a saint? Am I dreaming? Someone give me a punch and wake me up. Quick! Everyone looked at the purple calamity lightning in the sky and finally reacted. There was a huge uproar. No matter how inexperienced they were, they would know that this was the calamity lightning of a saint when they saw it. It was the ultimate purple lightning. Wang Teng was going to become a saint. Ultimate purple lightning. Yao Chen swallowed his saliva. His throat was extremely dry, and his voice seemed to be squeezed out of his throat. Shi, Tianfeng, Reese, Lan Shang, Ma Lu, and Miao Tuo were dumbfounded. Their jaws dropped as if they could swallow a goose egg. Hua Tianyu, Nong Qiongyi, and the other medical talents were flabbergasted too. They even forgot that they were refining spiritual herbs. Bang, 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 explosions were heard continuously. All the spiritual herbs were destroyed on the spot, but they didn't care. They stared at the sky in disbelief. Bai Xianer's beautiful eyes flickered. The purple lightning reflected in them as well as the tall and straight figure under the lightning on the high platform. Sigh. Great Elder Dan Chen let out a long sigh and looked at the lightning in the sky with a complicated expression. He said slowly, "Indeed, it's the ultimate purple lightning." Great Elder Tambelli and Great Elder Byers didn't know what to say anymore. However, they were flabbergasted and couldn't calm down for a long time. Who would have thought that the little fellow they had been paying attention to would become a saint here, at this moment? The family heads of the core families were filled with astonishment and disbelief, too. No one was an exception. The core alchemist families, the core blacksmith families, the core rune families, the family heads looked at the lightning in the sky and stood up straight. They didn't sit back down. Ultimate purple lightning, the Saint Realm Calamity. Just like its name, after this calamity, he would become a saint. He would be at the same level as them. Even as the family heads of core families, they couldn't remain calm in front of someone who was about to advance to the saint realm. They didn't think that in the exchange between the younger generations, there would be someone who was about to advance to the saint realm. Chapter 2730, Corpse Transformation, Water, Sainthood. Ultimate Purple Lightning 4. He wasn't a dark horse. He was a hidden dragon rising from the abyss. Yao Chen might seem to be able to make a Grandmaster Supreme level poison and was only a step away from the Saint level, but in reality, this step was thousands of miles away. It was extremely difficult to cross it. Others might not know, but people like them who had advanced to the Saint realm knew clearly. If he wanted to cross that boundary, he would need at least 10 years, or at most 10 years. Without this accumulation, there was no need to even think about it. What's more, it was short. If he was unlucky, he might be stuck at this threshold for a few hundred years. As for the talents in their families, they were all extremely talented, but if they wanted to advance to the Saint level, they needed to go through a long period of experience and accumulation. It wasn't something they could achieve now. This showed how difficult it was to become a saint. They wondered if Wang Teng would be able to overcome this calamity successfully. The calamity lightning wasn't just the calamity of the product, it was the calamity of the maker too, and that was the ultimate purple lightning. Even if there was only one bolt, it wouldn't disappear so easily. Boom. The purple bolt of lightning didn't disappear even after it got blocked. Instead, the power of the calamity lightning seeped into it continuously, strengthening the lightning dragon. The purple light that resisted the calamity lightning flashed violently and revealed its original appearance. It was Wang Teng's lightning slap. At first, he planned to use the lightning slap to absorb some calamity lightning to increase the power of the lightning slap. However, he didn't expect the purple lightning to be so terrifying. The lightning slap couldn't withstand it anymore after absorbing it for a while. It started to sway as if it would fall at any moment. Everyone tensed up when they saw this scene. The purple light can't hold on much longer. Isn't that the thing that makes you outstanding? What do you mean by outstanding? Can you stop talking about this? But then again, this should be a lightning element treasure, right? It can be used for both offense and defense. It's quite special. It's a pity that he's facing the ultimate purple lightning. Normal treasures won't be able to withstand it. I wonder if Wang Teng has a way. Wang Teng's poison clone raised his head and frowned slightly. He looked in the direction of the main body without any hesitation. Space flash, space fluctuations spread out. The poison clone and the main body switched positions instantly. Everything happened too quickly. Many people didn't even realize that their positions had changed in an instant. True dragon battle physique, a low shout rang in Wang Teng's heart. The next instant, the holy flame, the soul of thousand beasts flame, the emerald glazed flame, 3 divine flames of different colors swept out of his body. The holy light beast, the true spirit black tortoise, the emerald dragon. Roar, roar, roar. The 3 beast spirits formed by the divine flames appeared and roared at the sky. Then they plummeted down and charged towards Wang Teng. Boom! In an instant, the 3 divine flames congregated on Wang Teng's body and turned into flaming dragon scales. Then everyone saw a ray of light shooting up into the sky, leaving a long trail of flames behind it as it soared towards the ultimate purple lightning. Fast, too fast. From the moment the 3 divine flames erupted until Wang Teng turned into a ray of light and soared into the sky, it didn't even take a breath. Before everyone could regain their senses, Wang Teng had already closed in on the ultimate purple lightning and stopped it in midair. The lightning slap was also put away. Boom! Wang Teng's stone platform finally shattered. A loud explosion was heard. Numerous broken rocks flew up from the center of the stone platform. A huge hole appeared where Wang Teng was standing a moment ago. There was a clear footprint on it. Cracks spread out like a spider web. Boom. Another ear-shattering explosion occurred. It was Wang Teng. He collided with the ultimate purple lightning. He's using his body to resist the ultimate purple lightning. Sher Tianfeng and the others widened their mouths in shock. They looked at this scene as if they saw a ghost. A secondary professional was using his body to resist the calamity lightning. And it wasn't an ordinary calamity lightning. This was the sainthood calamity, the ultimate purple lightning. All the secondary professional talents felt that their brains weren't working properly. Some distance away, Lian, Guluo, Sang Yi, and the other talents close to Wang Teng looked over too. They were astounded. A saint. This fellow was becoming a saint. Was the world crazy, or were they crazy? They couldn't believe what they were seeing. They even wondered if this was an illusion. It's fake, right? Ti Jing and Ti Du raised their heads. Their necks were stiff, but they still didn't feel anything. Even their expressions were stiff. They didn't know what expression to make. That bastard was becoming a saint. This was impossible. They didn't believe it. Oh my God, Wang Teng is so scary. He's using his body to resist the lightning. He's really bold. Is this something a secondary professional will do? I'm kneeling. I'm really kneeling. My legs are weak, the audience exclaimed continuously. They couldn't believe their eyes. No matter how strong Wang Teng's martial arts was, he was just a cosmos stage martial warrior. How could he use his body to resist the ultimate purple lightning? To be called the sainthood calamity, there was no doubt how terrifying the ultimate purple lightning was. Even universe stage martial warriors wouldn't dare to face this calamity. Chapter 2731, Corpse Transformation Water, Sainthood, Ultimate Purple Lightning. 5. Yet Wang Teng, a cosmos stage martial warrior, charged forward. He wasn't just a tiger. He was looking for death. Boom, boom, boom. Under everyone's astounded gaze, Wang Teng kept colliding with the ultimate purple lightning in the sky, creating loud explosions. Bolts of lightning exploded and turned into power lightning. They filled up the air, turning this area into a forbidden zone of lightning. Gasp, Wang Teng gasped. It hurt. As expected, the ultimate purple lightning wasn't an ordinary calamity lightning. It was more than 10 times more powerful than the calamity lightning he met in the past. Fortunately, his ability had been improving continuously recently. With the help of his spiritual kinesis, he could still bear with it. Lightning spirit physique. However, he didn't dare to let down his guard. An angry roar resounded in his heart. He activated the lightning spirit physique he just received. With this powerful lightning physique, Wang Teng had an easier time dealing with the ultimate purple lightning. In addition, he had activated his saint-level lightning talent to its maximum. He felt that he could merge with the ultimate purple lightning. Since he couldn't withstand it, he would change himself with the heavenly calamity. Boom. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be the charger for the ultimate purple lightning. Lightning power kept instilling into it, allowing it to enter a powerful endurance mode. The calamity lightning struck Wang Teng's body, hurting him everywhere. Even if he activated his lightning spirit physique, even if he had the saint-level lightning talent, even if he had the ultimate physical strength of a cosmos realm martial warrior, he would still get hit by the ultimate purple lightning. Bolts of lightning intertwined around Wang Teng's weak body and merged into every inch of his muscles. The pain spread throughout his body and into every cell. Ancient God's body 5-element, divine physique, divine constellation physique. Wang Teng activated his powerful physiques one by one and resisted the terrifying lightning force furiously under the tempering of the calamity. Lightning, Wang Teng's body started transforming at a speed that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. His muscles, bones, and skin were undergoing some strange changes. They were almost perfect. Powerful and perfect seemed to have merged into one. After Wang Teng's physical body reached the limit of the cosmos realm, his physical body had undergone a transformation and became extremely powerful. However, that was just powerful, not perfect. Many people would train their bodies until they were as sturdy as an iron tower. They were powerful, but they weren't perfect. Perfection was a state. The human body was full of mysteries. As martial warriors developed their bodies would evolve into different shapes and sizes. However, very few people were able to reach the perfected stage. That was too difficult. Some people even felt that perfection didn't exist. Even a God-stage martial warrior would have a hard time perfecting his body. All they could do was reach the limit. or rather close to perfection. As for a perfect body, even if it was only the size of a normal person or a grain of sand, every inch of his muscles must contain terrifying strength. Every drop of blood contained terrifying energy, too. A drop of blood could annihilate the universe. This wasn't a joke. It was real. For instance, a drop of blood from a God-stage martial warrior was enough to kill an eternal-level martial warrior. This was how scary a God-stage martial warrior was. However, at this moment, Wang Teng's transformation was too subtle. Even he didn't notice it. His entire body was in pain, so he didn't have the time to care about this. There was only one thought in his mind. He needed to overcome this ultimate purple lightning as soon as possible. Will Wang Teng succeed? Everyone stared at the situation in the sky. Some were filled with anticipation, while others had evil intentions. They hoped that he wouldn't be able to withstand the calamity lightning and would fail. Boom, boom. Explosions continued to resound. The bolts of lightning struck Wang Teng's body. Everyone felt worried for him. They were afraid that he would be struck to death. After all, no one was bold enough to resist the heavenly calamity directly. Time passed slowly. Boom. At a certain moment, the ultimate purple lightning seemed to be preparing its last attack. It cut off from the dark clouds in the sky and exploded. Countless bolts of lightning exploded at the point of collision with Wang Teng and struck his body. The glaring purple light engulfed the entire sky. No one could open their eyes. They couldn't see what was happening inside. Bang! At this moment, a ray of light suddenly flew out from the bolt of lightning and slammed into the plaza below with a loud bang. Crack! A huge hole appeared instantly. Cracks spread out like a spider web. Everyone's pupils constricted as they looked at one another. Did Wang Teng fail? This thought appeared in everyone's mind. Many talents clenched their fists uncontrollably and glanced at the hole. Then they bore with the intense purple light and looked up at the sky. Many talents hoped that Wang Teng wouldn't succeed. After all, if a saint-level martial warrior appeared, this exchange event would be entirely different. All the talents were overwhelmed. No matter how hard they worked, their brilliance would be overshadowed. This was undoubtedly a sorrow. The atmosphere turned heavy and tense. Amidst this atmosphere, the purple light in the sky finally dissipated. Then a medicinal cauldron appeared in front of everyone. It floated silently in mid-air. Silence. There was an eerie silence. All the talents felt a sense of helplessness. Their expressions were complicated as they looked at the rough and undamaged furnace. Success? Did he succeed? No, there was another possibility. Everyone looked at the hole below with indescribable emotions. What if Wang Teng didn't manage to survive the ultimate purple lightning? What if he died? A dead saint-level martial warrior was nothing. However, ouch, 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 gasps were heard coming from the hole. Many people's hopes were dashed. Then they saw a pitch-black hand stretching out from the edge of the hole. A burnt figure crawled out like a muddy leg. However, everyone was staring at him as if he was a monster. Chapter 2732. Congratulations. Six-winged heavenly devil insect. Analysis. 1. The atmosphere turned strangely silent. What a monster. Freak. In everyone's eyes, Wang Teng wasn't Wang Teng anymore. He was a monster that frightened everyone. The saint level, he managed to resist the ultimate purple lightning forcefully and survive. He successfully entered the saint level. This was ridiculous. Those who prayed that Wang Teng wouldn't be able to overcome the calamity lightning felt suffocated. This was a huge blow to them. They couldn't accept it. Wang Teng crawled out from the ground and felt excruciating pain all over his body. He gritted his teeth and took out a healing pill. Just as he was about to swallow it, he thought of something. Well, can I use medicine? He raised his hand and asked Great Elder Dan Chen and the others. Everyone, Great Elder Dan Chen took a deep breath. His gaze was complicated as he nodded. Yes, that's good. That's good. It hurts so much. Wang Teng hurriedly swallowed the healing medicine. No matter how strong his physique was, he wouldn't be able to recover so quickly under the attack of the ultimate purple lightning. He could only use the healing medicine. As the medicine spread throughout his body, Wang Teng immediately felt a warm stream entering his body. The pain gradually disappeared. The wounds on his body healed at a visible speed as if they had never appeared. Wang Teng patted his clothes and looked at the cauldron floating above his head. He felt relaxed. He finally succeeded. Sainthood. At this moment, he should have entered the saint level. Swoosh. Just when he was about to check his attributes board, he heard a series of orderly movements. All the secondary professionals, whether they were alchemists making pills, blacksmiths who were forging, poison masters, force chef masters, or doctors, put down what they were doing and stood up. When so many people were doing the same action, no matter how soft it was, it would become loud. Wang Teng was astounded. He glanced at the secondary profession talents around him. They turned and faced him. Then, "Congratulations to Poison Saint Wang Teng," someone suddenly shouted. His voice echoed in the sky. At the start, there were only a few voices. Many people were still in a dilemma and weren't willing to admit it. However, as the voice echoed, more and more people opened their mouths. They merged into one and roared like a tsunami. It was deafening. "Congratulations to Poison Saint Wang Teng. Congratulations to Poison Saint Wang Teng." In the end, voices were heard almost simultaneously. No one hesitated anymore. Shi Tianfeng, Reese Lan Shang, Ma Yan, Miao Tuo, Hua Tianyu, Nong Yangyi. There was even Yao Chen. He seemed to have suffered a huge blow. His face was pale and filled with disbelief. However, all of them turned to look at Wang Teng with complicated expressions. Some admired him, some were unwilling, some were jealous, some were envious. No matter how unwilling they were, they still bowed at Wang Teng and congratulated him. Even the family heads of the core families and the saint-level martial warriors on the platform bowed at Wang Teng from afar. This was the etiquette of a peer. Great Elder Dan Chen and others didn't do anything, but they stood up and stared at Wang Teng silently. They seemed to be showing some respect to a person who had advanced to the saint level. As divine-level secondary professionals, their actions were enough to show their sincerity. Some distance away, Lei Yan was looking down with a complicated expression. However, there was a strange glimmer in her beautiful eyes. The black-haired young man in the middle of the crowd became the center of attention. Countless gazes were focused on him. His body seemed to be giving off a glow in this situation. It was exceptionally dazzling. This fellow was indeed a monster. On the other side, the two T brothers had lost their voices. Besides astonishment, they were also filled with envy and jealousy. Why? Why was that bastard able to become a saint? This didn't make sense. Was it so easy to become a saint? Talents like them, who came from core families, knew that becoming a saint required the accumulation of foundation. It wasn't easy. How old was that bastard? How did he become a saint? But no matter how unbelievable it was, they had to accept this cruel truth. "This is..." Dan Yuan gave a bitter smile as he looked at Wang Teng's back view. He felt complicated, too. He felt that he was a genius and had unparalleled talent in alchemy. He thought highly of himself, but he never thought that he could advance to the saint level at this age. Yet one of his peers did it. What's more, he managed to reach the saint level in front of everyone in an astonishing manner. Unquestionable. They couldn't question it either. This was the proof of his ability. There was nothing wrong with it. The onlookers could only be astounded and amazed. The other talents had the same thought as Dan Yuan. They were astounded, but they could only accept this fact. In the Great Qian Empire's seat, Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the other Grandmasters were wild with excitement. Saint-level Grandmaster Wang Teng has reached the saint level. The secondary career alliance of the Great Qian Empire is rising. Chapter 2733. Congratulations. Six-winged heavenly devil insect analysis. 1. Grandmaster Alfred, Grandmaster Harold, Grandmaster Moday, and many others were overjoyed. They almost danced with joy. A saint, and such a young one at that, to the secondary career alliance branch of the Great Qian Empire. This was a transcendent event. This had never happened in the history of the Secondary Career Alliance branch in the Great Qian Empire. Wang Teng wrote history. It might not even appear in the future. After all, in the entire universe, there were very few people who could become a saint during the exchange event. In the entire history of the Secondary Profession Alliance, such a person had only appeared a few times. 300 years old was too young for powerful martial warriors. It wasn't enough for them to advance to the saint level. Grandmaster Hua Yuan and the others could already imagine how grand the Secondary Career Alliance in the Great Qian Empire would be after this exchange event. Countless secondary professionals would flock over. Countless powerful martial warriors would also act when they heard the news. Wang Teng was a signboard, a living signboard. Countless secondary professionals would flock to him. This was the influence of a saint. Not far away, Grand Duke Pingtian from the Great Qian Empire had already stood up from his seat. His expression turned extremely serious as he stared at the black-haired young man in horror. He didn't expect Wang Teng to advance to the saint level under such circumstances. No, he never thought that Wang Teng would advance to the saint level. At first, he only treated Wang Teng as a talented junior. Now that the guy had advanced to the saint level, even with his status, he had to take him seriously, to the Great Qian Empire. Every additional saint-level presence was a huge fortune. The Parkers family remained silent. The eternal-level martial warrior blinked furiously. There was still astonishment and disbelief in his eyes. How is this possible? The furious, flaming universe lord looked as if he saw a ghost in the past. He already felt threatened by Wang Teng. Now Wang Teng's status had surpassed him. Even eternal stage martial warriors would treat a saint-level martial warrior as their VIP, much less a universe stage martial warrior like him. Suddenly, he felt a chill running through his body. That brat had already grown to this stage. Would his future be any good? Flaming Phoenix Universe Lord's face turned black. When he was suppressing Wang Teng, he didn't think that Wang Teng would grow to such a terrifying stage. Wang Teng's talent was too frightening. Wang Teng looked at the talents from the secondary professions around him. Their congratulations echoed in his ears. The corners of his lips lifted up uncontrollably. That's right. This is the feeling. It feels good. It would be better if their voices were louder and their attitude was more sincere. His gaze landed on Shi Tianfeng, Reese Lan Shang, Ma Yan, and the others. Finally, he looked at Yao Chen. Grandmaster, supreme-level poison. This was indeed a stunning result, but unfortunately he was the only one who won. Everything went according to his plan. Sainthood, everything he did in the past was for the sake of becoming a sage. The result didn't disappoint him. His hard work finally paid off. After some time, the noises in the plaza died down. The saint-level martial warriors sat down. The three great elders sat down too and looked at Wang Teng's cauldron. As for the talents who hadn't finished their matches, they could only continue their matches with complicated emotions. Saint Wang Teng, aren't you going to open your cauldron? Great Elder Dan Chen smiled gently. His way of addressing Wang Teng had changed too. Wang Teng might be young, but he was already a saint. He needed to be respected. All right, Wang Teng smiled and stretched out his hand. The cauldron flew over and floated in front of him. Shi Tianfeng, Reese, and the other poison talents looked over. They stared at the cauldron curiously. Saint-level poison, even they had only seen it few times. Now they really wanted to know what poison allowed Wang Teng to advance to the saint level. Yao Chen gritted his teeth and walked over. He stared at the cauldron grimly. Hua Tianyu, Nong Qianji, and the others looked over too. They didn't forget what Wang Teng said before. He wanted to use this poison to fight the poison created by the other poison talents. They didn't deny the power of this saint-level poison. However, fighting poison with poison was another matter. Not all powerful poisons could fight other poisons. Even Bei Xianer blinked her pitch-black eyes and looked at the cauldron curiously. At this moment, the lid of the Yao Wang cauldron flew up without any movement from Wang Teng. Boom! The next instant, an extremely thick pitch-black energy pillar shot into the sky. A strong poison spread out. "Retreat," Shi Tianfeng, and the others shouted. Their expressions changed slightly. Actually, there was no need for him to remind them. The other martial warriors had already retreated and kept their distance from the pillar of black light. They retreated a few hundred meters before they managed to stabilize themselves. They stared grimly at Wang Teng's Yao Wang cauldron. "Come on," a soft shout came out of Wang Teng's mouth. As he retracted his spiritual power, the poison that seeped out was compressed back. Chapter 2734. Congratulations, Six-Winged Heavenly Devil Insect. Analysis 3 at the same time. The beam of black energy dissipated, gradually revealing a pitch-black pill. Is this a saint-level poison? A poison pill? It looks ordinary. There's nothing special about it. What's that saying? The more ordinary it looks, the scarier it is. Is it true? Wait, no, that's not right. Why is it cracking? It's cracked? Under everyone's gaze, cracks started to appear on the surface of the pill that flew out from Wang Teng's cauldron. This caught them off their guards. They couldn't believe it. What happened to the saint-level pill? Why did it crack so easily? No one was prepared at all. Something didn't feel right. A mysterious smile appeared on Wang Teng's face when he saw everyone's reaction. The saint-level poison he made wasn't the poison pill, but what's inside the poison pill? Crack. A crisp sound was heard. More and more cracks appeared on the surface of the pill, covering the entire surface of the pill in an instant. Squeak. The next instant, an ear-piercing screech was heard. The poisonous pill exploded with a bang and turned into countless medicinal dregs. They splattered everywhere. What is that? Shi Tianfeng, Lan Shang, Ma Yan, and the others stared at this scene in astonishment. Their pupils constricted as if they saw something unbelievable. After the poisonous pill shattered, a small black insect appeared. The insect was slightly smaller than the poison pill. It was curled up and slowly stretched out its body. 3 pairs of wings as thin as a cicada's wings spread out. With a gentle flap, no lingering shadows could be seen. Its speed was unbelievable. Its head was revealed. It was hideous and terrifying. "Goo worm!" Lan Shang widened his eyes in surprise and exclaimed instinctively. No one knew what a goo worm was better than him. When he first saw the 6-winged black bug, he knew that it was a goo worm. The question was, how did Wang Teng know how to make a goo worm? Did Wang Teng receive a legacy similar to the Lan family's goo poison secret skill? In an instant, many thoughts went through his mind. Compared to other people, the appearance of the goo worms meant a lot to him. "Goo worm?" Shi Tianfeng and the others were surprised. "Are you sure is that a goo worm? The kind of goo worm your Lan family made?" "Yes, it can't be wrong. It's the same thing as our Lan family's goo worm," Lan Shang said in a low voice. "He took away my goo worms in the past. I can't guarantee that he doesn't know how to make them." Lan Yu walked over from afar and said with an ugly expression. Lan Shang's expression changed slightly. He immediately thought of something and nodded slightly. His expression turned gloomy, too. Anyone would feel the same way when they saw an outsider possessing their family's most important legacy. On the Lan family's seat, Lan Ji's expression changed. He stared at the 6-winged black insect in disbelief. Wang Teng knew how to make a goo worm. What's more, he managed to make a saint-level goo worm. This was a poison that could threaten an eternal-level martial warrior. The other family heads sensed something and looked in the Lan family's direction. Their guess was confirmed by Lan Ji's expression. It was indeed a goo worm. Their thoughts changed instantly. They looked at Wang Teng strangely. Not only did he advance to the saint level, but he also grasped the core legacy of the Lan family, the goo poison skill. Didn't that mean that the Lan family's monopoly on the goo poison would be broken? It would be all right if it was an ordinary person. With the Lan family's status, they could solve this issue easily. However, this was a young talent who just advanced to the saint level. With his attainments and talent, he would definitely be the most outstanding person in this year's secondary profession exchange. No matter how outstanding the other talents were, They couldn't be compared to him unless someone could advance to the saint level too. But this almost would never happen. Hence, the Secondary Career Alliance would give Wang Teng the status of a core member of the Secondary Career Alliance. If the Lan family wanted to control him, it wouldn't be an easy task. When they thought about this, the family heads of the Poison Core families started to get interested. Squeak, the small six-winged black insect, gave another shrill screech. Then it flapped its 3 wings and disappeared from everyone's vision. It was too fast. Even Universe Stage Martial Warriors wouldn't be able to catch it. What? Many Universe Stage Martial Warriors squinted. They were flabbergasted. Wang Teng smiled and stretched out his hand. The 6-winged black insect appeared on his palm. Gulp. Shi Tianfeng Reese and the others swallowed their saliva and stared at the 6-winged black insect in horror. Wang Teng? What's the name of this goo worm? What's its use? Shi Tianfeng couldn't help but asked. I can tell you its name. It's the 6-winged heavenly devil goo worm. Wang Teng smiled. He continued, but I can't tell you its uses. With the grade of my goo worm, it's more than enough to defeat you. Chapter 2735. Congratulations. 6-winged heavenly devil insect. Analysis. 4. Silence. Shi Tianfeng and the others didn't know what to say. They felt frustrated. This bastard was infuriating. If he didn't want to tell them, that's fine. Why did he have to use this matter to mock them? So what if he's at the saint level? Fuck, but the saint level is indeed impressive. The poison talents felt like vomiting blood. Lan Shang's last hope was extinguished when he heard Wang Teng saying the word goo worm. However, he was quickly attracted by the name of the goo worm. 6-winged heavenly devil goo worm. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. An idea popped into his mind and he blurted out, "This is made by the 6-winged heavenly spirit insect." Not bad. You know your stuff. Wang Teng glanced at him and smiled. It was a coincidence. He found this 6-winged heavenly spirit insect from Sunlight Slug's herb stock. Spiritual insects were rare and loved to eat all kinds of spiritual herbs. They were hard to raise, but they had special abilities. The 6-winged heavenly spirit insect had a strong compatibility with all kinds of spiritual herbs. This was why it could eat all kinds of spiritual herbs. When Wang Teng was gathering the spiritual herbs, he noticed its presence. An idea popped into his mind, and he came up with the method to make the Jew worm. This was a rare spiritual insect. Along with its unique characteristics, it was able to merge all kinds of spiritual herbs that meant that it could be used to make a Jew worm. What's more, the 6-winged heavenly spirit insect had a strong compatibility and was extremely fast. It was hard to catch it normally. After the spiritual insect was refined into a Jew worm, it would be extremely powerful. Of course, he only had one chance. If he failed, he would have to change to another method. Fortunately, his efforts paid off. After many trials, he managed to find a balance among the poison spiritual herbs and merged them with the 6-winged heavenly spirit insect. In the end, he managed to make this 6-winged heavenly devil goo worm. The veins on Lan Shang's forehead popped out. He took a deep breath. The goo poison skill was supposed to be the Lan family's specialization, but now he was being praised by an outsider as if the man was his elder. This was... Fuck! Since you don't want to tell me, forget it. However, you need to detoxify the poisons, right? Reese smiled and asked, I'll solve it immediately. Wang Teng smiled. The 6-winged heavenly devil goo worm disappeared from his hand before everyone could react. Their vision blurred, and the 6-winged heavenly devil goo worm appeared on his palm again. Done? Wang Teng replied calmly. Everyone stared at Wang Teng in a daze. What do you mean by done? This fellow didn't do anything. How did he do it? No, look. Nang Qiangyi noticed something and exclaimed. Shi, Tianfeng, and the others frowned. They followed her gaze and saw that the universe-level prisoners who consumed their poisons were slowly returning to normal. The prisoner who consumed the drunken celestial fragrance woke up in a daze. The prisoner who consumed the yin-yang life-extinguishing pill stopped struggling and gradually regained his senses. He turned over and saw a small hole on the ground. He couldn't help but let out a low roar. He almost had a social death. The prisoner who used the 100-flower snake removal cream finally stopped growing scales. Even the third-stage universe-level martial warrior who consumed Yao Chen's corpse transformation water had stopped turning into pus. The screams stopped, only the suppressed groans could be heard. His body had stopped turning into pus, but he had wasted too much time, so the lower half of his body had disappeared. Even as a universe-level martial warrior, he was in so much pain that his head was covered with cold sweat and his face was pale. How is this possible? Yao Chen strode forward in disbelief and inspected the body of the third-stage universe-level prisoner. However, the result made his expression worse. His face was filled with disbelief. The poison in the prisoner's body had disappeared completely. Not a single trace was left. How did he do it? Yao Chen turned to look at Wang Teng with confusion in his eyes. Then his gaze landed on the six-winged heavenly devil goo worm. Is that the parasite? Is this poison cured by your six-winged heavenly devil goo worm? Shi Tianfeng looked at Wang Teng and asked. He forcefully suppressed the astonishment in his heart. That's right, Wang Teng nodded. He asked, So I've detoxified the poisons? No one spoke. Everyone turned silent. Hua Tianyu and the others couldn't find anything wrong with it either. They had to admit that this antidote was extraordinary, but it was a thorough antidote. Normal doctors wouldn't be able to do it. At least they felt that they couldn't do it. At this moment, they looked at Wang Teng with a complicated gaze. If they were amazed and astounded by Wang Teng just now because he had advanced to the saint level, now they had a deeper understanding of Wang Teng's medical skills. Wang Teng's understanding of medicine was on par with poison, since he was able to detoxify the poison in this way. This person was exceptional. His medical path and his poison path advanced together. No, there were a few other secondary professions. He wondered how far he could go. You won. Hua Tianyu looked at Wang Teng intently and said bitterly, Thank you. Wang Teng cupped his fists at everyone. Then he looked at Bai Xianer. The other party just shook her head and didn't say anything. It was obvious that she agreed with Wang Teng's antidote, chapter 2736. Congratulations, six-winged heavenly devil insect. Analysis 5. At this moment, Wang Teng's name rose to the top and became number 1 on the medical and poison screens. Gasp! There was an uproar among the audience. Wang Teng has reached the top. No one was surprised by this result. After all, when they saw him advancing to the saint level, they were already mentally prepared. They were extremely curious about Wang Teng's antidote. No one expected Wang Teng's method of fighting poison with poison to be like this. Before they could see what happened, the inhumane poisons were cured. What is happening? Wang Teng neutralized all the terrifying poisons. It's that goo worm. That goo worm must have a special effect. That's right. That goo worm's poison should be special. It has a restraining effect on poison talents. Wang Teng's medical mastery must be very high. You make it sound so logical. I almost believed you. I can't guess. That's a saint-level worm. It's not something we can guess. Many people were guessing how the six-winged heavenly devil goo worm cured the poisons of these talents. They were extremely curious. It should be absorption. On the high platform, Great Elder Dan Chen's gaze flickered slightly. He pondered for a moment before he opened his mouth. Absorption? Great Elder Tambeli and Great Elder Byers were stunned. One of them was a divine-level blacksmith, while the other was a divine-level rune master. Their understanding of medicine wasn't as good as Great Elder Dan Chen. That's right. The goo worm absorbed all the poisons. Great Elder Dan Chen nodded and explained, The six-winged heavenly devil goo worm is probably made from a spiritual insect called the six-winged heavenly spirit insect. The six-winged heavenly spirit insect can eat all kinds of spiritual herbs and convert them into its own energy. Hence, its compatibility is extremely high. Wang Teng probably made use of this special trait to make this extraordinary goo worm. What a strange thought. If I'm right, He created this worm himself. Even the Lan family won't be able to make it. Towards the end, Great Elder Dan Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't waste the spiritual herbs he used in the past. Even if someone took out all the spiritual herbs Wang Teng used, he wouldn't be able to exchange them for this goo worm. Wang Teng must have a strong foundation to be able to advance to the saint level. He's not lucky. Great Elder Tambeli and Great Elder Byers knew that Wang Teng had advanced to the saint level and was impressive. But they were still surprised when they saw Great Elder Dan Chen praising Wang Teng so much. Does that mean that the goo worm can absorb all kinds of poison? Great Elder Tambeli asked. I don't know the limit, but it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a Grand Master Supreme level poison. Great Elder Dan Chen said. Great Elder Tambeli and Great Elder Byers nodded in deep thought. They were surprised. This is astonishing. He managed to create this strange goo worm during the exchange event. He's the only one, Great Elder Byers lamented. That's right. This is the first time I've seen it in my life. Great Elder Dan Chen said Wang Teng didn't know that Great Elder Dan Chen was able to guess the origin and effects of his six-winged heavenly devil goo worm after looking at it from afar. If he knew, he would be amazed by the power of the immortal level secondary professionals. The situation of the medical path and the poison path had been settled. Wang Teng didn't need to be distracted anymore. He flipped his palm and put away the six-winged heavenly devil worm. Everyone, I still have a few secondary profession competitions that haven't ended. I won't be accompanying you. He cupped his fists at Shi Tianfeng and the others. Then he activated his space flash and arrived on the stone platform of the alchemy competition. Shi Tianfeng and the others were stunned. They finally remembered that Wang Teng still had a few secondary profession competitions to complete. Their gazes followed Wang Teng's figure. Their expressions were complicated and a little strange. What level of mastery do you think his other secondary professions have reached? Reese's gaze flickered as she suddenly asked. This was the question in everyone's mind. If Wang Teng's poison path could reach the saint level, what about the other secondary professions? They exchanged glances with one another and swallowed their saliva. I don't think so. Jia Lidi couldn't stand the strange atmosphere and said with uncertainty, the poison path is easier than the other secondary professions. As for alchemy, smithery, and runes, they are the most mainstream secondary professions. They are most difficult too. Also, Wang Teng has many distractions. I'm afraid he won't be able to reach the saint level again. Hua Tianyu touched his chin and analyzed. You make sense. He's already distracted by so many secondary professions. He's already a monster if he's able to reach the saint level in poison. If there's another secondary profession that can reach the saint level, he's inhumane. Shi Tianfeng nodded in agreement. That's right. I don't believe that he can reach the saint level among the other secondary professions. Yao Chen's expression was calm. He couldn't control himself either. Lan Shang, Ma Yan, Miao Tuo, and even the talents like Ozwei and Zai Ding had the same thought as them. No one felt that Wang Teng could break another divine-level barrier. It was impossible even if there was one more. This wasn't something a human could do. On the alchemy stone platform, the clone dissipated along with Wang Teng's arrival. Everyone was astounded when they knew that this was just a clone. Lei Yan, Gu Luo, Dan Yuan, and the other alchemy talents got nervous when they saw Wang Teng's true form on the alchemy stone platform. They couldn't hide their seriousness. However, they also didn't think that Wang Teng could reach the saint level in alchemy. However, in front of a monster like Wang Teng, they still treated him as a formidable opponent. Wang Teng's alchemy mastery wasn't low. It was still unknown if they could win against him. Wang Teng stared at the black meteorite furnace in front of him and sat down cross-legged. Then he glanced at the situation on the other side of the furnace and closed his eyes. Soon, those two competitions were almost done. The poison path was just the start. Chapter 2737, Force Chef Competition. 8 gates, golden lock, Blade Skill, Grandmaster Supreme Level Force Dishes. 1. The poison and medical competitions ended. The poison talents and medical talents left the venue with complicated expressions on their faces. Who would have thought that a saint would appear in this competition? The prisoners had also disappeared from the plaza. The hole on the ground had been repaired. This was a piece of cake for the martial warriors. It was extremely simple. After clearing the field, another secondary profession competition followed. Force Chef. The talents had been waiting for this match for a long time. Their force dishes were almost at the final stage. Fragrance wafted out and filled up the sky above the Force Chef competition area. Everyone's attention was attracted. They knew that the final stage of the Force Chef competition was about to start. Exquisite tables and chairs appeared in the plaza. If you disregarded the environment, you would feel as if you had entered a high-class restaurant. Many figures stood up on the platform and flew down. It's starting. Force Chef competition. These must be the divine-level Force Chefs, right? That seems to be Saint Wei Yu. That should be Saint Shi Yan. Both of them have been famous for a long time. That's right. They are core members of the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters. They will be the judges and ensure fairness. I've broadened my horizons by seeing so many saints at once. Sob. Why do I feel a little envious? I'm drooling. Is your focus on the wrong thing, Foodie? Countless spectators were shocked. They shifted their gazes away from the other secondary professions and focused on the Force Chef competition. The force dishes made by Force Chef Grandmasters wouldn't attract calamity lightning like the other secondary professions. However, they had their special characteristics, which were their fragrance, taste, color, and many others. A layman would be able to see some differences in these dishes. They would be able to judge the level and taste of force dishes. If one wanted to get a more detailed evaluation, one would need the help of a saint-level force chef. The saint-level chefs flew down from the high platform and arrived at the plaza. They took their seats, and there was a long table in front of them. When the talented chefs finished cooking their force dishes, they could serve them to the force chef saints. All the spectators looked at this scene excitedly. The Force Chef competition might not be as spectacular and thrilling as the other matches, but it had its own characteristics and was very eye-catching. Not long after the Force Chef saints sat down, a talented Force Chef finally completed his force dishes on the stone platform in the Force Chef competition area. He carried a huge plate and flew down. The plate was covered with a semicircle plate cover. No one knew what material it was made of, but they couldn't see the force dishes below. Based on the size of the plate, this force dishes must be a lot. The body of a Force Chef master was the size of a normal person. In front of this plate, he seemed a little small. Fortunately, they were all martial warriors, so a plate wasn't a problem for them. The talented Force Chef came in front of the long table and placed his plate on it. Then he bowed at the Force Chef saints and opened the lid of his plate. He said respectfully, "This is the water lotus explosive chicken I made. Please have a taste." As the lid of the plate opened, a gentle red and blue glow blossomed. A strong fragrance wafted out. This was a force dish that could glow. This wasn't a joke. A Grandmaster-level force dish, even if it was just a first-class Grandmaster-level force dish, could give off its own glow. The water lotus explosive chicken in front of them wasn't just a first-class Grandmaster food. There was a huge crimson chicken on the huge plate. There were water blue lotus leaves around the bird. They were arranged in the shape of a lotus flower, enveloping the chicken. The strong fragrance of chicken and the refreshing fragrance of the lotus leaves were exceptionally tempting. Even the audience below the plaza could smell the strong fragrance and started swallowing their saliva. The talented Force Chef took out small plates and cutlery and cut the water lotus explosive chicken. A golden glow blossomed below the crimson skin. Huh. Astonishment appeared in the Force Chef saints' eyes. Their noses moved slightly as if they smelled a special fragrance. Interesting, the Force Chef saint called Wei Yu smiled. Pieces of chicken meat were cut and placed on the plates. They were distributed to every Force Chef saint. The saints started tasting it. The explosive flaming turkey was used as the main ingredient. Then, with red sprouts, ginger, sheephorn, scallions, and other ingredients as supplementary ingredients, you marinated the chicken. Then you wrapped them in orchid fragrance lotus and cooked them over a slow flame. The flavor of the ingredients was instilled into the chicken. Finally, you used the explosive flaming lotus to cook the chicken. The orchid fragrance lotus can resist high heat and contains a refreshing fragrance. Under the influence of high heat, the chicken was cooked quickly. The refreshing fragrance was also instilled into the chicken. Saint Wei Yu took a sip and closed his eyes as he slowly explained the cooking method of this force dish. Am I right? He closed his mouth and opened his eyes. He smiled at the talented force chef in front of him. Chapter 2738, Force Chef Competition 8. Gates Golden Lock Blade Skill. Grand Master Supreme Level Force Dishes 2. You're absolutely right. The talented force chef nodded in admiration. The Saint-level martial warriors exchanged glances with one another and said, "This force dishes is not bad. It can reach the 7th level Grandmaster level." The talented force chef couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. But in the end, he could only clean up the force dishes and leave. From the performance of the force chef saints, he could tell that they wouldn't be so calm if it was a force dish that could astound them. After someone took the lead, the talented force chef masters followed suit and flew down from the stone platform, Grandmaster 6th level. Grandmaster 7th level. This force dish can reach the Grandmaster 8th level. Voices were heard from the Saint-level force chefs. Rankings started to appear on the screen in the sky. The talent called Neus is quite impressive. He's able to make 8th level Grandmaster force dishes. I think he's a talent from the Qingzi territorial domain. It's said that there are many ponds in the Qingzi territorial domain. The water element here is extremely thick, giving birth to many powerful water element martial warriors. No wonder his force dishes are mostly fish meat. It suits the characteristics of the territorial domain. This was an eye-opener for the audience. They started discussing happily when they saw the force dishes of different shapes and sizes being placed on the table. Very soon, a few force chefs who made 8th level Grandmaster force dishes appeared. They were all at the top of the list. Even though they were both 8th level Grandmasters, there were still some differences. This was the result of the force chef saints evaluation. No one questioned the conclusion of all these saints. However, until now, there hadn't been any 9th level Grandmaster force dishes. As the talented force chefs finished their force dishes, the number of people on the stone platform in the force chef competition area decreased. Besides the 3 force chefs from different territorial domains, there were only the force chef talents from the 5 core families left. Oh, right, there was Wang Teng, too. Everyone's gaze landed on Wang Teng again. They were curious what force dishes he could make. Grandmaster 9th level, or maybe Grandmaster Supreme level. Could it be a Saint-level martial warrior? Even Shi Tianfeng, Reese, and the other talents who had ended their matches turned their attention over. They were extremely curious about Wang Teng's mastery. Although they didn't think that Wang Teng could reach the Saint level in force chef, they still felt that he had the chance to become the champion. After all, this fellow was a monster. Time passed slowly. No one got impatient. They were all waiting patiently. Swoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly stood up from the stone platform. Everyone was shocked and looked over. It's the talent from the Tian family, Tian Ming. He completed it first. I remember that he came out much later than the others. I didn't expect him to finish his force dishes earlier. It looks like Tian Ming's force chef mastery isn't bad. As everyone was discussing, Tian Ming flew down from the stone platform and came to the long table where the force chef saints were at. This is the emerald spiritual ox made by me. Please have a taste, saints. Tian Ming didn't waste any time. He opened the lid of his plate and smiled at the saints. Huh! The saints suddenly gasped softly. They looked at the force dishes on their plates. A glaring emerald glow suddenly blossomed. It was exceptionally gorgeous. This was the first time such a glow appeared. Everyone was stunned. When they saw the force dish on the plate, they couldn't help but exclaim. What a beautiful force dish. That's amazing. It's so strange. It looks like a crystal. How did he do it? The skills of force chef masters are amazing. There was a huge spiritual ox placed on the plate. After cooking, the meat was like an emerald. The texture of the meat could be seen clearly, and one could even see the bones below the skin. It was unbelievable. However, this didn't affect everyone's appetite. Instead, it was like a piece of art. They couldn't help but want to taste it. This is a good force dish, Saint Wei Yu exclaimed. From its appearance, I can confirm that it's a 9th-level Grandmaster Force dish. That's right, normal force dishes won't be able to reach this level. Saint Shi Yan smiled and said, "The family heads of the Force Chef core families were astounded." Ha ha ha, Tian Ming did well. The family head of the Tian family, Tian Pu, burst out laughing. Don't be happy so early. The other talents aren't done yet. The family head of the Hu family, Hu Hong, pouted. Ha ha! Let's see if the talents from your families can surpass my Tian Ming, Tian Pu said proudly. The family heads from the Yu family, the Yitai family, and the other families snorted. They didn't say anything and continued staring at Tian Ming. Actually, they were curious about the ranking of Tian Ming's force dish. The Force Chef Saints didn't waste any time and started tasting it, as expected of a 9th-level Grandmaster. If the heat is controlled properly and the ingredients are better, it has a chance of reaching the supreme level. Saint Wei Yu commented, a 9th-ranked Grandmaster. He's one of the best among the 9th-ranked Grandmasters. Saint Shi Yan replied, Chapter 273-9, Force Chef Competition, 8 Gates, Golden Lock Blade Skill, Grandmaster Supreme Level Force Dishes, 3. The other Force Chef Saints gave their comments too. They were similar to Wei Yu and Shi Yan. Tian Ming should be happy, but after hearing the comments of the 2 saints, he sighed helplessly in his heart. With his ability, this was his limit. It was impossible for him to catch high-class ingredients. It would be great if he could be as powerful as Wang Teng. For no reason, this thought appeared in his mind. He turned to look at Wang Teng, unconsciously, with envy in his eyes. Tian Ming's ranking climbed to the top of the Force Chef ranking. After all, his force dishes had reached the Grandmaster 9th level. They were the highest among all the talented Force Chef Masters, Grandmaster 9th level. In the air above the stone platform, Yu Xiangxiang, Ti Jing, and the others couldn't help but look over. Their expressions turned serious. Wang Teng was slightly surprised. Wasn't this the young man who was the leader of the Tian family that he saved on the spiritual beast planet? He didn't expect the other party to be the top talent of the Tian family. What a coincidence. However, he didn't care about 9th-level Grandmaster Force dishes. No matter what, his force dishes were better than 9th-level Grandmaster-level force dishes. Now it was time to see how well the god Sai could execute his force dish expertise. Wang Teng was extremely confident in his mastery. He never felt that he would lose to anyone. If there was a problem, it was because the god Sai wasn't powerful enough. After some time, 2 figures stood up from the stone platform. That's the talented Hu Hui from the Hu family and the talented Vivian from the Sam family. It's them. I didn't expect them to complete their force dishes at the same time. This is surprising. I wonder how far their force dishes can go. Can they surpass Tian Ming? Hu Hui and Vivian exchanged glances with each other. They seemed surprised. Then they turned vigilant and turned their heads away. They immediately flew down with their force dishes as if they were afraid that the other party would beat them to it. However, both of them arrived at the long table at the same time. No one was faster than the other. The 2 of them glanced at each other. They were at a standstill, bring the force dishes over at the same time. Saint Wei Yu smiled. He seemed extremely amiable. He understood the thoughts of these talents. They came to the exchange event to make a name for themselves and fight for the championship title. Naturally, no one would give in to another. This was normal. It was nothing. Hu Hui and Vivian immediately served force dishes to him and opened the lid of their plates. 2 different rays of light blossomed. On Hu-Hui's side, the plates were giving off an amber glow. There were golden lobsters on the plates. The lower half of these lobsters were immersed in the amber-colored soup. The top half of the lobsters were placed beside the bowl, giving off steam. A strong, fresh smell spread out. It was appetizing. This force dish is called golden thread amber lobsters. Please have a taste, saints, Hu-Hui said with a smile. He made a welcoming gesture. On the other side, there was a gentle, milky white glow. After opening the plate, a pair of milky white ivory appeared in front of everyone. The milky white glow came from the ivory. Steam floated up from the surface of the ivory. There was a light broth around the ivory. Outsiders could see many different ingredients in the broth. My force dishes are called the 8 Treasures Ivory. Please have a taste, Vivian said. This golden thread amber lobsters are quite rare. However, it's not easy to cook it properly. Saint Wei Yu picked up a lobster and savored it. His eyes lit up slightly. Fresh, very tender. The shell of the lobster is crispy, so it should have been fried. The lobster meat inside maintains its freshest and most tender texture. You must have a good grasp of the heat. Besides that, I can also feel an extremely dense energy spreading out from my body when the golden thread amber lobsters enters my mouth. A force chef Saint closed his eyes and said slowly, "This should be the power of metal. What's more, the power of metal is extremely beneficial to the body. Saint, you have good eyesight. This golden thread amber lobsters is a metal element ingredient. After I cook it, the energy inside can be converted into energy to refine the body. It will be of great help to the cultivation of martial warriors." Hu-Hui smiled proudly and said, "Not bad, not bad." The saint nodded and praised him. "It's not easy to do this, in my opinion. This force dish is at the Grand Master 9th level. What do you think, Saint Wei Yu?" "I've also rated it as a Grand Master 9th level." Saint Wei Yu nodded and smiled. "Also, if I'm right, the force dish's energy level is 80%. It's slightly higher than Tian Ming's Emerald Spiritual Ox. 80% energy." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Vivian and Tian Ming's expressions changed. They turned serious. 80% energy was similar to the efficacy of pill. It referred to the energy within the ingredients. The percentage of energy represented the mastery of a force chef master. Not all force chef masters were able to release the full potential of their ingredients. The higher the mastery of a force chef, the more energy they could release from their ingredients. This was a criterion for assessing force chef mastery. Chapter 2740, Force Chef Competition. 8 Gates, Golden Lock, Blade Skill, Grandmaster Supreme Level Force Dishes, 4. Hu-Hui was elated when he heard this. He glanced at Tian Ming and Vivian proudly. A hint of disappointment appeared on Tian Ming's face. He didn't expect to be chased down the moment he stepped into the top 1. Unfortunately, his skills were inferior, so there was nothing to say. Then Saint Wei Yu and the others looked at Vivian's force dish in surprise. "If I'm right, your force dish is made from fish meat, right?" Saint Shiyan suddenly opened his mouth. "Yes." Vivian nodded. "Your blade skill is indeed impressive. I remember that you're a talent from the Sam family, and the 8 Gates Golden Lock blade skill is exceptional. You should have grasped it, right?" Saint Shiyan asked. There was a flash of surprise in his eyes. "Yes, I have already mastered the 8 Gates Golden Lock blade skill to the small achievement stage," Vivian replied. "Small achievement? No wonder you can carve these ivory sculptures so vividly," Shiyan said. "A normal Grand Master level force chef wouldn't be able to carve a pair of ivories out of fish meat." Saint Wei Yu praised. "You're flattering me," Vivian replied humbly. Actually, she was extremely proud. She had already surpassed all the talents in her family since she was able to cultivate the 8 Gates Golden Lock blade skill to this stage. Unfortunately, she didn't know that this blade skill was no longer unique to the Sam family. Then, the saints started tasting the food. The ivories were made up of pieces of fish fillets when they moved their chopsticks. The pieces of fish fillets separated automatically. It was a beautiful sight. "This is 8 treasure fish," Saint Wei Yu's eyes flashed. That's right. I used the 8 treasure fish as the main ingredient, and then added 8 rare treasures to make this force dish. That's right, Saint Wei Yu nodded. This force dish has reached the Grand Master 9th level too. Moreover, it contains 90% of the energy. It's not easy. Hu Hui's expression changed. It was a little ugly. He didn't expect Vivian's force dish to have 90% energy. It was 10% higher than his. This was unbelievable. 90%. This wasn't just a 10% difference. It was hard for the force dishes to reach 90%. Mind you, it was extremely difficult to release the energy of force dishes. Every force dish was different, and the energy form was different too. It was already extremely difficult to combine dozens or even hundreds of ingredients and release more than 60% of their energy. More than 80% of force dishes couldn't release more than 60% of their force dishes' energy. As for the remaining 20%, 19% could release 70% to 80% of the force dishes' energy. Less than 1% of the people were able to release 90% of the energy. As for 100% energy, theoretically speaking, it was impossible. Only those with profound mastery would be able to do it. Of course, if someone used his mastery as a saint-level force chef to handle some low-rank ingredients, he would be able to release the force dish's energy to 90% or even 100% easily. But it was meaningless to an advanced rank force chef. As advanced rank force chefs, they needed to cook force dishes that were suitable for their status to display their ability. That was why Hu Hui was so surprised when he heard that Vivian was able to release 90% of the force dish's energy. There was nothing to say about Tianming's mood. The energy of his force dishes was at most at the peak of 70%. It was still a distance away from Hu Hui's force dish, much less Vivian's force dish, which had reached 90%. He shook his head and felt even more dejected. Vivian was delighted. She glanced at the two of them and walked to the side proudly. After some time, 2 out of the 3 talented force chefs that didn't belong to the core families finished their force dishes. After the evaluation by the saint-level force chefs, their force dishes had also reached the Grand Master 9th level. Unfortunately, their force dishes didn't have much energy. One person had 60% energy. The other person had reached 70%, but there was still a huge gap between him and Hu Hui. Their rankings were behind Hu Hui's on the other side. The Ti family's Ti Du finished his force dish too. It had reached the 9th level, but its energy was only at 60%. Wang Teng glanced at Ti Du and realized that he wasn't cooking the force dishes in the god's Sai. It looked like only Ti Jing was the trump card of the Ti family. That way, only Wang Teng, Ti Jing, Yu Shangshang, and the last talent who wasn't from a core family were left. This person's name was Teng Ma. He was a force chef talent from the Teng Yuan territorial domain. When he was on the spiritual beast planet, he received much attention, and many people had high hopes for him. Only 4 talents are left. I wonder what grade their force dishes will reach. Ti Jing and Yu Xiangxiang are both talents from force chef families. They should be at the Grand Master 9th level. Yu Xiangxiang looks a little young. Will her force chef mastery be all right? Didn't you see Yu Xiangxiang's cooking process? It's as good as Hu Hui's cooking. That's right. Yu Xiangxiang might be young, but her force chef mastery isn't weaker than others. Also, since the Yu family sent her out, they must believe in her force chef mastery. I wonder how's Ti Jing's force dish is. He got tricked by Wang Teng, but it looks like he found substitute ingredients. Also, the force dishes he's making aren't simple. Chapter 2741, Force Chef Competition. 8. Gates, Golden Lock, Blade Skill, Grand Master's Supreme Level Force Dishes. 5 Ti Du's force dishes have reached the Grand Master 9th level. As his elder brother, Ti Jing's mastery should be higher than his. There's nothing wrong with it. It looks like Ti Jing shouldn't be underestimated. Teng Ma's force chef mastery should be very high too. He might be on par with the talents from the core families. Come on, this is another talent from a non-core family. I hope that he can surpass them. There's only Wang Teng left. This is the biggest variable. I wonder how strong his force chef mastery is. It will be fun if his force chef mastery can reach the saint level, too. What are you thinking? This is impossible. You're right, but for some reason I'm looking forward to it. What should I do? The audience were all focused on the last four candidates. They couldn't help but discuss among themselves. They wondered who would be the champion of force chefs. Boom. At this moment, a loud explosion came from the force chef competition area. This was the first time there was such a huge commotion in the force chef competition area. Everyone was stunned. Then they saw a golden pillar soaring into the sky in front of Teng Ma. That is, everyone was astounded. Grandmaster Supreme Level Force Dish? This is definitely a Grandmaster Supreme Level Force Dish. Grandmaster Supreme Level Force Dishes have too much energy, so they can congregate into pillars of light and shoot out. This is the symbol of a Grandmaster Supreme Level Force Dish, exclamations were heard. Someone guessed the reason for the commotion. Someone managed to make a Grandmaster Supreme Level Force Dish. Wang Teng was surprised when he saw the young man standing on a stone platform a few hundred meters away from him. This person wasn't from a core family, but he was able to make supreme-level force dishes. It looked like he mustn't underestimate any talent. Boom, boom. However, before everyone's astonishment could disappear, two more explosions were heard. Everyone turned their necks stiffly and looked in the direction where the two pillars of light appeared. They came from the force dishes in front of Yu Xiangxiang and Ti Jing. Gulp, many people swallowed their saliva uncontrollably. They were flabbergasted. Another two Grandmaster Supreme Level Force dishes. 3? Oh my God, there are 3 Grandmaster Supreme Level Force dishes. These 3 talents are amazing. They managed to make Supreme Level Force dishes. Wow, what a strong fragrance. Do you smell it? I smell it. I smell it. Is this the Grandmaster Supreme Level Force dish? I'm salivating just by smelling it. Hey, wipe your mouth. Slurp. 3 pillars of light of different colors shot into the sky. 3 different fragrances floated out and filled up the entire plaza. These 3 fragrances were extremely special and strong. Hence, no one gave way to the other, and no one could disturb the other. They floated into everyone's nose separately, allowing the audience to differentiate the 3 different fragrances. The sound of people swallowing their saliva could be heard continuously. Some people even secretly wiped the saliva at the edge of their lips to prevent themselves from embarrassing themselves. The main thing was, it smelled amazing. Even the saint-level force chefs couldn't help but look over. There was astonishment and surprise in their eyes after some time. The 3 pillars of light dissipated gradually. Teng Ma, Yu Xiangxiang, and Ti Jing flew down. When Ti Jing flew down the stone platform, he sneered at Wang Teng. There was a hint of mockery in his eyes. He would definitely win this match. So what if Wang Teng was a saint? Force chef had nothing to do with poison. So what if Wang Teng snatched his ingredients? His force dishes were still at the Grandmaster Supreme level. Ti Jing had absolute confidence in his force chef mastery. With the force dishes in the god's sai, he felt that he was invincible. Even if the other 2 had reached the Grandmaster Supreme level, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. Wang Teng was speechless. Why is that fellow looking at me? Why is he always sneering? Doesn't he know how swollen his face is? Or does he feel that he's all right again? Wang Teng shook his head and looked at the 3 people below. He wanted to see what force dishes they made. The object in Teng Ma's hand wasn't a plate. It was a round green container made from the shell of a fruit. This is the emerald scale fish soup. Please take a look at it, saints. After he explained, he placed the round green container on the long table and twisted the top slightly. The top half of the container opened. Swoosh in an instant, a glaring golden light shot out. It was almost impossible to keep one's eyes open. The fragrance got thicker, too. It was at least 10 times stronger than before. Then Teng Ma took out small bowls and used a slightly bigger jade spoon to scoop some food into the containers. He served a bowl to all the saint-level chefs. Everyone craned their necks to look in that direction. What Teng Ma scooped out wasn't soup. It was something that looked like golden jelly. What's that? It looks like jelly. I think it's shellfish jelly. Teng Ma made shellfish soup into fish jelly. Fish jelly? This is interesting. I wonder if it's delicious. Isn't that obvious? How can a Grand Master Supreme Level Force dish not be delicious? You're right. Unfortunately, I can't eat it. Saint Wei Yu and the others raised the small bowls in front of them and used the crystal-clear jade spoon to scoop a small piece of fish jelly. They placed it in their mouths and their eyes lit up. They started eating faster. Everyone was astounded. Did they see wrong? The Saint-level Force chefs were actually eating faster. Chapter 2742, Crazy Dance, Yu Xiangxiang's Talent. Wang Teng entering the Saint level again, 1 slurp. Only the sound of the Saint level Force chefs eating could be heard in the plaza. There was an eerie silence, it was too quiet, so the sound was exceptionally conspicuous and clear. Otherwise, how could the Saint level Force chef masters be so shameless? Although they had increased their speed of eating, they still looked elegant and calm. They weren't stuffing their mouths, however, everyone found it unbelievable. This was the first time something like this happened. Even the 9th-ranked Grandmaster level Force dishes didn't cause them to lose their cool. Tian Ming, Hu Hui, Wei An, and the other talents didn't look good. At first, when they saw the 3 of them making Grandmaster Supreme level Force dishes, their hearts sank uncontrollably. When they saw this scene again, they understood the difference between their Force dishes and Teng Ma's. Who is this person? He's not from a core family, but he's already so powerful. Vivian was unwilling to accept this. She thought that victory was in her hands when she made Grandmaster 9th-level Force dishes. He didn't expect someone to make Grandmaster Supreme-level Force dishes so quickly. What's more, there were 3 of them. It was obvious that he wouldn't be the champion. In an instant, a strong sense of loss swept through his heart. Oh, Wang Teng was astounded when he saw this scene. He smiled and said, "This is getting interesting." The Saint-level Force chefs weren't slow, but they weren't too fast either. After some time, all the Saint-level chefs finished tasting the fish jelly in their bowls. They gave a look of admiration and nodded. "This is a good Force dish. There's a strong eternal power inside. It will be of some help to us." It's impressive that he's able to make such Force dishes at the Grand Master level. Even with his calm temperament, Teng Ma was overjoyed when he heard the compliments from the Saint-level Force chefs. To be able to receive the compliments of so many Saint-level Force dishes, his Force dishes were guaranteed successful. Grandmaster, Supreme level, 70% energy. In the end, Saint Wei Yu gave his final conclusion. Grandmaster Supreme level, 70% energy. Impressive. The Force dish cooked by Teng Ma has reached the Grandmaster Supreme level, and the energy is at 70%. No wonder the saints praised it so much. To be able to release 70% of the Grandmaster Supreme level Force dish, Teng Ma must have reached the peak of the Grandmaster level. This Teng Ma is indeed a dark horse. He didn't disappoint me. Ha ha ha, my Teng Yuan territorial domain is going to rise. I'm envious of the Teng Yuan territorial domain. I didn't expect such a talent to appear. Everyone discussed fervently and exclaimed in admiration. They didn't expect this talent from a non-core family to have such Force chef mastery. It was astonishing. A proud expression appeared on Teng Ma's face. He retreated to the side. Ti Jing and Yu Xiangxiang looked at each other, and Ti Jing said calmly, "You can go first." Yu Xiangxiang was slightly stunned. She didn't expect this fellow to give in to her. She was a little puzzled, but she didn't have a good impression of the Ti family. If they wanted to give in, she would let them. She didn't have any special feelings. She stopped talking nonsense and carried her Force dish carefully. As she walked forward, she was holding a huge plate in her hand. It was so huge that she could only raise her hands and hold it above her head. It was a stark contrast to her petite body. It looked a little funny and funny. Pfft. This young lady can probably hide on her plate. Ha ha ha. Nonsense. She's a lady, not a Force dish. This cute little girl is actually a Force chef Grandmaster. This is unexpected. There's an outstanding talent in this generation, too. I remember that there were a few talents from the Yu family in the past, but their mastery wasn't that high. Who would have thought that the most powerful talent in the Yu family would be a little girl? This is a real chef lady. You're not serious. Everyone looked at Yu Shangshang's cute expression and started teasing her. From the start of the competition, Yu Shangshang had already attracted a lot of attention. In Force Chef competition, she was even more famous than Wang Teng, especially after she made the Grand Master Supreme Level Force dish. The attention on her reached a new height. After all, who could reject a cute and beautiful chef? The Yu family was overjoyed. They didn't expect Yu Shangshang to attract so much attention from the looks of it now. Even if Yu Shangshang couldn't become the champion, it wouldn't affect her reputation. What's more, the result wasn't out yet. What if she really became the champion? The family head of the Yu family, Yu Jing, had a hint of anticipation on his face. He hoped that Yu Shangshang would win the championship. This was an important event that would last the Yu family for another 1,000 years. It was true that a champion would last a family for 1,000 years. To a core family, the appearance of a talent was more important than anything else. If not, why did the secondary career branches want to get a good ranking in this exchange event, even if they didn't win the championship? Chapter 2743. Crazy Dance, Yu Shangxiang's Talent. Wang Teng entering the saint level again. 2. As long as they achieved a certain ranking, their secondary career branch would become famous. This way, many people with secondary careers would be willing to join the secondary career branch to increase their ability. This was the celebrity effect. However, these celebrities weren't flashy people. They were people with real ability. This was how secondary professionals were respected. In summary, the benefits of championship couldn't be explained in a few sentences. The family heads from the Hu, Tian, and Sam families looked at the Yu family enviously. They didn't expect the little girl to be the Yu family's trump card. What's more, she was a supreme-level Grand Master. They were elated for a long time, but someone suddenly intercepted them. They felt extremely frustrated. This young lady's force dishes shouldn't lose to Teng Ma's. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He smiled in his heart. As for how he knew, it was because he had already picked up the relevant attribute bubbles. Without anyone knowing, he had already grasped the force dishes made by these talents. But the name is a little... Wang Teng thought of something and his expression turned strange. Yu Shangshang placed her plate on the long table and looked at the saint-level chefs cautiously. Then, she took a deep breath and gave a huge smile. She opened her mouth and said, "Saints, nice to meet you. My force dish is called Crazy Dancing Devils, the saint-level force chefs. Everyone stared at the little girl in a daze. Her words were astonishing. They wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. Crazy Dancing Devils? What kind of strange name is this? I highly doubt if the force dishes under the lid can be eaten. Is this young lady a dark apparition chef? You're such a cute little chef. Why did your style suddenly change? Little girl, the name of your force dish is really special." Saint Wei Yu looked at Yu Shangshang and said with a strange expression, "You're flattering me," Yu Shangshang said shyly. She wasn't this kind of person normally, but she still felt nervous when facing a bunch of saints. Saint Wei Yu was speechless. He felt that he wasn't flattering her, but he didn't want to expose her. Cuff. Saint Shiyan coughed awkwardly and said gently, "Aren't you going to open it and let us see what force dish it is?" "Oh, okay." Yu Shangshang regained her senses and remembered that she hadn't opened the lid of her plate. She took another deep breath and walked forward. She opened the lid of the plates. Swoosh! A strange glow suddenly blossomed. Everyone was astounded and exclaimed, "It's a 7-colored light. It's gorgeous. This color is a little complicated. No wonder it's called the frenzied dance. It's the right name. Don't they say that the brighter the color, the more poisonous it is? Can this force dish be eaten? To hell with poison. A young lady like her wouldn't make poisonous force dishes, right? This isn't a poison competition. This is a colorful force dish. Saint Wei Yu and the others looked at Yu Xiangxiang's plate in surprise. They were curious, too. They had seen forced dishes of different colors before, but such complex colors were rare. What's more, the fragrance it gave off was strange. They were even more astounded. As the light dissipated slightly, colorful rabbits appeared in front of everyone. The 7-colored light just now came from these rabbits. Rabbits? Everyone's expression turned strange. The strange feeling surged towards them again. Please have a taste. Yu Shangshang distributed a 7-colored rabbit to each of the saints and served it to them on small plates. All the saints exchanged glances with one another. They didn't know what to say. Yu Shangshang looked at them intently. The saints couldn't take it anymore. They picked up their cutlery and started cutting the rabbit. The cute 7-colored rabbits were beheaded in an instant. A strange fragrance wafted out from their bodies. It was thicker than before. "Huh!" Saint Wei Yu exclaimed softly. He stopped hesitating and picked up a rabbit head. He placed it in his mouth and chewed it a few times. Then he squinted. "How is it?" Saint Shi Yan couldn't help but ask. "Try it, and you'll know," Saint Wei Yu smiled. Saint Shi Yan knew what to do when he saw Wang Teng's expression. He stopped hesitating and started tasting the meat. As the saints started tasting the meat, everyone finally noticed something. "It looks like this rabbit is quite delicious. The reaction of the saints isn't any worse than when they tasted Teng Ma's forced dishes." "That's right. How can it be dark cuisine? I wonder how that rainbow rabbit is made. It looks special. You must have added many ingredients into this forced dish. There are shredded vegetables and meat from various spiritual beasts. The combination of different flavors gives off a crazy feeling." Saint Wei Yu exclaimed as he looked at Yu Shangshang, chapter 2744. Crazy dance. Yu Shangshang's talent, Wang Teng entering the saint level again. 3 he. Yu Shangshang scratched her head and sniggered. "I have a question for you," Saint Shi Yan said. "Please speak," Yu Shangshang said. "Did you create this forced dish yourself?" Saint Shi Yan asked curiously. "That's right. I like to study forced dishes when I have nothing to do, so I coincidentally came up with this crazy dancing devils." Yu Shangshang nodded and admitted. "This isn't something you can create unintentionally." Shi Yan looked at her intently and shook his head. "If you weren't a talent from the Yu family, I would have taken you in as my disciple." Gasp. There was an uproar. Saint Shi Yan wanted to take her in as his disciple. This talent from the Yu family actually had such skills. Mind you, Saint Shi Yan wasn't an ordinary saint-level martial warrior. He had been at this level for many years and had a high chance of advancing to the immortal level. The audience were surprised that such a saint wanted to take Yu Shangshang in as his disciple. Hu Hui, Vivian, and the other talents looked at Yu Shangshang with envy. Even Teng Ma and Ti Jing, who had just made a Grand Master Supreme level force dish, were envious. What kind of luck did this young lady have? None of them had this treatment. Fortunately, based on what Saint Shi Yan said, Yu Shangshang was a talent from the Yu family, so he didn't plan to take her in as his disciple. They felt more at ease. Yu Shangshang was surprised and a little disappointed. She looked at Saint Shi Yan and didn't know what to say. The family head of the Yu family, Yu Jing, was elated and disappointed too. However, he quickly took a deep breath and made his decision. The Yu family had no lack of saints. However, it was different for a saint who had the potential to advance to the immortal level. The Yu family might be able to make use of this matter to get Yu Shangxiang to acknowledge him as her master. Looking at Saint Shi Yan's expression, even though he said that he didn't want to take Yu Shangxiang in as his disciple because of the Yu family, it wasn't that strong. This showed that he liked Yu Shangxiang. Thinking about it, there was still hope. This forced dish is a Grand Master Supreme level dish. Its energy is 85%. After some discussion, the saints made their evaluation. 85% energy. Everyone was stunned when they heard the result. They looked at Yu Shangxiang in a different light. In the past, they were still teasing Yu Shangxiang, but this thought had completely disappeared now. They must give her some respect, since she was a forced chef grandmaster with outstanding talent. Teng Ma clenched his fists uncontrollably. He was a little unwilling. This young girl managed to release 85% of her forced dish's energy, which was 15% higher than his. He didn't even have the chance to challenge this difference. Ti Jing, who was at the side, turned serious. At first, he felt that he would definitely win. But when he heard that Yu Shangshang's force dishes had reached 85% energy, he lost his confidence. Fuck, why is there such a talent in the Yu family? In the past, they only heard that Yu Shangshang's talent was not bad, but they didn't know that her talent could reach this stage. Actually, it wasn't strange. Every core family kept a few tricks up their sleeve. For instance, the Ti family's God's sigh, "It's your turn." Yu Shangxiang heaved a sigh of relief and raised her chin at Ti Jing. Ti Jing took a deep breath and carried his plate to the long table. He put it down and was about to speak. "Wait." A voice was suddenly heard. Everyone was stunned. They turned their heads and saw Wang Teng flying down from the stone platform with a tray. Why is Wang Teng here? Did he make his forced dishes too? But we don't see any pillars of light. Could it be that his forced dishes are only at the Grandmaster 9th level? Oh no. It looks like Wang Teng's force chef mastery isn't as high as his poison mastery. Brother Wang Teng, are you done cooking your force dishes? Yu Shangshang came forward and asked worriedly. She thought that Wang Teng would be able to make Grandmaster Supreme level force dishes like her, but now did the cooking fail? Ti Jing was stunned for a moment when he saw Wang Teng. Then a mocking smile appeared at the edge of his lips. As expected, this bastard's force chef mastery wasn't that high. Hu Hui, Tian Ming, Vivian, and the others looked over too. They stared at Wang Teng in surprise. Teng Ma frowned. At first, he paid close attention to Wang Teng and thought that he was a huge enemy. However, this guy's forced dishes didn't cause any commotion. His level couldn't be high. Every force chef grandmaster knew that as long as the force dishes reached the supreme level, there would be an eruption of energy. However, there was no sound from Wang Teng. This proved everything. She, Tianfeng, Reese, Hua Tianyu, and the other talents in the field of poison and medicine didn't know much, but they had the common knowledge of supreme level force dishes, hence they frowned. But soon they heaved a sigh of relief. It looked like Wang Teng wasn't a monster. He was a normal genius. This was enough. Wang Teng didn't know what they were thinking. He held his plate with one hand and walked over slowly. He nodded at Yu Shangshang without explaining anything. Saint Wang Teng. Saint Wei Yu and the others stood up. Their attitudes were completely different. Chapter 2745, Crazy Dance. Yu Shangshang's Talent. Wang Teng entering the saint level again, 4. They treated Yu Shangshang and the others as their elders. However, they treated Wang Teng as their peer. Whether it was martial arts or secondary professions, the person with the highest ability would be the first. Since Wang Teng was on the same level as them, they couldn't take advantage of their seniority. Of course, this was also because of the character of these saints. If it was one or two arrogant saints, they would still put on airs in front of a young man who just entered the saint level like Wang Teng. Silence. The talents were speechless. They felt their balls hurting when they saw the attitude of the saints. It was as if there was a strange thing hidden among them. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment before he realized that he had advanced to the saint stage. However, he quickly regained his composure and bowed at the saints. "You're too polite. I'm temporarily at the Grand Master level when it comes to force chef. You don't have to be so polite." Saint Wei Yu and the others exchanged glances with one another. Considering that they were in the middle of a competition, they didn't dawdle further. They exchanged a few polite words and sat down again. No one noticed a word in Wang Teng's words, temporarily. "I want to present forced dishes with this talent from the Ti family." What did the saints think? Wang Teng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them sitting down. Then he smiled and asked, together. The saints were stunned. The talents around them were stunned, too. They didn't understand why Wang Teng made such a strange request. Ti Jing even laughed because of Wang Teng. He looked at Wang Teng strangely. Was this fellow so eager to die? What do you think? Saint Wei Yu exchanged glances with the others before looking at Ti Jing. I'm fine with anything. Ti Jing nodded and smiled. All right, in that case, the two of you can come together. Saint Wei Yu nodded. Ti Jing was elated when he saw Wang Teng. He couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Wang Teng. You're tempting fate. Tempting fate? Wang Teng smiled and didn't reply to him. Tai Jing's face was full of contempt. He was a little puzzled, but at this stage, he couldn't imagine how Wang Teng could win against him. They placed their hands on the lids of their plates. Everyone's gaze landed on the two of them. No one knew why Wang Teng made this outrageous request, but the result would be out soon. They didn't have to guess anymore. They just had to wait for the result. Swoosh. T.E. Jing opened his plate without waiting for Wang Teng to move. He wanted to crush Wang Teng with the most direct method. Wasn't Wang Teng going to present forced dishes with him? He wanted to have an advantage. He allowed everyone to see his forced dishes first, then they would stop looking at other people's forced dishes. This was his confidence in the god's Sai. Any forced dishes paled in comparison to the forced dishes of god Sai. As the lid of the plate was removed, a gentle white light blossomed. There was a hint of coldness in the light. The people around them shuddered. A strong fragrance wafted out. The forced chef masters around them started salivating. Everyone looked at the forced dishes in front of Ti Jing. To their surprise, they realized that the forced dishes were shrouded in a ball of mist. There seemed to be an immortal dragon swimming in it. It was mysterious. This is Saint Wei Yu, and the others were astounded. Then they frowned. They felt that the forced dishes in front of them seemed familiar. My forced dishes. Ti Jing was about to introduce his forced dishes. Roar. Suddenly a low but real dragon's roar was heard. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Was there really a dragon in the mist that could make a dragon's roar? They thought that the dragon roar came from the forced dishes in Ti Jing, but soon they realized that Ti Jing's face was filled with astonishment and confusion too. He didn't seem to know what happened. Roar. The next instant, a dragon's roar louder than before echoed in the air. At this moment, a dazzling light erupted and turned into a pillar of light. Endless clouds and mist gathered above the plaza. Everyone looked up in astonishment with their mouths agape. Shock and confusion gradually appeared on their faces. They were shocked to see a huge immortal dragon appearing in the sky above the plaza as if it came from ancient times. It shuttled back and forth freely in the clouds. Its body was as cold as jade, and every scale reflected a dazzling luster. It was like a perfect piece of art. Roar. The dragon's roar echoed as if telling everyone that I'm real. What? What is this? Is there a dragon hiding in the Secondary Career Alliance's headquarters? Is this a gluttonous dragon attracted by the fragrance of forced dishes? Wait, this smells good. What's this fragrance? Fuck, my saliva, swoosh. I can't control myself. I can't control myself. I'm drooling. A strong fragrance spread out and filled up the sky. It seemed to be following the immortal dragon. It was a strange sight. The spectators' expressions changed entirely. They realized that saliva was dripping down the edge of their lips. Chapter 2746, Crazy Dance. Yu Shangshang's talent. Wang Teng entering the saint level again. 5. They couldn't control themselves. This fragrance was poisonous. Boom. Saint Wei Yu, Saint Shi Yan, and the others stood up abruptly. They stared at the forced dishes beside Ti Jing in astonishment. They were the closest, so they could clearly feel that the source of the clouds and the immortal dragon was this forced dish that belonged to Wang Teng. Saint level. The saint-level chefs exchanged glances with one another. They saw a hint of disbelief on each other's faces. This was a phenomenon that would only appear on a saint-level force dish. Grandmaster Supreme-level force dishes would have explosions of energy while saint-level force dishes possessed a certain amount of spirituality. This was why they appeared like living creatures. This was a saint-level phenomenon, then. Slurp. The saint-level chefs swallowed their saliva uncontrollably. They didn't salivate, but they still swallowed their saliva uncontrollably. The fragrance was too strong. I want to eat it. The family heads of the 5 chef family stood up abruptly. They sensed something, too, and looked up at the sky. They were flabbergasted. Wang Teng, Wang Teng. Yu Jing's gaze flickered. He didn't know how to describe Wang Teng anymore. He's a monster, Hu Hui exclaimed uncontrollably. Is there really such a talent? Both his secondary professions reached the saint level at the same time, and at this age, Tian Pu couldn't help but say, saint level. Ti Long's expression turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and squeezed these 2 words out of his mouth. He looked at the scene in the sky and wished that it was fake. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. It couldn't be fake. No, this. Ti Long looked at the immortal dragon and suddenly thought of something. His pupils constricted and his face was filled with disbelief. God Sai. How did Wang Teng know God Sai? Ti Long couldn't calm down for a long time. He looked as if he saw a ghost, but no matter what the reason was, he suddenly understood why Wang Teng requested that he and Ti Jing serve force dishes at the same time. Wang Teng knew that Ti Jing was going to make God sigh. This was a stab to his heart. That must be it. No wonder Wang Teng had such a request. Everything made sense now. Ti Long was shocked and furious. His expression kept changing, turning green and white. Ti Jing finally reacted. He turned his neck stiffly and looked at Wang Teng as if he saw a ghost. What the hell is this? Why did this bastard make a saint-level force dish? Why did he feel a strong sense of familiarity towards this force dish? Why was he competing with this bastard? A series of questions appeared in Ti Jing's mind. His mind was about to explode and he felt dizzy. He couldn't stand the stimulation. His entire heart was about to collapse. A saint-level phenomenon. The force chef talents recognized the scene in front of them. They stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. They didn't expect Wang Teng to reach the saint level again. Teng Ma's expression froze. He was supposed to be the biggest dark horse outside of the core families. Now, with Wang Teng, he felt eclipsed. Comparisons were infuriating. Brother Wang Teng is so powerful. Yu Xiangxiang looked up at the sky and then back at Wang Teng. Her eyes were filled with admiration. She was right. Brother Wang Teng was the best. He was even more powerful than her. She didn't feel uncomfortable losing to a talent who had advanced to the saint stage. She was convinced. This monster. She, Tianfeng, Reese, and the others exchanged glances with one another. They were flabbergasted. In the end, they could only exclaim weakly. They were confident that Wang Teng wouldn't have another secondary profession that could reach the saint level, but he still managed to do it. Wasn't this a slap in their faces? Their faces were swollen from all the slaps. The talents exchanged glances with one another in embarrassment. Countless talents who were participating in the competition were attracted by the scene again. They stared at the strange phenomenon above the plaza in astonishment. Waves of astonishment crashed into their hearts. Lian, Gu Luo, Tai Lu, and the others felt that their brains weren't working properly. This fellow became a saint again. When did becoming a saint become so easy? He could become a saint easily. Why don't he give them a chance? Gasp. This isn't a real immortal dragon, it's a divine-level phenomenon. Wang Teng's force chef mastery is at the saint level, too. This is unbelievable. How can someone make such achievements in 2 secondary professions at once? 2 saint professions. Oh my God. It's cracking. My world is cracking. The audience were astounded, too. They gasped and stared at the strange phenomenon in the sky in astonishment. Then they looked at the black-haired young man below. Congratulations, Saint Wang Teng. Saint Wei Yu and the others regained their senses and took a deep breath. They gave a bitter smile and cupped their fists at Wang Teng. You're too polite, saints. Wang Teng smiled and saluted back. The talents around them didn't know if they should congratulate him again. After all, they had already congratulated him once. It was a little unnecessary to congratulate him again, however. They felt that if they didn't congratulate him, it would be disrespectful to the saints. Let's continue the competition. Wang Teng suddenly coughed awkwardly. Never mind. One congratulations was enough. There would be many more times. If they had to congratulate him every time, he was afraid that these talents would want to hit him. He really wanted to hear a few more congratulations. It felt good to have so many talents congratulating him. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at Wang Teng with complicated expressions. They admired his tolerance. At the same time, they were amazed and envious of his talent. 2 saint professions. This wasn't just a summary of 1 + 1 = 2. The weight of a saint in 2 professions was much greater than 2 saints. Saint Wei Yu and the others didn't speak anymore. They just stood there and looked at the 2 forced dishes in front of them. Suddenly they were stunned. They didn't realize that these 2 forced dishes were exactly the same. Chapter 2747, Ice God Mist, Shadow Fish Dragon Dance, Great Elder's Astonishment. 1. No. They couldn't be said to be the same. It could only be said that they looked similar. However, the light and the fragrance of the 2 forced dishes were vastly different. Saint Wei Yu and the others suddenly thought of something. They raised their heads and glanced at Wang Teng. Then they looked at Ti Jing strangely. They still remembered that Wang Teng was the one who brought up the idea of offering forced dishes to Ti Jing. There was something fishy going on, definitely. 2 forced dishes that were almost the same were placed in front of him. One of them would definitely pale in comparison. What's more, one of them was a saint-level forced dish. The difference was huge. It was still all right when there was no comparison, but once they were placed together, Ti Jing's forced dish would completely lose attraction. Ti Jing had noticed this too. His face was pale and ugly. He glared at Wang Teng and couldn't care about the saints anymore. He gritted his teeth and said to Wang Teng, "You did it on purpose." The talents around them looked over and stared at Ti Jing's face strangely. He was being pressed on the ground and crushed. What grudges did they have? Wang Teng defeated and even bullied him. This was torture. Hu Hui, Tian Ming, Vivian, and even Teng Ma started to sympathize Ti Jing. Even Yu Shangshang shook her head when she saw Ti Jing. How pitiful. In front of the saint-level forced dishes, no matter how good his forced dishes were, as long as they didn't reach the saint level, they were nothing. On purpose? Wang Teng glanced at him and said calmly, "Don't frame me. How will I know what forced dishes you want to make? This is a coincidence." Everyone, to hell with coincidence. Do you believe yourself? Everyone looked at Wang Teng. No matter how they looked at him, they felt that he was extremely cheeky. "You?" Ti Jing trembled in anger. His face turned black. If he could, he wanted to fight with Wang Teng. But considering his weak ability, he gave up in the end. Cough. I wonder what Saint Wang Teng's dish is called? Why does it look a little familiar? Saint Wei Yu coughed awkwardly and broke the tense atmosphere. He asked curiously. His attitude towards Wang Teng had changed entirely. He treated him like his peer. This came from the bottom of his heart. In the past, Wang Teng was just a poison saint now. He was a force chef saint. As force chef saints, their impression of Wang Teng became much better. Ti Jing's expression changed slightly. He wanted to open his mouth anxiously. However, Wang Teng didn't give him a chance. He said directly, "My dish is called the Ice God Mist Shadow Fish Dragon Dance. Please have a taste, saints." Ti Jing's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He was raging in his heart. He clenched his fist and flames of anger seemed to be shooting out of his eyes. He glared at Wang Teng furiously. "Bastard! Bastard!" This was the name of a dish in their family's legacy, God's Sigh. Why did this bastard take it for himself? Why Ice God Mist Shadow Fish Dragon Dance? Wei Yu's gaze flickered. He pondered for a moment and thought of something. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, "God's sigh? God's sigh?" The saints around them were flabbergasted when they heard this. They gathered around him. God's sigh. I remember now. No wonder the name Ice God Mist Shadow Fish Dragon Dance is so familiar. It's the name of a force dish left by the legendary force chef called God's Sigh. Saint Shi Yan took a deep breath and exclaimed in astonishment, God's Sigh. This is God's Sigh. I didn't expect to see the force dishes of the God's Sigh in my lifetime. The other saint-level force chefs exclaimed in surprise too. They stared in disbelief at Wang Teng and the force dish that was giving off a strange phenomenon. What God's sigh? I've never heard of it. You're ignorant and inexperienced. Let me explain to you. The God's sigh is actually a spiritual recipe. It's said that a long time ago. Can you be brief? Do you still want to hear it? Tisk. Let me tell you. To put it simply, this is a force dish recipe left behind by a legendary force chef. It's said that every force dish will cause the gods to sigh when they eat it. That's how it got its name. Fuck, he stole my lines. Gasp, even gods will sigh when they eat it. Terrifying. I really want to have a taste of the Ice God Mist Shadow Fish Dragon Dance. I want to eat too. Ditto. Ask Saint Wang Teng to make it in the future. I'll pay for it no matter how much it costs. I have nothing except a lot of money. No matter what. I must ask Saint Wang Teng to cook this Ice God Mist Shadow Fish Dragon Dance for me slurp. So what if you have money? Discussions erupted among the audience. The legend of God's sigh spread among the audience. Many people didn't know about the existence of the God's sigh at the start. However, after some people's explanation, those who didn't know what was happening felt that they had broadened their horizons. The audience loved to talk about these legendary events that had almost disappeared from history. What did the exchange event mean? On one hand, they were looking at the dark horse talents. On the other hand, they were looking at the unknown legacies. Chapter 2748. Ice God Mist Shadow Fish Dragon Dance. Great Elder's Astonishment. 2. Does this mean that the Ti family has the legacy of God's sigh? I think so. But what's the use? Saint Wang Teng surpassed him. That's right. Ti Jing's Ice God Mist, Shadow Fish Dragon Dance, and Saint Wang Teng's are on completely different levels. Poor Ti Jing. Look at his face. It's as black as the bottom of a pot. Poor thing. This is torture. Ti Jing must have wanted to amaze the world with his cooking of the Ice God Mist Shadow Fish Dragon Dance, but in the end, it's a pity that it's not him who amazed the world. Stop talking. I think Ti Jing and the people from the Ti family are about to cry. Many people noticed that on the Ti family's seat, the members of the Ti family didn't look good, especially the family head of the family, Ti Long. His face was as black as if someone owed him a few million chaos coins. Yu Jing, Tian Pu, Hu Hong, Lu Xian, and the other family heads from force chef families looked at Ti Long with delight. It looked like Wang Teng would be the force chef champion, but if Wang Teng didn't win, Ti Jing might have done the same thing. Compared to that, they hoped that Wang Teng would become the champion. After all, the core families were all competitors. What's more, Wang Teng won the championship with his saint-level talent. Even if the other talents lost, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. Before the family heads realized it, they had already separated Wang Teng from the other talents. It was understandable. He was a saint-level martial warrior, while the others were just grandmasters. There was a huge gap between them that couldn't be crossed. There was nothing to compare. Ti Long, it looks like your plan failed. Yu Jing looked at Ti Long and couldn't help but smile. What a pity. With Ti Jing's ability, he should have a chance of winning the championship. What a pity. Tian Pu shook his head in pity. That's right, it was so close, Hu Hong said with a look of pity. Ti Long snorted when he heard the family heads teasing him. Even if he loses, Ti Jing will still be able to win against the talents from your families. Maybe not, Yu Jing smiled. He had the confidence because Yu Shangshang's force dishes had reached 85% energy. Even if Ti Jing cooked the Ice God Mist Shadow Fish Dragon Dance, he might not be able to win against her. However, the other family heads didn't look good. T.I. Long was right. Even if T.I. Jing lost, he could still win against the talents from their families. As long as he's not the champion, they're almost the same. The family head of the Sam family, Lu Xian, chuckled. My family has already grasped the god's sigh. It doesn't matter if we lose once. The winner will be the T.I. family. T. Long said calmly. He had calmed down. They had to admit that, as the leader of the clan, T. Long's temperament was indeed extraordinary. If it was someone else, they would be furious. The family head's expressions changed slightly. They had forgotten about this. If T. Jing grasped the god's sigh, how could the T family not? Those family heads were shocked by Wang Teng's advancement to the saint level. They should have thought of this immediately. If the T.I. family really grasped the god's sigh, the status of the core families of the 5 Force Chef families would undergo a huge change. This was what they were worried about. After all, the god's sigh was a force dish that even the gods would sigh over. Without a doubt, once the news that the T.I. family possessed the god's sigh was released, many eternal-level martial warriors would come to find them. At that time, the power of the T.I. family would easily surpass the other 4 core families. T.I. Long sneered when he saw the silent family heads. Were they trying to stimulate him? These family heads were too naive. The only person he was worried about was Wang Teng. The other party had advanced to the saint level, and for some reason he grasped the god's sigh too. Now that he had made a name for himself during the exchange event, more formidable martial warriors would be willing to look for him. The T.I. family would probably have to follow behind him. When he thought about this, T.I. Long felt a sense of helplessness. He was so frustrated he wanted to punch his chest. Was Wang Teng here to mess with the T.I. family? Saint Wei Yu and the others took a deep breath and tried their best to calm down. Then they looked at Wang Teng with a complicated gaze. They seemed envious and amazed at the same time. I didn't expect Saint Wang Teng to grasp the force dishes in the god's sigh. It's just a coincidence. Wang Teng glanced at T. Jing from the corner of his eyes and smiled. This was all thanks to the T.I. family. If they didn't work so hard to get the legacy of God's sigh and send it to him, he wouldn't be able to get it. Speaking about it, the T.I. family was a good family. Others might not have seen Wang Teng's gaze, but T. Jing saw it clearly. He started panting, and his eyes turned red. He was infuriated. This should have belonged to him, but it was all snatched away by Wang Teng. He felt that Wang Teng's gaze was meaningful, but he would have never thought that Wang Teng got the God's Sigh legacy from him. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.